opportunity. There will be more opportunities for those, and they're clearly a very important part of today. I want to thank you all very much for coming and attending this conference. I also want to thank those of you who are not in this room but are in other rooms at various campuses or at your computers and logging in at various points in time during the day. I hope you find it a satisfactory experience. It's all about student and staff experiences, and I hope, and I'm quite certain, that we will have a really valuable and exciting and insightful day. We've got lots to hear. We've got lots to learn. We've got lots to listen. And it's about what you said and what we do next. And what we do next is about making a difference to our students and their experiences. Today's conference is students. We have some students. We have the Students' Association. We have staff. And we have some externals as well. I'm absolutely delighted that we've got Dr. Alan Hayes from Bath University, who we'll be hearing from later, sitting down at the bottom. And I know he's going to give us a very, very exciting talk. And I know you will want to talk to him over lunch, etc. And we've got the cube outside, set up cafeteria style, so plenty of opportunity to go out there, sit, take a lunch, and spend some time with each other and together and just explore and take things out of today. There is mobile phones. Do not switch them off. Get tweeting. There is a hashtag, okay? So tweet as much as you like about today. Questions. We want lots of them. You're active participants in today. Very active participants. What we're wanting is many questions, many ideas. And if you don't want to, or don't feel there's time for the questions, then please send them into email. If you send them in directly to my email address, I'll pick them up through the day and we can use them as part of question time, either virtually or, if time permits, live. If there's maybe some specific questions you want to ask of our principal around student experience, student satisfaction in NSS, his keynote is last with question time following. Use that opportunity. Okay? This is your day, and there's no such thing as a daft question. Now, I will get into terrible trouble if I don't, one, let you know that there are no fire alarms planned today. So I always forget to mention that and then think, oh no, if there's a fire alarm goes, you'll panic. So if there's a fire alarm goes, panic. So no fire alarms planned for today. And also today would not be possible without the absolute coordination, the attention to detail, the people that make it happen. And I specifically would like to mention Donna Taylor on that part, who has worked tirelessly to pull everything together, to estates, to the events team and to catering. And I hope that you will enjoy the opportunities that this provides you today. I'll take you through in bite-sized chunks some of these opportunities. I don't want to overload you with information. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Vicky O'Donnell, our Director of Learning Innovation. And Vicky's going to start us off with a big bang. Vicky, students' expectations. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello. I've only got 15 minutes with you this morning, and I'm going to kick things off by just starting us thinking about student expectations, and what I'm hoping is that I might be able to raise some questions and issues that we could continue as themes through the rest of the day around the nature of student satisfaction, and thinking about whether it might be possible to get at what we mean by, or how we think about student satisfaction in a slightly different way. So the reason that I think we think about student satisfaction is not because we're driven by the NSS or other survey results, but because we genuinely want to do a really good job for our students. And when we don't get satisfaction, when we see that our students are less than satisfied, we have a really emotional response to that, I think, as staff, because it is an emotional thing. And it's not just about the NSS, but about all of the feedback mechanisms that we use. We fixate on the ones which come back with negative feedback because those are the ones that really affect us on an emotional level. There's nobody in this room who goes out to work each day, I don't believe, who sets out with the intention of creating a dissatisfactory experience for their students. And so when things go wrong, and when we see that our students are less than satisfied, what I'm increasingly hearing in conversations around the institution is a kind of discourse of a bit of confusion, because we think we're doing the best we possibly can. We're trying to do a really good job. And when that doesn't come through in the data, there is increasingly confusion around what might account for that, what's going wrong in the gap between what we think we're doing and what the students are experiencing. And there's some new, fairly new body of literature emerging in higher education in the last few years, which I think might give us an opportunity to think about this in a slightly different way. And this is around the nature of developing expectations in order to get at more satisfied students. Partnership is something that we as an institution are moving forward on in quite a big way, partnership with our students. And some of this literature is around how we might create a more satisfied student body by managing and developing expectations through partnership with our students. And that's why I think it might be an important moment in UWS's development to look at this as a possible way of reframing the issue. The one in the middle there I'm going to come back to in a moment, but I really just wanted to show you the kind of the emerging body of work that's going on in this area, because I like to have an empirical base for anything that I do, you know. And traditionally, I suppose, when we get the sense that our students are not satisfied, we might have thought that the reason for that is because they didn't get what they expected to get. I guess that would be a fairly straightforward reaction to that. They didn't get what they expected, and that's why they weren't satisfied. So what that has resulted in, and particularly in some areas of the university, people have worked really, really hard to develop a set of really clear guidelines and instructions for students about exactly what they should expect. This is exactly what's going to happen to you. This is how we're going to teach. This is how you're going to learn. This is how you'll be assessed, on the assumption that if we're clear to our students about how we're going to deliver our teaching and how we're going to assess them, that they can't then be dissatisfied because we'll be delivering what they expect. Does that make sense? Does that resonate with people? I see nodding heads around the room. Now, if we don't get what we expected, that's one explanation for why we might not be satisfied. Alternatively, if we got what we expected but it wasn't good enough, then we might not be satisfied. And that, again, if that's the explanation, then it gives us something very focused to work on, because we can address where we failed to deliver the quality that we wanted to. So if I go into a restaurant and I order soup, and I get salad, I didn't get what I expected, I'm not happy. If I go into the restaurant and I order soup, and I get the soup, but the soup's rotten, then I'm not happy. However, there might be, and this is what the literature is suggesting, there might be some other, perhaps more subtle explanations as to why the students are not experiencing satisfaction. And that's around the possibility that they're getting exactly what they expected, because we're being very clear about what to expect, but actually that might not be what they wanted or what they felt they needed to support their learning. So this body of literature, I think, has the potential to move us into a slightly different way of thinking about the issue. So I'm going to focus for the next couple of minutes on assessment and feedback specifically, just to give us a kind of context to frame this. Assessment and feedback across the board, across the sector, we know is an area of the NSS in particular where students often express less than satisfactory responses. But just because it's an issue across the sector doesn't mean that it's something that we couldn't specifically work on as a focus. And just to give you a sense of where we are as an institution, this is a snapshot from the most recent NSS results and the questions around assessment and feedback. You can see where UWS is on the green line, you can see where Scotland is with the yellow line, and the UK average is in the orange line, and we're well behind where we would want to be in terms of the student satisfaction in this area. And that, I think, is confusing for many of us, particularly in terms of, let's take the first two questions there. Feedback on my work has helped me clarify things I didn't understand. I've received detailed comments on my work. We think we're dealing with all of this in the best way possible, with the best intentions. We try to develop really comprehensive rubrics and marking schemes. We have pro formas for feedback. As an academic team, you look at my feedback and I look at yours, and we're telling each other, you know, yeah, the feedback is good. Then our external examiners come in, and very often the external examiners are complimentary about the feedback that we're giving, the quality of it, the comprehensiveness of it, and how constructive it is. So we as a sector, we're looking at what we're doing and we're thinking this is fine, but something's going wrong if the students are not experiencing that as satisfactory. Something's happening in the gap between us and the student experience. Feedback on my work has been prompt. That's another issue. Some of you will remember a couple of years ago, the assessment committee did a fairly comprehensive review of the regulations around assessment and the assessment handbook. And we surveyed staff and students across the university to ask questions about this. And one of the questions we asked was about the feedback time and the turnaround time. We have a policy that we should get feedback to our students within 4 weeks. We asked whether that was actually happening in practice, and the survey was anonymous, so anybody could have responded and told us if they weren't managing to do that, if it was causing a problem, if it wasn't long enough, or if they felt it was too long. And to be honest, what we expected was lots of feedback from staff saying this 4-week turnaround is a real challenge and we often don't meet it because of the amount of work that's involved. But we didn't get that. What was interesting was we got the majority of feedback came back and said, yeah, we meet that 4-week turnaround time. Sometimes it's tight and it's challenging, but that's the policy, so we meet it. We get that feedback out in 4 weeks. However, the same questions to our student population, the responses that came back were saying to us, sometimes we don't get feedback within 4 weeks, sometimes we don't get feedback at all. Now, I don't think anybody's lying in this. I think there's something going wrong in terms of what we think we're doing and how it's being experienced by the students. So I think there are issues here that we could potentially reframe in a different way, using some of these different approaches to developing expectations. And the third paper that I had on the list there is one way in which some researchers have started to look at this problem. What this group of researchers did was to develop a survey tool that they used with a cohort of students right at the start of the year, in the very first class at the beginning of the course that they were enrolled in. And they asked the students a whole series of questions about what they expected to get on the course. What do you expect to get? Which of these do you expect to get in terms of teaching? How do you expect the technology to be used? What do you expect in terms of how you'll be assessed? And the interactions between staff and yourselves and so on. And when you look at the data that came back, there wasn't a mismatch there. The students knew exactly what to expect. They expected to have certain approaches to teaching, and that was what the faculty had planned. They expected to be assessed in certain ways, and that indeed was how they were going to be assessed. But the challenge arose when you look at the other questions that they asked in the middle line here, which was about asking the students to rate the value of those things. So what they found there was huge discrepancies in that the students were saying, yes, I expect that this will happen in my course, but actually, I don't think that's particularly valuable in terms of my learning. And by asking those questions at the beginning of the course, instead of at the end, what the academic researchers are suggesting it's possible to do is to then adapt and work in partnership with the students to deliver what they feel they want and need in order to support their learning, rather than just being more and more explicit about what they should expect to get. So what does this mean for us in terms of assessment and feedback in particular? Are there things that we could be focusing on or doing better differently? I think in terms of assessment, one of the additional layers that causes problem is that assessment is, by its very nature, challenging. It has to be challenging, but challenge is not necessarily synonymous with satisfaction. We don't necessarily feel happy when we're challenged around something. So what does that mean in terms of assessment? Well, do our students understand why their assessments have to be challenging in the way that they are? We know why they have to be challenging, because we have to be able to put our hands up to the outside world, to other universities, to professional bodies, to the general public, to employers, and say, if a student graduates from UWS, we are saying with certainty that they have this knowledge, these skills, these attributes. And we can't say that with certainty unless we have fairly rigorously assessed them. But do the students necessarily understand that that's why we're framing assessments in these ways, and that's why they have to be challenging? Could we develop more partnership approaches to sharing with our students, not just more detail about what to expect, but why we expect that, and seek feedback from them at the beginning of the process about what they would actually value, and think about using that as an opportunity to develop curricula around the value that students place on different approaches to learning and teaching, rather than simply seeking their kind of feedback at the end. So could we develop expectations together? And are there professional values, for example, about partnership in assessment and feedback that we could agree on as an institution? Could we say, for example, that collectively we will listen to what students tell us they want and they need in terms of feedback, and then develop our approaches to feedback around what the students are telling us would be helpful? So those are just some ideas that I want to leave you with. And some concrete suggestions about how this might work in practice. Some parts of the university, some schools and programmes are already doing some of these things. But a concrete example would be, could we begin to use the notion of feedback or feed-forward weeks or feedback summits as the focus of structured approaches to learning and teaching, instead of just feedback being the kind of end product of a body of work? So, for example, could you get a group of students in a room with the feedback that they've received, get them to reflect on it, to think about what it means for them, and to actually draft or write up a reflective action plan that demonstrates what they will do differently or what they would take forward and change in their approaches to their work in the future? Would that help our students to understand how we're trying to embed constructive feedback within the feedback that they get? Could we embed statements of professional values, overarching values that we would then use to underpin our approaches to teaching? Could we use tools like the one I showed you, and I've put the link to it there because that survey is available under a Creative Commons license, so anybody can download it from the web and adapt it, modify it for their own use. But could we develop our own approaches to trying to assess what students want and need at the beginning of the process of learning and teaching, rather than just looking for feedback at the end? And overall, could it help us if we reconceptualise the notion of managing expectations as more than just making sure that students know exactly what to expect, and moving towards that more partnership approach? So I'll leave you with those thoughts and ideas. I hope some of that has been interesting, but I'm happy to take any observations or questions if there's time.
Yes, there's certainly time for a few questions.
Thank you.
That was very, very interesting, I'm sure thought-provoking. If there are questions, we'll rove the mic so that to make sure that people in the other rooms can hear, but we've certainly got time for a couple of questions. Yes, John. You're answering the questions, Vicky.
Hi, Vicky. Everyone, I'm John. I'm the Deputy President of the Student Association. My question would be, would there be scope to ask students when they're submitting their work what feedback they want? Similar to what the School of Health, Nursing and Midwifery do. They have a front sheet when people submit their work, and on that they can state what they need feedback on, be it on their referencing, on their grammar, etc. Would there be scope to maybe do something like that?
Yeah, I mean, we've got in this room a group of people who could make that happen. And Maria's here from Health, Nursing, Midwifery, and that's a school which has spent a whole lot of time and energy devoted to trying to enhance the student experience, particularly around assessment and feedback. And how that would be operationalised would be...
As an action from today, what we can do, Maria, is we can share with the Assistant Dean's Education your feedback sheet so they can look at it, you can discuss it, and then it can maybe disseminate through. So and they can look at it and decide and make decisions on ways forward.
And I think at the operational level, what that requires then is a commitment to actually looking and valuing what the students are saying they want and they need, and then acting on it. And that becomes an issue for programme teams to look at how they could manage. But I think it's certainly something that an example of best practice from a part of the university that could be rolled out.
Yes, Fred. Now, let me introduce Fred to you, just in case some people in the room may not know who Fred is. Fred is on our court, so as a court member, and it's absolutely delightful that you're here, Fred.
Thanks, that's very kind. You won't like the question. The function, the function of court members, unlike board members of Volkswagen, is to ask exceedingly awkward questions, and I've spent most of my career doing that, or protecting board members of other organisations from being asked awkward questions. Can I say that it seems to me, and it's a very, very interesting, very challenging presentation, one of the things that struck me was that is it right to expect that the expectations of students will be met, given that the function of higher education is actually to change the patterns of thinking? And you raised a very important point about challenge not necessarily equating to satisfaction. And I wonder if it's that dissonance process that actually drives education forward. And I know there are particular issues with regard to articulation from FE to HE. And a lot of what's been presented, an FE model where it's very clear what you'll get, it's very clear how you'll be assessed, it's very clear what you'll come out with, is maybe not how we should be judging ourselves. It may well be that what we want is a set of students who are capable of analysing very critically, and that actually dissatisfaction might not be such a bad thing, because that's what drives society forward.
I think that you're absolutely right. I don't disagree with any of that. I think that the challenge for us is when dissatisfaction arises as a result of a critical engagement with a body of literature or an academic discipline, that is different to, that's the kind of critical challenge that we want to encourage in our students. But that's different to the kind of dissatisfaction that manifests itself when students are telling us, I'm not getting prompt feedback on my work. So I absolutely agree with you. I think that the role of higher education, particularly as we move forward, should be to change ways of thinking and ways of doing things and not perpetuate the ways in which things have been done in the past. But what we have to look at then is different ways of making sure that students get prompt feedback, or different ways of helping them to understand when that feedback is being provided, but not to take away the engagement and the criticality from the students themselves.
Okay, one more question.
Two short ones.
Two short ones. Right, Henry, don't go fast.
I'm always very fast. Following on from that last point, there is also some research and experience which suggests that the more feedback that you give to students, the less satisfied they are with feedback, that we create a rod with which to beat our own back, and that lots of universities which give much less feedback than we give, and students don't show those levels of dissatisfaction. And I wonder if this is a rod that we've created, that we following on from Fred's point, that we've forgotten the criticality part of it, and that we pander in some ways to what the students want, more and more feedback, and the more feedback we give them, the less satisfied they are with the feedback that we give them. I think
you're right, and I'm not advocating that we give more feedback. What I'm suggesting is that we need to be clearer about the role and the purpose of the feedback, because what happens when you give more and more feedback is that you create a kind of culture of dependency where the students, the more feedback you give, the more they expect and the more they come to rely on it. But that doesn't necessarily, if what we're seeing in the NSS results is that they're not finding that helpful in terms of clarifying how they do better next time. It's about us, we need to support the students to use the feedback that they get in a way that they can apply it to their work, not just provide more and more of it. The more you provide, I think the more you create that rod for your own bag.
Sandra, I'll give you that final question.
It was really just a comment, and Henry and I had this discussion last night. Not that we spend our evenings together. It was. But
in his dreams, Sandra. In his dreams.
I've heard nightmares.
I wonder whether we need to have more confidence in our students' ability to handle that sort of feedback, and the response that we give when they are dissatisfied with feedback is to give more feedback. And really the challenge is for us is round about helping the students understand what feedback is all about and what they have to do with feedback, and it's part of their learning process. And it's not just about, well, you missed that bit out, so you have to include this, but it's about that dialogue that we're just missing with students. And they're expecting what they think is feedback is not what we're thinking is feedback. So there's that communication needs to be much clearer, I think.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the assessment for learning agenda is not one which has permeated higher education as much as it has, for example, in the school sector. The whole notion of using the assessment process as a tool, as a learning tool, and not as the end point in the learning process.
Right, thank you very much. I'm going to close the questions there. Clearly a theme of passion. I could see lots of nods in the room. And that theme of passion is not Sandra and Henry, by the way. I hope. But I think, can we please give Vicky a big round of applause? Thank you very much, Vicky, and thank you for the questions. There may be more questions that you have, comments that you make. Feed them into Twitter, feed them into the email, okay? We'll pick them up. But clearly a theme of importance, and I'm sure we'll be coming across that. Assessment and feedback, NSS, student feedback. We've got to hear more about it during the day, and there's got to be more that you want to talk about it. So thank you very much indeed, Vicky. You've got us off to a flying start. We're now moving into something that's very, very important with regards to the NSS, and of course that is around the sampling, etc. If we have all this rich data, it's no good if it's not a robust sample that we're working with. And we've had Mickey for the last 2 years presenting on the methodologies, explaining the NSS, how it's pulled through and how the samples and students are selected, etc. This year, Mickey, it's lovely that it's Mickey, yes, from Business Intelligence, but we've also got Sarah Parry from Strategic Planning. So it's really nice that we've got this change in dynamic and that we've got two of you giving this part of the presentation. So for your first one, Sarah, best wishes, and introduce yourself to the audience, and Mickey, a well-count face. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Anne. Can I just check everybody can hear me? And in the 50 countries around the world that this is being streamed to, you can all hear me out there too.
Login for the dashboard.
I think if you use Internet Explorer, it just logs in automatically. Is that not Firefox? Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry about that. This is just a bit of the presentation that Sarah will be doing later. So Sarah and I, as Anne said, I'm Mickey Anderson from the Business Intelligence section of ITDS, and Sarah's joined us from Strategic Planning. What we're going to do, I'll recap quickly on the methodology around the NSS survey, how the cohort's put together, that sort of thing. It's an awkward time because we're just in the process of constructing the cohort for 2016 for the next survey, but I'll give you a little bit of a heads up on what that's looking like at the moment. Given I'm the man that puts the tedious into ITDS, we'll then move across to Sarah. Now, Sarah's a very interesting character. If you look at Sarah, you might be surprised to find out that she's got an interest in Colombian drug gangs and a keen interest in sewing as well. And I just made the connection on the way in this morning. It's needles. So I'll pass over to Sarah once I've done that. But we'll then come back to me now. Because it's NSS Day here, it wouldn't be complete if I didn't ask a kind of difficult question. So I'm going to ask a difficult question. Dare to be difficult is my slogan. So I'll ask a difficult question just about the impact that NSS has on league tables, because we're always told that's a big driver for improving performance. So let's move on. So the first thing about the NSS cohort, You probably all know this by now, given I've been saying it for the last couple of years, but it comes from our student return that we make to HISA each year. Basically, we make a return on all the students at our domestic campuses to HISA, and our NSS cohort is extracted from that. So it's the record we give to HISA that the cohort comes from. So let's look at the process of putting together the cohort. It's a process of exclusion rather than inclusion. We don't nominate students to take part in it. And Anne used the word sampling when she was introducing me there a couple of times. Last year I made the point very strongly that it's not a sample. It's a census of all the students that are eligible to take part in it. So if they're in, is the message. So let's look at who's taken out. It's students that are not expected to be in their final year of study. So they're all taken out of the survey, as it's just aimed at those that are supposed to be completing in the following year. It's an undergraduate survey, so obviously postgrad or FE level students are taken out. Students who were surveyed the previous year are taken out as well. And that's important for us because some students on programs where we previously had a course aim of ordinary degree would have been surveyed, and then when we shift to honours year as the course aim, they wouldn't be surveyed again the following year. Incoming or exchange students and students studying overseas are taken out as well, as are dormant students deemed to be inactive. And anybody on a programme of less than a year is taken out as well. Now that had an impact on us because students articulating or direct entrance to level 9 programmes at the university, because the course aim for a lot of those would have been ordinary degree previously, they would only have been expected to be with us for 1 year, therefore they wouldn't have been included. So it was a big change last year for us when we changed a lot of the programmes to have an honours aim, and we started to see those direct entrants appearing. So once all those exclusions are made, we're left with the NSS cohort, the target population for the survey. Now, one group I want to stress that aren't taken out, and this is quite important, is that students who are repeating their final year are included, even though they're not now going to be in their final year of study. I had one lecturer, academic during the year, who was irate that a student who, as he put it, we failed this student, and this student will have bad things to say about us. Why are they included in the sample, was what he said. Now, it would be great if we could handpick who we included in the survey, but it would be a completely different beast to what it is currently if we were able to do that. So, immediate activity in relation to getting the cohort right. The HISA return is submitted on the 31st of October, which is a matter of weeks away. Once students are in, they can't then be taken out unless they die or they decide to opt out of the survey. They are given that option. I think that academic might have wanted to maybe intervene with that particular student in that way. This is critically important. The next few weeks will define who will be in the cohort that is surveyed in 2016. We will, as soon as we can, from Business Intelligence, distribute a draft cohort to the schools after we have removed students that we know haven't re-enrolled for the current academic year. So we'll take those out, and we'll also put in qualifications for those students who, particularly students who are leaving with an ordinary degree, who you might have expected them to come back from for honours but haven't. So we'll do all that and we'll get that out to you. But think about it, there's only a couple of weeks to turn this round. I should say that Admiral Charlie Shaw is in charge of the process in Business Intelligence, and I'm sure that with Charlie at the helm, we'll have that dialogue with you and get something, get as good a cohort as we can in these couple of weeks ahead. There's already been consultation with the schools re part-time students. It can be very difficult to decide for part-time students when we think they're going to complete their studies. So there's been consultation on that already, but there's still a bit of a window of opportunity. If you want to change anything on that, you can talk to us about that. Further tasks, once we submit the return to HISA, by the end of November, we then have to give all the contact details to Ipsos Mori for all the students. And we have to do this thing about categorising our students. We are allowed to come up with some categories for our students ourselves, and these categories allow us to do things like analysis across campuses, analysis across programmes. So there is consultation with the schools to make sure that we have as many groups of 10 or more students as we can to make the results as meaningful as possible for us. Now, that might sound a little bit complex at this point, but we explain that process when we're consulting with the schools about how we construct those groups. But it does make the results much more meaningful for us. And the other change that has been made is that the course titles that are used in the survey reflect the majors that students do rather than the programmes, which was something we did previously. There was a situation in schools like business where students were all lumped under this programme title of Business BA, but now we can look below that at things like event management and all those things. So again, it's about getting the maximum that we can from the results. So moving quickly on to look at the cohort. In 2014, we had 2,519 students included. Now last year, because we changed the course aim for a lot of our programmes from ordinary degree to honours, students couldn't be surveyed twice, so the cohort size dropped quite dramatically. We were also much better last year at clearing out students who hadn't re-enrolled, which had an impact on the size of the cohort as well. This year, after a transitional kind of year last year, it looks like we'll have, I would guess at this stage, probably about 2,500. There'll be certainly more than the 2,400 that have definitely re-enrolled at this point. So we're again looking at a larger group of students included. Two of our biggest schools, Business and H&M, will continue to survey students at level 9. Business, although they offer honours provision, they've made the decision that they want to continue to survey students at level 9. H&M don't offer honours provision, so it's not an issue for them. All the other schools now, with the exception of a couple of minor programmes, will have students surveyed at level 10 this time. And so for the first time, there will be more honours students included in the survey than non-honours students. And I'm going to pass you over to Sarah before coming back to me.
Brilliant, thank you. So just wanted to say hello. I'm new to the conference and also new to the university. So this year was my first time getting to know the different results, and so I'm just going to talk a little bit through the headlines, but also look at some of the stories underneath the headlines that might just be hidden by some of those overarching messages. So in terms of overall satisfaction, we achieved a score of 85.8% this year. Last year it was 84.4%, so we've increased by about 1.5 percentage points, which is obviously very positive for the university. I know there were great efforts to improve the response rate amongst students, and that's gone up by 10 percentage points this year to 81.4%, and I know we had a target for 80%. If we look at the scores in 2014, we've actually improved in nearly all of the questions, so the scores have only fallen in 4 of the 22 questions. And in comparison to the UK average, UWS actually scored higher in 11 out of the 22 questions. So again, really positive results coming out this year. So just to look at that in a little bit more detail. So first of all, how our scores this year compared to last year's, and the horizontal axis refers to the difference in the 2014 scores. So as you can see, we've greatly improved in quite a lot of categories, especially assessment and feedback, teaching on my course, and also academic support. So we're doing really well there. I know that the principal later is going to talk a bit about organisation and management, so I will focus on the positives. And so this is how UWS has done compared to 2014, but if we then look at how that compares to the rest of the sector, we've used the measure for all of the different universities and colleges and things that participate in the survey, and compared the UWS scores to that UK average. And so you can see that in quite a few of the different questions and in some of the categories we are performing above the UK average. Again, organisation and management, the principal is going to speak about that, so I'll gloss over. But you can see some really positive results in terms of the teaching on my course, academic support, and especially personal development. And I think when we've got the sort of student demographic that we have at UWS, the sort of widening access students, I think that's something to really be proud of. So those are the scores for the different questions, and we'll just look at the categories themselves as a whole. And you can just see there that in terms of overall satisfaction, we're almost at the UK average, and we are above the average in 4 out of the 6 other categories. So again, it's really positive. So I just wanted to look in a little bit more depth underneath the headlines. I know the schools are all going to present their results, and so I'm just going to look at a couple of programme results, just to sort of give an example of what you can actually find behind the headlines within the dashboard. So I'm just going to switch over. Let's hope it loads. So I just wanted to pull out a couple of examples. So I think we've seen quite a few of the headlines from NSS. In some subject areas, we actually achieved a 100% overall satisfaction score, which is absolutely fantastic. But if we look underneath that, there are a few details that sort of hides. So just so if we looked, for example, at primary education, you can see there that we've got an overall satisfaction score of 100%. But then if we look at some of the other categories, for example, assessment and feedback and organisation and management, we've got quite low scores there, and you don't quite get to see that when you just focus on the overall satisfaction score. So if we zoom in a little more and we look at assessment and feedback within that course, then we can look at each question individually. We can see quite clearly where students are less satisfied, and it's in terms of their feedback. So they're not quite satisfied with how prompt, how detailed the comments are, and whether the feedback clarified exactly what they were doing wrong. But they're still quite happy with the marking criteria. Well, they're very happy, sorry, and feel that the assessments are fair. So it just shows that even though there's that 100% overall satisfaction, there are still improvements to be made. And then another subject that we could look at, the Bachelor of Accounting. If we go to the headline results, so again, a really positive overall satisfaction score of 96%. But this shows that students are much more satisfied this year across all of the different categories. And I just thought we would focus on academic support. And you can see there are massive gains in student satisfaction. And so you can see that the work that has been put in to improve student satisfaction from staff teaching on that course has really, really paid off, and students are much more satisfied. And so, yeah, I'll hand you back to Mickey now. What did I click on?
Just click on record.
There we go.
Okay, difficult question time. This is the question I'm posing. Improvements in UWS NSS performance will lead to improvement in our league table position. As I said kind of at the start, league tables are presented quite often as a reason for improving NSS performance. So it's self-evident, isn't it, that improvement will lead to a climb in the tables. Well, I mean, in posing the question like that, you probably can guess that it's not quite as simple as that. So here's why. I'm going to look at the Times, Sunday Times Good University Guide, which is the most recently published of the university league tables. It's also the one that has the most prominence internationally. So it's the one that, is kind of, I suppose, the gold standard of league tables in some ways from an international perspective. Now, they've changed the measure that they use in relation to student satisfaction. It is based on NSS results, but this time round, instead of what they did previously, which was to take all the questions and come up with a score based on all 22 questions in the NSS survey, this time they've put an emphasis on what they call teaching quality. And it's those questions relating to teaching on a course, assessment and feedback, and academic support. And they've weighted those to be twice as important as the remaining questions, which are around organisation and management and things. Now, if you remember what Sarah just said, that should help us, because we did quite well this year in terms of teaching and learning and assessment. We've seen improvements in our NSS scores in those areas. So looking at the Good University Guide scores, on the teaching quality measure, we're higher than the sector on that one. On the student experience one, we're lower than the sector. But when you put the two together, because teaching quality is a higher weighting, we're actually slightly above the sector on that one. And in terms of the overall student satisfaction measure that the Good University Guide uses, we're up almost 3% on that measure. That's quite a marked improvement. So let's see how that has actually impacted on rankings. That's the actual score, so let's look at rankings. So in terms of teaching quality, we're 49th out of 117 institutions. In terms of student experience, it's down at 95, but when you combine the two into the student satisfaction measure, we're actually 65th overall in the UK. And now, last year we were 102nd in that one, so that's a big jump. We're up 37 places on that. Now that's good news, and there's a story in that in itself. But let's look at how that's impacted on our overall ranking in the Good University Guide. So basically that's all the institutions lined up there on the left. And UWS, which was 118th in 2015, remains at 118 in 2016, despite that improvement in our NSS score. So you're probably wondering why that is. And really it's because of the 8 measures that are used to construct that overall score. Most universities do quite well on NSS. The worst scoring institution gets 3/4 of the available marks on that. And the best gets almost 90% of the available marks on it. So we're all quite tightly packed on that. The margin for improvement isn't great. So the message of this is NSS is important for many reasons, but NSS performance improvement on its own will not see us move significantly in league tables. Slightly uncomfortable message in some ways, and there are many reasons why we would want to focus on NSS performance, but climbing league tables, I would argue, isn't one of them. Right, and on that controversial note, I'd just like to say thanks very much for your time and attention.
Okay. Thank you very much to Mickey and Sarah. I'm sure there will be a number of questions that you might have for them. What I'm going to ask you to do is hold on to those questions just in the interest of time just now, or email them to me, and I promise I will get them up and answered during the day, in the course of the day, so that everybody can see them. But in the interest of time and moving on, I'm just going to ask Sandra to come up, and she's going to deliver us on high hopes. There's some really, which following on from Mickey's comments, I think is very, very pertinent. But thanks very much to them both for an extremely insightful presentation.
Okay.
While Sandra's getting wired up, the bus is available outside. It's not to go home in. The bus is available outside, and there's demonstrations of dashboard on the bus. So I hope over lunchtime that you might want to go see the Learning Bus, our mobile campus, and see dashboard being demonstrated in live, and then also an opportunity to engage in dialogue around the questions that lie behind some of the data.
Okay.
Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you. Is that good to come on? Okay, morning everyone. As we move through the discussion about the business school, I'm not going to tell you the business school results because we can read them off dashboard. What we really want to be thinking about are what the lessons that we have learned in the business school from looking at our NSS results. The title of the presentation is High Hopes. There's a theme running through the presentation, and there's a Freddo bar for the first person that manages to get what that theme is. Oh, there we are. Okay, so thinking through the themes that we looked at, and I think that the first thing that we have to remember is that there was a huge amount of effort went into engaging students with NSS this year, and we really have to thank our staff, our programme leaders, our student enhancement developers. I change your title every time I describe our education guidance, everyone for the huge effort they put in, and it paid off because we did get real engagement with the students. So thanks to the staff for that. And we also get great results within the business school. We were really pleased with the results. I remember last year, colleague Des, when he did his presentation, Des was somewhere, I saw him earlier, Des is up there, using a Burns quote from To a Louse, when he said, "Oh, with some power the gift to give us to see ourselves as others see us," as we were asking for student feedback. And the morning that the results came out, I thought of another Burns quote from Tam O'Shanter. "O Tam, they'll get their fairing, in hell they'll roast thee like a herring." But our results were good. They were very positive. So let's look and see just what it means for the business school, where the big improvements have been made and where there's work still to be done. And we'll start off just following on from Vicky's on the Let Me Down Easy, which is about assessment and feedback. Vicky talked about expectations, and we hadn't discussed things beforehand, but a lot of the things that we found when we were looking at the feedback from NSS was about clarifying the expectations and creating the expectations. What is it that students are really expecting for us in terms of our feedback, and what is it they're expecting in terms of their assessments and how that takes them forward? And we're looking at creating expectations about delivering a very positive learning experience, and that learning experience needs partnership with the students so that the students know what to expect. How do we create the expectations when they come into the programme? How do they know what the assessment's going to look at? How do they know when the assessment's taking them forward? And that's really challenging because although we put huge amounts of effort into assessment feedback, Feed Forward Week, Lorraine introduced that to us second year, I think, Lorraine? Is this our second, third year? But this is our second year running, third year running Feed Forward. The engagement with students has been good for those students who have come along to it, but we've still got a lot of work to do to encourage all students and some staff still to come along to Feed Forward weeks. So what we're going to be doing in the business school this week, although the results have improved, we're doing better, is we're working with John with the Students' Association to try and clarify just what it is, what are we missing, what are we not understanding. You know, we've got students that saying we get great feedback. We know that compared to other universities, because lots of us have got children and, well, grown-ups in other universities, we see the feedback they get. So we have to then start understanding what is it that's happening that students are not connecting with what we say is feedback. So I think there are big challenges working with the Student Association to help us all understand what that gap is, what we're not understanding, because the efforts that we're making just now are still not making the big difference that we need for some students, not all students. And that's what's really challenging, because you get some students commenting, great feedback, prompt feedback, helped me really think through the next stage of my learning journey, and others saying, we didn't get feedback, it didn't help us, etc. So there's that mismatch there, and we've got a lot of work that we have to do there. Moving on to the next section that we really have to be thinking about is about our teaching and learning. We did very well in that. The evaluation of teaching and learning has been excellent this year within the business school. We're getting good feedback saying that it's stimulating and it's engaging, and we like some of the new things that are happening, but we have to have 100% of that. We need to get 10 out of 10 for that. We need to be looking at how we create intellectually stimulating learning spaces. It really concerns me when students mention on their feedback, on their NSS, that it wasn't stimulating, that it wasn't challenging. And if students are telling us that our learning environments aren't challenging, then we're not getting it right. So we have to really look at that, how we create dynamic, intellectually challenging learning environments. And I think it's maybe about, if we're raising expectations, it's about raising expectations of what the students can achieve. I really think that we maybe pitch it too low sometimes. We really need to lift what we expect our students to achieve, because I'm sure that they're more than capable of meeting these challenges. Round about that, what we've put in over the past year is staff development. We know where the issues are that the students are telling us are problems in the learning and teaching. And sometimes it's about large classes, and sometimes it's about how to deliver and how to manage a large class. But the other issue is about how do we use new technology, how do we use new approaches in our learning environments. We have some staff who have got fabulous skills in that, and other staff like me that have to get help to switch on the next slide. So it's about how do we share all that, and how do we get that sort of whole digital distinction. We've got some programmes going on in the school, and I think some people have been in that. But it's about expanding that right across the school so that we don't raise expectations and then we fail to meet them. And that's a real challenge when it comes to other things like our resources. How do we deal with raising these expectations and then we can't support them? So we raise expectations, and an example of that would be when we have our Positive Choices events, which we do before the students join the programmes, and we take them into the nice new spaces and we do exciting things with them. And then when they get into their programmes, we put them into a tiered lecture theatre or a room that doesn't have enough seats, or one that we don't get the computer to work, or one with a, so we raise these expectations and then we bring them in and they feel a bit let down because we're not able to follow that through. So we have to think through what are the tricks of the trade, what do we need to do and have in place to create this really dynamic learning, engaging environment for learners who are learning quite differently. Now, the one that we all don't want to see, the organisation and management scores. How do we make that much better? Well, maybe it'll just become better on its own, but I doubt it. We have to do something very positive. It happens every single year. Students appear, we haven't got the timetables right, we haven't got the rooms right, we've got students in rooms where there's not enough seats for them, we've got notices up in the door saying this room's class has moved to another room. Some students don't get it, some haven't got their timetables. We have to be looking at far better ways of managing and linking the student resource needs and the staff resource needs, and how we pull that together. We need to link together our timetables with our learning spaces, but that means that we as staff have to think through different learning spaces. We have to think through, if we've got lots of students, how do we put them into different groups? How do we deal with it differently? Where are our learning spaces? They don't have to be in this room or rooms similar to that. We can learn in different spaces, and we need to be far more innovative around that. But we also have to have far better involvement of students in these sorts of things, in using our learning resources to see what they think, how they want us to be delivering our programmes. Will we have will the tiered lecture theatre become a thing of the past? Will it be me standing here on my own and all the students are at home in their jammies and just, coming into me digitally? Is that what's going to happen? Certainly hope it's not me that's here in my jammies, or that would be a bit scary. So we need to be involving students when we start to develop these new approaches and looking at the resources we require. They're the ones that are going to tell us. They're going to be here a lot longer. They're going to replace us in the future. And I think that we have to move forward to give programme leaders far more control of their resources. If we're looking at programme primacy and we're asking programme leaders to take the lead in these sorts of things, they have to be in the position that they can start to shape up the resources that they want. So if we're looking for something then, looking for better student engagement, looking for students to be far more involved in all these activities, then we have to be changing expectations, and that's not just changing the expectations of the students, but changing the expectations of the staff and creating that stimulating learning environment. We have to think feedback, and I'm going to ask Jane to speak a wee bit about that just at the end. But we have to, if students are saying that's their big issue, then we have to be thinking about that in all our activities. I didn't make this word edgy training up. This was one of my colleagues, Theo, who many of you will know. And his view is that if we are going to look at the engagement of students, then we have to think about how we entertain the students. And I don't mean, I'm not going to do a tap dance or anything like that, but we have to be thinking about how we get students really engaged in that learning environment, which is an active learning environment, so that we treat them as adults and make sure that they have ownership of their learning. And that leads on to this redefining what the learning space is. The learning space is not all about this classroom. The learning space is about how we connect with our students throughout the course of their learning journey. So let's just rewind. Has nobody got the link yet? It's Paolo. And have we got any Fredo bars laughs left? Let's just go back and think what the real things are about. Sharing expectations then. We ran very successfully over the past couple of years a campaign with Stop, Start, Continue, where we asked students, what should we stop, what should we start, and what are we doing all right we can continue. Over 4,000 responses in trimester 2. We did it in trimester 1, trimester 2. Couple of hundred modules surveyed, and students were asked to tell us all this information. So that information was gathered in, and we could start to look at that at a very early stage, around about week 7, 8.
5, 6, 7, 8, yeah.
Takes us a few weeks to get in and do it, and ask them what are the key things. So we were able to analyse that and start to put in very early interventions and make a difference. But we want to move that on this year, and we want to make it right. So alongside sort of Stop, Start, Continue, what we're saying to students is make it right, tell us how to do it better, so that we're asking for their sort of suggestions all the time, not just a moan, not just this isn't good enough or we don't like that. What do you want instead? So if they're saying to us it's not right for us, we want them to tell us what would make it right for us. So that's about make it right. So that's about sharing that responsibility with the students. The other thing, just going back, looking over it all, is about keep improving the programme leader's role, keep supporting the programme leaders. I am convinced that we get such good responses this year because there was real ownership by our programme leaders who put a huge amount of effort, not just into NSS, but in actually making their programmes better and becoming far more visible as programme leaders. It's been a great improvement there. And that means we really have to empower staff and support staff who want to do things differently and take some risks and work with the students to look at how they create that dynamic, exciting learning environment. We have to improve transitions, not just direct entry, but transitions right the way through and across learning. And we have to look at how do we empower the students. And with empowerment comes responsibility. So we're not saying we'll just do it and take everything they say without questioning. So let's finish up then with some of the simple things. So I'm keeping Paolo going right to the end here. And that's the simple things are about what do we do to exceed expectations? And I think that what we really want to do is improve school identity. University identity is important, but the school identity for students is really important. Student-friendly office space, make them feel part of it. Certainly if we look at the School of Business and Enterprise, we've got a main office that's sort of tucked away. Students come in, they're not sure where to go. They don't feel part of it. They're not encouraged to stay around about the business school. It's not an exciting environment. So how do we improve that whole environment that makes them feel part of that learning space? The whole school is part of the learning space. And I think that their challenge, and we will see improvement in some of our results, is about making the student journey more engaging, more challenging, more enlightening, more stimulating, and much more inclusive. So students and staff are feeling very much ownership of the whole process. One of our programmes was particularly successful, and I have the figures, but I'm sure Caroline will tell you. Improvement, overall satisfaction went up something like 17.4%, is that right? Most improved programme. Fabulous outcome from our law programme. So I'm going to ask Caroline, a programme leader for law and business, just to tell us a bit about the actions and interventions that she took with her programme last year to make such a difference.
Okay, thanks. It's great to be asked to come along and speak at this. I got a phone call in mid-August, and I was working at home, and as you do, and it was nice and it's relaxing, and it was Jane, and I thought I better answer that. She never phones me, and I'd totally forgotten about the NSS results, and she said, somebody's here to speak to you. And I thought, oh, it's a student, put them on, we'll have a chat, they must be needing some information. And it was Sandra, and my heart sank, and I thought, what have I done? What have I done? And she told me my NSS results, and my next thought was, oh my goodness, how did we do that? And Jane came up to my office this week and said, Sandra wants you to come along and talk about what you did. And again, I thought, how did we do that? I'm not 100% sure. So I had a wee look at the data over the last few years, and I really kind of thought, I can't give you a formula here. I can't say do X, Y, and Z, and your overall satisfaction will go up by almost 20%. But what I can do is just tell you what I did, and hopefully some of that might be useful for you, and you might be able to take some of what I did and use it yourself. You can see that we had problems, we had major problems. We were consistently, the law programme was consistently round about the bottom across the UK. We're now in the top third, is probably the best way to say that. The only thing that we've not seen improvement in is learning resources, but I understand that that's an issue across the whole university. We've gone up by 10.9% in assessment and feedback. We've gone up in organisation and management. So there's some things that we can maybe share here and have a wee look at. So how did we get here? And I think one of the things is it's your attitude that will play a huge role in what results you get. If you're one of these PLs who goes, I don't see the purpose in the NSS, it's got flaws in it, or it's something I just have to do, that's going to feed over, and the students are going to take that. I was really, going back to that, I was really ashamed by last year's results. I wasn't programme leader until January this year, but I was really ashamed by those results, and I thought the students that I work with don't rate their programme. They don't rate us. So my attitude as programme leader really informs everything I do for my students. And I look at this job as it's a privilege. There's not many jobs that you can go into and actually make a difference in someone's life. And as soon as I forget that, then it's time for me to go. It's time for me to go and practice law, do something more boring. So that's my motivation for this. How do I make everything good and okay for my students? I think the idea of the whole dream, believe and achieve, and I do buy into that. For a lot of our students, the dream is, it's a very daring act for them. They don't know what to expect from university. In fact, dreaming about going to university is often going against expectations on them. So you have a responsibility. Everyone in this room has a responsibility to say, how do we take that dream? How do we nurture that dream? How do we create the conditions that enable that dream to grow, enable those students to achieve whatever goal they set for themselves? So that's my aim, that's my attitude as a PL. But it's not just me that did this. I couldn't have done this if it wasn't for Jane, for Mary and for Fiona, who went into classes, who spoke to students, who continually kept me going as well. When I wanted to give up and think, right, 70-odd% response rate's fine, nope, they kept us all going. So it was a group effort that managed to achieve this. And I think, looking at that then, there's things that you can do. You can build relationships, strong relationships with the support staff in the school, because you can't do it on your own. You've got to see your class reps as being key members of the programme team, because the class reps will work between you and the students. The students might not want to come to you and tell you there's a problem, but they'll tell their class rep and they can come to you. And you've got to, and I'm glad people have been talking about partnership, you've got to develop that partnership between staff and students, because this is their degree. We might think we know what they want and what they expect, but you're never going to know that unless you actually ask them. So what did I actually do? Well, as I said, I wasn't PL until January, so I came along to the NSS conference last year knowing that I was going to start the PL's role and that this was going to be something that I had to deliver. And we started the preparation work in trimester 1. We did a pre-NSS survey. which basically copied the NSS questions and we got it out to students, because I want to know at a time when I can fix it if there's an issue. I don't want to know when the results come in August. I can't do anything about that then. So we sent it out. All the third year students participated, not just the ones who were going to be part of the NSS, because we usually have quite a lot of direct entrance at level 9. And we used that to generate a report to show me what the problems were. We then had a general feedback session on, here's what you think of your programme, here's what you rate us as. Let's talk about why you've not rated us higher. Tell me why you've said we're all right and not really good, because I want to be really good. And some of the areas that are not a surprise, assessment and feedback was a problem. So what we did then was a specific session on assessment and feedback. And I sat down with the students in a core class and said, tell me what you expect from your feedback. And it's not surprising. They said, it'll be written. It'll be a form, we'll get it back. And I said, is that all feedback is? And they were like, not really sure. So we tried to look at different types of feedback that you get. We talked about tutorials being feedback, discussion with lecturers being feedback. We talked about, and I asked questions that maybe is not you don't necessarily want to know the answer to, but you've got to ask them. I said, is there any modules where you've not received feedback? You can tell me, I will not pass that information on, but I need to know. And some students said, yes, it's this module. And then some other students said, no, that's not true, because we got this and that in that module. And so actually you're kind of thinking, the students themselves started to correct each other when you had that discussion. And they started to say, no, wait a minute, a discussion with the lecturer as a whole group is still feedback. Information on Moodle about how, what the lecturer expected in answers is still feedback. So the students started to think wider about what feedback was, and that has been reported or recognised, I guess, in the result going up. So ask the students, be willing to hear what their experiences are. It's not enough to just ask them. You have to actually take that on board, and you have to do something with that information, even if it is, Carolyn, you're rubbish. I don't like it. I don't like how you teach. You've got to take that on board yourself as well. And the issue there then is that you've got a huge responsibility to deliver. If you say that, oh, okay, I can fix that, I'll do that, and you never do it, that's worse than not asking them. So make sure you deliver, and feeding back into that as well, stop, start, continue. All this work was done before the students got access to the NSS. The stop, start, continue allowed us to really quickly identify problems and just get on top of them straight away. So what did I do then when I started in January? I increased my visibility as PL. I went into classes, I introduced myself, I said, this is who I am, this is how you can contact me. If you've got any issues at all, come and chat my door, send me an email, give me a phone. So I've got an open door policy, and students are making use of that now. They'll drop in and tell me whatever's going on that I need to know about. I've developed strong working relationships with my class reps because I do see them as key members of the team. Now that we're starting to think about what our module and programme changes will be for March, the students need to be on board with those discussions. We need to know what they're thinking about in terms of the types of assessment they want to do, the types of assessment they don't value, all of those issues. I visited classes with email students to get the response rate up, and perhaps some of the problems with the rates previously, where we didn't have great response rates. And you can make excuses for the numbers, but we really pushed to get the over 80% response rate this time. There was concerns in the pre-NSS about organisation and management, so one of the things I did there was create Moodle programme sites. You can quickly get information out to students. I've used text message to contact students straight away. It's about communicating quickly and effectively. Issues with the timetable, yeah, we probably all had issues with the timetable this year. You can deal with that. I was sitting answering emails at 10:30 on week 1 because there were students contacting me saying, I've got a class at 9 o'clock in the morning, I don't know where I'm meant to be, my personal timetable isn't telling me. I can check Cellcat and I can tell them. So if you can't get that out and it's too late to email them, go onto Banner, get their mobile number, send them a text. The issues with learning resources, there's things I can't deal with in learning resources, and instead of going, oh, it's too big, I can't deal with that, what I can do is go, well, what can I fix? What is within my control? And one of them is looking at more e-resources. So one of the things I've tried to do is look at getting access to a high online database that we've not had. So, I guess what we're also doing is, what else we're doing? And created an employability lead, students saying, don't know what we can do with this degree, have a member of staff in the team that will tell them what they can do. We've carried out a feedback review via SurveyMonkey. We've looked at introducing discussions about feedback in induction, and I used a student-generated induction approach to induction week this year by saying, what do you want from me? What can I do that will help you succeed? What's your main fears? What's your needs for this year? So what am I doing for next year? I'm already starting next year. Those results were good. I'm pleased with those results, but they're gone. That student cohort has been captured. My concern now is to make sure that the current students are just as satisfied. So I'm setting up an anonymous complaint system. I'm going to carry out the pre-NSS again. And as I said, just because it was a good year last year, it doesn't mean it's going to be a good year this year. So we continually need to work on that. Okay, that's me. Sorry.
Okay, thanks very much. That was, Carolyn, that was really, really good to hear, and thanks for adding that bit in, Sandra, because actually some of the messages in there are very, very strong. And a key one there, that cohort has gone. It's a new cohort that's been questioned and looked at that we're working with, and a short window of opportunity. Now, I am mindful of the fact that it is coffee break time. Jim, I'm bumping you to the next session. I always know that somewhere there is slippage in time, and I built that slippage of time into the programme with a bit under my name later on. So there's plenty of time for after the break. No, there's no way out of that. So I think it's really, really important to try and stick to schedule and to make sure that we feed and water you and go and speak to the speakers, find out more, get more and talk to each other. And don't forget, email some questions, okay? Thank you. Back here, prompt at 11:05, please. you back to the next session, and we're looking forward to hearing from Jim Thompson, our Assistant Dean Education, and Jim is going to be talking today about meeting and managing expectation. Jim, I know we've a lot to hear.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Anne. I'm going to do a little bit about the results for the school, and maybe just talk about some of the results that the school has generated. And then I was going to bring in some very specific things about the school, some issues that have arisen in the school that I think directly relate to this type of surveying, and maybe try and talk about that and put out some food for thought, some points for debate, maybe in questions later. Okay, so, oops, where am I going? That way. Okay, so I don't really want to get into a lot of the data, but the thing I was interested in, there's been a huge focus within the School of Engineering and Computing, two quite big groups that were brought together, includes physics, and there's obviously been a big focus on the areas up here around assessment and feedback, and it's starting, as I think you can see, to pay off. It's not where we want it to be, I think, at present, but we're certainly starting to show some good, significant increases, I think, that are starting to become meaningful. And I'll talk about that right at the end under a kind of feedback point that I'm going to make about what I think some of the points around what students' expectations are relating to feedback within our particular school. So I'm quite pleased with this. Obviously, it's great, but, yeah, or however, I think that's the current phrase, we need to do a little bit better there when we're looking at that. I think this is really important. I think this whole area where we tag it as feedback is about the partnership working with the students. It's about the confidence building in the students. It's about the staff interacting with the students. I think it's a really critical area. So while we badge it as feedback, yeah, I think there's lots more involved in there that's important to us from an educational point of view, a teaching and learning point of view. And I think we're right to have quite a big focus in there. Okay, in terms of some of the key points, some of the things that we're pleased about as a school, and they're coming out today, we're starting to get the gradients, ramping up in the right directions. But note that the focus that we've had is on things like assessment and feedback, yeah? And there's a huge focus on that area, and we're getting results, while some of the other areas maybe stagnant, yeah, maybe even start to decrease a wee bit. And that's something I wanted to bring out, that because of the survey, we're starting to put huge amounts of effort round about some of these points specifically, and where we're getting very localised results in areas, other areas are not showing the same kind of performance improvements across the school. Organisation and management, yeah, again, a reasonable increase. Really good teams, SEDs, EGAs, etc., working with the academics to try and improve the student experience, good administrative staff supporting that student experience in there in terms of the organisation, okay, and the management of the programmes. Again, in terms of where the averages are coming out, yeah, we could probably do better. We'd like to see it higher, but I think things are moving in the right direction. One of the things that I'm slightly concerned about, and I think the school's slightly concerned about, is things around learning resources and things like that. Yeah, we're a school that is very heavily dependent on resource, technology, software, facilities, laboratory equipment, stuff like that. So, well, a lot of you are talking about some of the new teaching and learning spaces that we're creating. For us, it's about the actual localised, specific learning resources. And when students are coming in on computing science courses and games development courses, they expect to be using the latest technologies, the latest methodologies, okay, computers, equipment, stuff like that. So if we're serious about trying to address some of the issues around learning resources, I think we need to, look at how we're resourcing equipment and stuff like that. Okay, so that's something I'd talk about later, maybe. Okay, I put this up and just in terms of the school. I thought we were kind of going to go through some of the data for the school. What I wanted to say was, right across the school, we've got all ends of the spectrum in here, okay? We've got 100% courses, and we've got courses at the other end. Okay, and I think for me,
Okay, what's important is to try and find out what's happening in here, for example, yeah, what the good practice is. And that's the kind of purpose of some of the events like today. And how can I draw that good practice out and try and feed it down into some of the other programmes that are in there. Okay, what specifically is happening in some of the programmes up here, and why are the students satisfied? I started having a look at this, and I've been through all the staff student liaison committees and things like that, and the students on some of these programmes that are shooting 100% are very, very critical, and they're very vocal about their programmes, okay? And you start to think about that, and actually they're engaged with their programme, and they feel they can make a difference on their programme. So they come along, they engage, they criticise, they expect, and this is a bit about expectation, they expect certain things to happen on their programmes, and we try and facilitate that, and I think we are starting to do it. Some of the other things I would draw out in here are that the rigour in some of these programmes is quite serious. There's very, very high standards, professional accreditation and things like that, and it's raising the bar, and the students are responding to it, okay? Two of these 100% programmes are extremely difficult, right, to progress through and extremely difficult to pass. Okay, yet the students who complain for 4 years, and they're very vocal about the course and the problems they have on the course, yet when they get to the end of the programme, they feel they've achieved something. There's a sense of achievement in there, yeah, okay, when they get through the thing. Okay, and that's about maybe setting the barrier and setting the hurdles, right, and thinking about where we position that. Okay, now, if any of you ever wondered what some of us do at the weekend for Assistant Dean's Education, yeah, okay, that's where we are, yeah, okay. That's as good as you're going to get for me jokes-wise, by the way. Okay, I have never written so many action plans in my life, and my serious point about it is around the huge effort, Mickey's point, you know, about the sensitivity to these results. We're expending massive amounts of efforts, and what's the effect on the outputs? Yeah, do we get the same back? And I'm not quite sure about that. Yeah, we're putting huge effort into trying to change things, okay, and we need to maybe reflect on what we get back from it at the end of the day. Once you've purchased the said plans, okay, you can then start moving forward. Okay, I have no money, so I write them myself. Okay. So, from the planning in here, the school's obviously generating plans, and we're in discussion around the various themes. I'm kind of conscious of the time today. So, what we've done as a school is we've taken the kind of 6 key areas that are associated with the NSS, and we've set up a little team, a little action team. Okay, and that's being facilitated through our so-called discipline leaders in the different areas. They're all going to take a different lead for one of the areas, and we're looking to try and create and generate improvements in those areas. Not necessarily with respect to trying to improve the NSS. I think there's a lot of generic stuff in here, yeah, that we need to address and focus on. Okay, teaching and learning, we're looking at things like, was mentioned this morning about transition from FE and stuff like that. Okay, it's a big thing for us. We articulate a high number of students coming in, and that transition into higher education is quite serious for us. Okay, the students have a lot of difficulties. We're looking at that, and we're looking at all the other obvious things that I think we all know about personal tutoring and about the learning spaces that we have and the environments that we have for the students and how we interact with the students as we go through the thing. Okay, I wanted to, rather than talk about, you know, kind of strategic level things, I wanted to bring out a couple of points. Hopefully we could maybe, I was hoping to generate some discussion around, and I picked out 3 very, very specific things to talk about that are very specific to our school. And the first one was about market niche. Okay, now if you think back to that list of programmes I had up there as a school, we've got over 20 programmes, undergraduate programmes. And I think there's an issue around student expectation and what students expect on these programmes. And I think when we meet their expectation, the programmes work really well. But if we don't meet their expectations and what they perceive this programme to be about, then we fall foul and we get really poor satisfaction scores on it. I think we're spread very thin on the ground at times, and I'm worried about this idea about this market niche thing. I think if there's a market there, it's okay to be in the mix and take some of that market with the programmes that you have, to run with traditional programmes. Okay, rather than always seeking out this ideas about, market niche, etc. Okay, I think by, consolidating the number of undergraduate programmes as well, and maybe, putting a mushroom out in the top of the postgraduate programmes, that's a better way to deal with specialisation and things like that. I think we did have a driver in the institution around trying to create exciting titles, okay? I think the problem was that I came onto this really exciting sounding course, and actually it's really not what I wanted to do, and I'm really dissatisfied. I'm in third year now, and I'm really going to just have to see it through. And the number of complaints, this kind of upset me this year actually, that I had from students telling me that they just wasted 3 or 4 years of their life on a programme, yeah? Okay, that didn't meet their aspirations and expectations, I thought was quite worrying. Okay, so I think we need to seriously look at how we formulate programmes, how we market our programmes, and how we create these partnerships with students to tell them what to expect on that programme, where the programme's going to take the student and lead the student to. Okay, this one. Okay, this is the most complained about thing that I experienced within our school. Okay, and it's about this group activity, yeah? Okay, in final year, and the impact that it has on, particularly, my honours classification. Yeah, that comes across. And I would draw out from that students are very aspirational. They want to achieve, they want to succeed, yeah? And we've got expectations around that we expect them to work in a team, to learn about group dynamics and things like that. Yet the students say to us, we don't want to do that because, you put me in a group with people who are shooting 40%, I'm shooting 68%, and I want to try and get first class honours, and it's having a huge impact on me and my future. So we've had a look at that within the school, and I think it brings out quite a lot of points that are of concern to us and that we need to address, and we're looking to pull back some of the group activities into the early years to get the students working together in teams and that. And we've got concerns about running this type of group activity in the later years. I think you can manage it, yeah? You can create marking systems and peer marking and stuff like that in there. But the students tell us that they don't want to do that. And that has a direct impact on things like survey and satisfaction with the students. Okay, the kind of final thing I wanted to kind of get to and maybe try and generate more discussion or debate around was about feedback and where we're going with feedback. Okay, and what the purpose of the feedback is. And we've talked about feedback quite a lot this morning, and it probably talked about more this afternoon. I think that this idea about our expectation, what we expect for the students and what the students expect from feedback is where the big gap is and where we need to improve our interaction with the students. Okay, when I talk to the students, they tell me that they see feedback as a mechanism for their aspiration, for improvement, to try and improve their grades. They're on 58 and they want to be at 62%, yeah? And they think that feedback is the mechanism to do that. Now it can be, yeah? Okay, as you scaffold underneath them, okay? And try and support them in their learning. But when they don't change, for example, they don't improve their grades or they don't start to meet their expectations and aspirations, then we start to run into lots of different problems in there. The other thing that I note when we go through here is about the lack of opportunity for feedback, okay? And not just feedback in its own, but interaction with the students. A lot of the activity, okay, within our school can be very formal, and it doesn't lead to a lot of interaction. It's tiered lecture rooms, it's someone standing at the front, going through complex calculations and complex theories, and then we try and give the students tutorial sheets and things like that with answers at the bottom. And we need to try and create more opportunity to work together with the students. Okay, that's what I said at the start about, you know, giving them confidence, trying to build up the partnerships early on. So one of the things we did to get that 45-degree gradient is we've started looking at, you know, portfolio work and getting students to build up portfolios. And that's quite different in engineering. You know, when we're working with the students to try and, you know, help them along the way to build up the marks and build up the process of achieving at the end in terms of their grades and things like that. Okay, so I see some of the big drivers for the school as opportunity, creating opportunity in there. I like things around things like the new structure of the academic year, where there'll be opportunities for breaks, yeah, where you can run formative work or summative work, okay, halfway through the year and things like that, to try and help the students on their journey to achieving their aspirations. Okay, in terms of making the feedback work, I think, you know, these arguments are all well rehearsed around, you know, the quality of the feedback and the type of the feedback. We talked about the nursing having pro forma feedback and stuff like that. We've started doing that in quite a lot of the modules early on, particularly with some of the engineering students. We were telling them what we expect them to do and what we expect them to achieve and how that relates to what we're looking for, our expectations as the academics. And one of the things we brought in was we had formative type assessments, kind of like tutorials, but the students weren't engaging with them. So we looked at attaching marks to it, small marks, 20% in one particular module I'm thinking of. And we gave the students lots of different exercises to work through, okay, along the way. Now, what they did was they would get one out, we'd hand another one out as they were getting feedback on one, etc. But what we did was we gave them the opportunity to fix the mark, yeah? So if they'd failed it, right, we gave them an opportunity to rectify the fail, okay? And that for us was quite novel, right, to do that kind of thing. And there was a lot of resistance initially amongst a lot of the engineering staff, for example, to do that kind of thing. But that's what the student aspiration was. At the end of the module, the student gets a grade put against their name, yeah? And it's probably not the grade that they want to achieve, yeah? So how do you meet that aspiration for the increase in the grade? Well, by working with them through the year and allowing them to, right, try and improve on that. So we've tried that kind of thing and it was very, very successful. The levels of engagement went up. The rigour associated with the work that the students was doing was absolutely dramatic, yeah? And the increases that we had in the quality of the work went through the roof. Okay, once the students realised, you know, what was happening and once the systems started to establish themselves. So we set up a very kind of rapid turnaround thing around feedback where we allowed the students opportunity to fix it. We didn't do it numerically, we done it on a pass-fail basis so it could be marked quickly by the staff, yes, so that we could get that rapid turnaround, big, large classes. So the students also are looking at putting that into portfolios of work, which are then assessed at key points throughout the year, and that's working really well for them. They see a feedback loop that's increasing and improving. Yeah, they're making progress and they're making improvement throughout the year. Yeah, and that, I think, is what's critical about that type of feedback as we work through the thing. Okay, I think these feedback opportunities as well allow us to, you know, build confidence in our students and create, as we said earlier, about the partnerships that we have in there. So that was a kind of very, very brief overview from me about what's happening within the School of Engineering. Oops, wrong way. Any quick questions?
Okay, well, we can take quick, yep.
That's a very quick question. When you were saying about, sorry, I'm the engineer
Yep.
from the School of Health and Delivery. When you were saying about the students getting from a fail grade to a pass grade, did that happen before the subject panels took place? Once the students got their feedback, the grading maybe?
Yeah. So
they got that, and then before subject panel, they had the opportunity of getting to a pass?
yes, but for an element of the assessment, not for the final examination. So within that particular module, there was 60% exam, yeah, and that was part of the aspiration around this feedback system that was created. It was to raise the game for the examination, to say to the students, this is what's expected of you in the examination, and the feedback was based around the marking schedules associated with examinations. So, for example, there's a huge emphasis with engineers on units, and every time a unit doesn't appear, there's marks deducted, yeah? So, on the feedback and in the coursework, one of the feedback pro forma things is about their use of units and the correct or incorrect use of units and things like that. So what we did was, there's lab work, and then there's the tutorial type work, the feedback type work, yeah, and it was 20%. So on that particular module, I'm thinking about, although we do it in lots of other modules now, there were 10 exercises throughout the year, right? So it's hand it in, yeah, it's marked and returned the next week, and on the bottom it says pass or fail. And if you fail it, you get a resubmission date, which is the following week. You get one opportunity to fix it based on the feedback you've received, yeah? And then there's a dialogue with a member of staff. There was an interview set up. Now, there was 3 senior members of staff, about 80 students on this. Wow, you know, it was a huge resource implication. But the staff were nominated for fabulous feedback and all that. I mean, it worked really well. And I think, you know, somebody said you need to come up with something radical or say something different. For me, in engineering, that was radical. Allowing a student to take the work back and fix it based on the feedback, yeah? And, you know, I'm not suggesting taking an examination script, you know, and saying, you got a B2, have another go at it and I'll give you feedback. Yeah. But it also created the expectation and managed the expectation about what was going to happen in the examinations. Yeah, and that's what it was. It's numerical work mostly. Yeah, you know, it's calculations and things like that. But they're long-winded, complex calculations. You know, so layout and things like that is important. Yeah, sorry.
More opportunities for discussion, time for questions, emailing questions. Don't forget, there will be plenty. But it's come to a very important point in our day, and I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Dr. Alan Hayes to us from the University of Bath. Alan is passionate about teaching and learning. He's made an impact at a number of universities and has just been awarded, in actual fact, from his own university, a teaching award. And that's because of the difference that he's made to students, particularly, I understand, in their final and undergraduate year. He's passionate about assessment and believes that assessment is not of students and of their learning, but is for their learning. And I think that's also very, very important. He has some connections with the university. He was making connections this morning with John Nixon. Previously, Alan attended the University of Paisley, it would be then, as external examiner in the area of computing. So I think both John Nixon and John Anderson will have some catching up to do, some stories to tell and some things they maybe don't want me to hear. And in addition to that, Alan was awarded a very, very high award, which was National Teaching Fellow, and he received that in 2009. And it was our principal, Craig Mahoney, that presented that award to him in London. So some nice connections with us. Alan, we're absolutely delighted to have you here. I hope you found the morning interesting so far, and we're looking to hear from you and learn from you around your experience and what you can bring to us. So thank you very much indeed. A warm welcome to Alan.
Thank you, Anne. That's remarkably well informed. I'll need some help now on getting my presentation up and running. Okay. Whilst that's going on, I suppose I ought to offer you a confession, because not wishing to cast any dispersions at all upon her character, but I have to confess that I too spent last night with Sandra. So it was definitely more of a nightmare than a dream from her perspective, I'm sure.
Henry?
No, I'm Alan Hayes. I am that one. No. Sorry, Sandra. Okay. Lovely. Can this go?
Yeah, it should have. It's just machines.
Slow. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, well, thank you for inviting me. Yeah, I have found it very interesting this morning, and there's a few bullet points that I've noted down that I'm going to take as examples of good practice back to my own institution. So thank you for inviting me. I found it very, very interesting. If you do get the opportunity to see the bus, I think it's fantastic. Calling it a mobile campus is inspirational, but it's a really, really good resource. So I'm interested to find out how that goes in the future. So my name's Alan Hayes, I'm from the University of Bath, and I'm here really just to talk about, well, what we do at Bath about the National Student Survey. It's not meant to be a panacea of how things work. A lot of this works for us at Bath. Some of it is transferable, some of it is Bath-centric. For those of you who don't know Bath, that's our campus. It's a campus on a hill with the city at the bottom of the hill. I suppose the reason for putting that up is, for those of you that haven't been there, just get a flavour of what it's like. But we think it's a nice campus, and it's a nice place to work, and it's a nice place for students to study. And I suppose the reason for putting that up is that that's nothing to do with me, or it's nothing to do with our Vice-Chancellor. That's where Bath is. That's the campus that we've inherited. We think that makes a big impact upon the students and the learning experience. But to some extent, we're not all starting from the same playing field. Some people are fortunate enough to have something like that, and some people aren't. And so, to some extent, we're fortunate because we've got that type of campus, and it's quite well tailored for our type of student. Okay, in terms of the University of Bath mission, I just thought I'd cut and paste something from our institutional learning and teaching strategy, or institutional strategy, only because I thought I should. And in particular, what interests me is that research and teaching appears in the same sentence. And I think for a research-intensive institution, it's quite pleasing to see the prominence given to teaching and teaching and its students' experience. So I just thought I would share that with you in terms of at least how Bath sees itself. Okay, so in terms of us and our institution then, we're not that old. So 1966, just about to celebrate our 50th birthday. We're a research-intensive university. We used to be a part of the 1994 group. We've got Russell Group aspirations, but we're not quite in the Russell Group yet. One thing that's interesting in terms of our portfolio is that we're a slightly weird university because we're predominantly science-based. And science-based set of faculties and departments influences the learning and teaching strategy because it's all scientists and mathematicians. It's those types of student that fills in our national survey on our behalf. And so it's scientists and it's a science perspective, predominantly the experience at Bath. Campus-based, we think the campus works for us. Students live there, at least in their first year, get taught there. It's all in one place. We think that works for us. About 15,000 students, reasonable number of international, 2,700 staff. The other thing I think take with a pinch of salt in terms of whether or not some of this is applicable to all institutions, we have an elite student intake. So typically students at Bath come with 3 A's at A-level, typically they're 18. So it's that type of institution and it's that type of learning experience. One thing that does separate us out and we're quite proud of and we think is one of the jewels in our crown is that we've got a strong placement focus. So most of our courses are 4 years long. After year 2, students go out into industry and they go into industry for a year and it's paid employment. Quite often that year's experience results in the employer or the placement provider saying, get yourself a 2-1, come back to us, there's an opportunity of a job at the end of it. And we think that as a part of a learning experience, the balance of the academic, theoretical and the practical in-house experience we think is good for our student experience and I think to some extent reflects the returns that our students give us in the National Student Survey. So placements is pretty prolific across all of our departments, really. The other thing that I think is quite interesting is Bath is a World Heritage City and it's quite safe, so not much local crime. That's particularly important for international students, female, Muslim, Asian women. Safety factor is quite a big priority for them in terms of where they want to study. So that environment in terms of the city and the fact that they're living on campus helps in terms of the international student experience. We're fortunate enough to have, for those of you, I'm not a partaker myself, as you probably guessed, but for those who are so inclined, pretty good sporting facilities. We think we're probably second only to Loughborough in terms of sporting infrastructure. So it is not uncommon for countries competing in the Olympics to base themselves at Bath to do their training. And it's quite scary sometimes, even for someone as tall as me. I was in the queue at lunchtime. That's the only time I ever get to the sports centre, is to be in the queue with the UK women's basketball team. And they are very, very tall, head and shoulders above me. So it's just interesting the people that you bump into. And the other thing which we think is a factor in terms of our performance in the NSS is that we've got a fairly prolific and very successful Students' Union. And our Students' Union gets quite a number of awards recognised for student activity in its own right. And I think when we talk about partnerships with students, having a strong student union involved in the educational process is very important. And we think that's been a significant contribution to our performance in the NSS. Okay, I thought I'd talk a little bit about the external environment, and at least this is how it feels from England. I realise there's a different system here. Fees regime is one in particular, but I thought I'd just sort of talk about the environment within which universities are working at the moment, because that's got an impact upon resource that can be delivered and the academic portfolio, and it's challenging times for us all. So in England, we've got changes to the funding regime in terms of fees, the caps off, so we now can recruit as many students as we like, provided they're in the right A-level type of bracket. Perhaps we've got the spec of the Teaching Excellence Framework. What does that mean? How will it be measured? Can I, as an individual, put myself forward as a member of the Teaching Excellence submission from Bath? Similar to the REE or not? What does it mean? How does it differentiate from the Sunday Times League table? Those kind of things are starting to be talked about, certainly at our institution. Austerity, I know, has been a big issue in Scotland. Well, HE is one of the departments which is not the protected area in the spending review, so what the implications of the budget will be, nobody really knows, but I'm pretty certain it won't result in significant more money for the HE sector, and that's the implications for us and our portfolio and our business models and our efficiency gains. Immigration, so where it's getting harder and harder now for international students to come and be studied. Tier 4 visas and attendance monitoring has all got an implication in terms of resource monitoring. Increased competition for students, so probably like yourselves, we've got a list of institutions which we benchmark ourselves against, and we're very, very keen that we compete as competitively as we can for the students that we want to actually pull in. Demographics-wise, there's a bit of a ticking time bomb. The number of 18-year-olds nationally is on the decline. The number of primary school children is growing, so in a few years' time there'll be more and more 18-year-olds coming into HE, but at the moment, nationally, the numbers are shrinking. There's been a national decrease in the number of PGT students. That's particularly affected us at Bath. There is some talk about maybe there'll be PGT loans, so maybe students can support themselves or finance themselves through some form of postgraduate study, and certainly we are waiting to hear more about what that might mean. The rise of alternative providers, so university status, Privy Council approval, institutions that provide more formal training, which haven't got traditional university type of educational backgrounds, offering degrees that are accredited. That's more support for widening the number of higher education providers, and hence increasing the competition. And there are changes in the regulatory landscape. So number controls have gone. QAA are looking about what is the role between enhancement and quality. Changes to the HEA. And the Competition and Markets Authority, customers' rights. So, for example, a student today gets a prospectus, and in their final year, you say there's going to be a choice of options 1, 2, and 3. When they come 4 years down the line to choose options 1, 2, and 3, they're no longer there. Now, have you then breached your commercial contract with that student who came here on the expectation that that's what you're going to be providing in your final year? So more legislative implications for what we offer. So Times are changing and the sector's getting more and more challenging. And amidst all this, we've got a team of educators and a group of students, all who want to put education at the forefront of their main business. It's the environment that's occurring around is changing and making it a little bit more challenging. Michael Gove, changes to the O-levels and the A-levels, the move away from more coursework and multiple submissions and more towards just examinations. Again, it's going to get implications for us in terms of the students that come to us and their skill set in terms of the way that they engage with assessment, for example, is going to change. And certainly in my own field in computer science, the national curriculum has changed significantly. So things that we were teaching in year one are now going to be taught in the A-level syllabus. And that means for us, it's if you come to us with an A-level in computing, you've done part of what our first year would have been. If you come to us without an A-level in computing, then we've got a significant mismatch in terms of the skill set on intake, and that's a teaching challenge for us. So the sector is changing, our intake is changing, the funding is changing, and amidst all this context, everybody here wouldn't be in education if they weren't committed to the main cause of teaching our students and doing the best job as we can. So in the in England, there is this issue about fees. And fees have been a big issue for us for quite a while. And the kind of things that we were concerned about and bubbles underneath, and sometimes it's reflected in our National Student Survey returns. I've paid you £9,000. That's a lot of money. I want me first. I want me 2-1. I've paid the money. Don't tell me to go away and find out. It's your job to teach me. I'm paying you to do the research, and you just transfer that information to me. I want to be trained for the job, not educated for the discipline. And so the focus of that tends to be on satisfaction, not learning. And that's quite an interesting dialogue that we've had, and it's been particularly acutely focused because of this advent of the fees. £9,000 is a lot of money. I think if I was paid £9,000 and then told to go away and find out for myself, I don't think I'd be too happy with that. No matter how good it would be for me in the long run, I don't think I would be too pleased. And so we started to talk about the gym analogy, and apologies to those of you who've heard this before, but it's a common analogy in England. And as if you go to the gym and you pay your year's subscription and you end up looking like that, rather than looking like that, it's probably you've done too much of that and not enough of that. And I think the implication there is that the onus is upon you and your learning. And that's very much something that ought not to be missed, even particularly when we move to a consumer-type culture. So the question is, what is the student buying? Students become, I think we would all want students to become responsible for their own learning. And we've moved towards students are partners in learning. And if we extend the gym analogy a little bit further, partners in a gym membership, it would be fine to talk about the type of music that's played, the colour of the walls, the type of equipment that's going on, the opening times, the types of classes that are run and when those classes are run. That's all part of the partnership. You're still going to end up like that rather than that unless you do that. So even though there's a partnership involved, there has to be an onus on the student to take ownership of their learning. Okay, so in terms of Bath and our quality of learning and teaching, I think one of the things that is quite interesting from my perspective, I should say that I've only been at Bath about 10 years now, is that they're very, very comfortable with pedagogical practice being respected across the disciplines. And I suppose the best example of that I can give you is that when I first joined Bath, we did not have a common regulatory framework across the institution. Each department set its own pass rate, each department set its own credit levels, and each department decided how many credits you needed to order to progress from one year to another. Significant authority and autonomy given to the academic department. So that's very much the culture. The subject is the preeminence. However, when you get multidisciplinary programs and pass work for the pass mark for Module 1 is 40% and the pass mark for Module 2 is 50% because they come from two separate areas, it all gets very confusing for the student. So eventually we moved to a common regulatory framework, which I think most institutions have adopted now. But we were quite late onto that particular board, and it comes from our culture of very, very strong subject focus. So we kind of have a light touch and let the subjects determine what their pedagogy is. Significant reliance on internal peer review and external peer review, and a lot of work we do with the student voice in terms of encouraging students to express their views on all matters relating to their learning and teaching and at all levels. Okay, I thought I'd just pick out a few snippets in terms of us and our results at the NSS. I won't go through them all, but by and large, we've done okay in the past few years. Yeah, and we're quite pleased. It hasn't come at zero cost, and I thought what I'd do with you is share with you some of the things we do. It's always very difficult to do a causality, but we did this and then this score went up. It's not quite as simple as that, but there's a load of stuff that we do that we think is helping us, and always contextualise that with the campus, the type of students, the STEM portfolio. That's kind of the context under which we're operating. Okay, so our approach then, we focus heavily on the local departments, so top-level support, but significant local autonomy to the departments. We work in partnerships with the students and all its committees to review our action plans. So every department has an action plan that gets shared with students and staff and senior team. So faculties look at our action plan, so many committees, university looks at our action plan. One of the things that does happen is that we're quite happily left alone until we fall below an expected benchmark, and that's what this last part is. So when you do fall below a benchmark, you get this supportive role that comes in from the senior management. Now, when I first joined Bath, one of our KPIs for computer science was to be in the upper quartile on question 22. When we benchmark against other computer science departments in the UK. So local targets for departments about how their subject performs compared to other subjects is kind of one of our KPIs. And we fell out of our 25% quartile. So we had this supportive, can we help you kind of institutional support offered to us. And I have to say, when you're on the receiving end of it, it doesn't quite feel like a supportive environment. But a lot of work, a lot of accountability, a lot of monitoring. And so the autonomy is great, and it's nice, and if things are going well, great. Quite a lot of institutional interest if things aren't going as well as they were. And I have to say that when I first joined Bath, we were outside the upper quartile. I then got this very, very gentlemanly worded letter from our PVC-L&T asking me to present my plans about what I was going to do about it. It was quite a scary process, but in 2012-13 now, we were first in the country on Question 22 in the Department of Computer Science. And I think some of that is the focus that we were coming under from the institutional level in terms of what our plans were. And I have to say some of the support we were given as well. So although it was painful, it actually worked for us. I have to say we're not first currently in the NSS. And so I'll borrow from my colleague last night, when you're at the top, the only way is down. We're still in the upper quartile, but we're no longer top. But we want to get back there. So in terms of student engagement, we do quite a lot with our students. So even down to when students come for open days and UCAS days, we get our students, a bit similar like you've done today, to engage with prospective students, talk about the Bath experience and talk about what it's like to be a student at Bath. We've got quite a lot of interest from our students on surveys and what we do. So big role with the Student Union on National Student Survey and plans. The institutional postgraduate taught and postgraduate research experience surveys. Quite a lot of work on programme and unit evaluation, so we share those results with our students, we share the action plans with our students in trying to move it forward. And we all the time set benchmark targets and KPIs. So for example, our end of module evaluations is on a 5-point Likert scale, so we give them the statement the teaching was inspirational and you agree with it 1 to 5. And then we've got traffic light system similar to what was being talked about today. Anything over 3.5 is green, great. Anything between 3 and 3.5 is amber, need to keep an eye on this, and anything below 3 is red, really need to take some action on this. And we do that for every single unit based upon what the students have told us about what their experience is. So it's a Likert analysis of their return data. One thing that, another thing that we do is that we ask our student union to come up with their student top 10 issues. And that's quite an interesting exercise, and that features quite heavily from top level down in terms of, in an ideal world, what would you want to happen? Tell us what your top 10 things are. And we work quite hard at trying to address that. Sometimes we can't, sometimes we can, but we can't do it in the time scale that they want. But the dialogue is the important thing. Students appreciate that we're trying to get on board and we're trying to respond to what it is that they want. So some of the things that have come up on previous years, may have been similar to here, is feedback on exam papers. That was quite difficult for us because the traditional marking process has always been an audit trail of mark allocation to external examiners, not really designed for student feedback, but nevertheless our students were saying, I get my mark back from my exams. I really want some feedback in terms of a little bit more than a number. Where did they go right, where did they go wrong? And that was challenging for us as an institution on quite a lot of levels. Recording of lectures is another issue that students seem to want, and that again is challenging for us because not all lecturers are comfortable with being recorded. Not all students are comfortable with recording taking place if they're asking questions in a lecture context as well. And we're moving down a path of going down anonymous marking, which for us has been a bit of a challenge when it comes to things like PhD vivas or MSc vivas, where it's a one-to-one type of context. The anonymity has been a bit of a challenge for us. But nevertheless, the important thing is the students, they reflect upon where they think the institutional focus ought to be, and we have this dialogue with them in order to try and move it forward. So I'm reliably informed that we have 90 committees in Bath. It feels like I sit on all 90, but I don't think I do. But there's a lot of committees. One thing we do, you may do this similarly here, is but we employ a group of people who are University of Bath employees, but they work exclusively with the student union. And that's to help them a bit of continuity from year to year as the student union reps move on and change. And also some support for how you get your voice heard. So very strong emphasis on the informed student voice, not just the student voice, the informed student voice. Lot of support there. So they meet regularly with our Vice-Chancellor and our Pro-Vice-Chancellors. That top 10 list of ideal stuff that you would like to happen is looked at all kinds of levels. We have students who sit in on quinquennial reviews or degree scheme reviews. And the student union works with us on induction day. So right from day one, welcome to the University of Bath. I'm your Vice-Chancellor, this is your student union. Very much a partnership right from the start. We also have, we call them staff student liaison committees, you might call them programme committees or some kind of different thing. Student chair. You might have moved to that or not, I don't know. But that's quite interesting because, again, it's the students who drive it, it's the students who put items on the agenda, it's the students who coordinate it with some support, probably at the departmental level, but it's student-owned rather than a few years back it was department-owned. And that kind of department SSLC kind of stuff gets summarised by the Students' Union in the annual end-of-year report, and that's looked at institutional level to pick up any cross-departmental issues that might be bubbling that the institution can easily fix. Okay, so some student experience projects that we've been involved in, placement support, pre and post, so right from week one, year one, you want to go on a placement, we want to see a CV. We've bussed Deloitte down from London, who are going to give you a seminar on what they expect you to be able to answer in terms of job interviews, so job interview techniques, CV building, lots of support for students to get their placement. So it's not only help in finding them the company that they want to go to, it's help in delivering them the skills that means that when they go for interview, we put them in a best light as we possibly can. We've just introduced an academic integrity process which talks all about primarily plagiarism and why you shouldn't do it. But that's a year one. Our e-learning platform is Moodle, but it's a Moodle-based course which everybody has to pass. So you cannot progress beyond year one at Bath without having A, taken this Moodle course, and B, passed it. So it's a progression hurdle. So everyone at year one has the approach to research, approach to integrity, and a full knowledge of plagiarism and what it is by the time year one finishes. And we think that helps for discipline in the further years. We've got an academic skills centre, which is run by the centre, which gives students writing skills support, research skills support. Learning Associates project is quite a nice thing. That's institutional money that the students decide how it gets spent, and they have to bid for it, so it's a pocket of money. I sit on that panel, and the best example I can give you in terms of how it works is that we have some sports science students, and they wanted to invite Daley Thompson in to give them a inspiring seminar one day during their year. And that was to enhance their learning and teaching. It wasn't part of the course, it wasn't come from the academic staff, but the students felt it would be really good to hear, a highly prominent sports star come in. I'm using Daley Thompson as an example. I can't remember the sports star it was, but that was something that we supported, yes. So it's all to do with the students owning their curriculum and having some input in terms of access to some money that supports them in their learning, and that supporting them in their learning is as broad as it can be. And as I say, one example is sports science. Bringing someone famous and do a bit of motivational speaking was one thing. We have a student mentor system, which took off about 8 years ago now, whereas year two students help year one students. Student mentors tend to be used primarily for, I'm a first year, how did you find your accommodation in year two? Any tips that you can give me? And peer-assisted learning, that tends to be in a lab, helping with experimentation in the formative assessment that we ask students to do. We've got a TDF, which is a teaching development fund, so there's money around for staff who want to experiment with their pedagogy, develop their pedagogy, and I think that's quite nice that at the subject level there's a bucket of money that people can have to buy a bit of time or buy a bit of kit or spend some time on developing their approach to learning and teaching, and students as well as staff can hook into that funding. Very often it's a staff and student collaboration. We've got the Bath Award, and the Bath Award is some kind of certified learning, so they get a recognised certificate of us. But that's a way of us recognising our student reps and the people who help us on open days or maybe run some committees for some students. So the academic life of our departments, we very often rely quite heavily on the students to engage. And there are some stars around who do significant engagement. And so we have a formal scheme that gives them credited learning based upon that. And the students, I think, appreciate that, and it's good CV from their perspectives. We've experimented with the flipped classroom. I must admit to mixed results. Our expectation is that students come to a flipped classroom context very well prepared. The reality is they're not quite as well prepared as you would like them to be, but we're continuing to experiment with that. And we've a Better of Bath scheme, which is all about celebrating success and achievements in learning and teaching. So today would be part of our Better of Bath scheme. Okay. In terms of our academic staff then, and supporting them in their teaching, because if you want your students to do well, you need committed and valued educators. And so we need some way of supporting staff in their careers and their aspirations. For all new staff, and this tends to be staff who are new to the lecturing profession, we have something called a Bath course, and that's part of their probation, and that's mapped against the UK Professional Standards Framework. So you pass your probation, the assessment that's embedded within that means that you're a fellow of the Higher Education Academy. And we've taken our programme probationary course and we've had it accredited. And so most of our younger staff and new staff go through that scheme. We've got too many Baths in all of our wards. We've got Better at Bath, the Bath course and the Bath scheme, and I never can remember which they are. But the Bath scheme are for old lags like me, really, who maybe haven't had the opportunity to get their teaching formally recognised through Fellowship of Higher Education or some kind of PG cert or that kind of experience. And so what we want to do as an institution is to try and get our teaching-based staff a bit more formally recognised. And so what we're looking at now is most of our senior staff might well have not formally been trained through some kind of teacher programme, but they've probably been a director of studies or a course tutor. They've probably designed quite a few examinations, papers, and quite a few assessments. They've probably done a lot of teaching. So relatively light touch, pull all that stuff together, and then present it as, this is me, can I get my accreditation, is an approach that we're going down in terms of fellow and senior fellow for some of our more senior fellows in the institution. And again, it's recognising that Director of Studies, teaching-focused staff, they need that recognition. Trying to make it as light touch and as hassle-free as we possibly can. We have things called teaching reviews, whereby external people from other departments come in and have a look at some form of teaching, whether it's review assessment or look at teaching in the classroom or some form of that. Teaching Development Fund I've mentioned. And even for a research-intensive institution, we have got a promotional pathway for people who are in the education and research job family, whereby you can get a professorial chair through a route of learning and teaching and academic programme management. So, and I think that's quite good for a research-intensive institution. We haven't had many people go through it, but it's there. But we have had some people go through it. So the career progression is there for all members of staff, whether they focus on the research or they focus on the teaching. The opportunities are there. All right. Last couple of slides from me, honestly. I thought I'd just give some personal reflection in terms of me and my background. So I'm slightly unusual in lots of ways, but from a professional perspective, I started off 10 years in industry. I used to write computer programs for a living, is my background. I wanted to go and teach, so I moved into higher education, primarily because I wanted to teach. So I joined, first job in education was at an institution called London South Bank University. I don't know if people know it, but it's on the Elephant Castle in the middle of London, and it recruits from Brixton and Peckham. High degree of first, second generation ethnicity in the student profile, but a fantastic rewarding job. I think it's one of the most exciting jobs I've ever had, because students are there because they're in inner cities of deprivation, and you can give them some help in helping them to aspire to whatever it is that they want to be. And that's a very, very rewarding thing to do. So think back fondly of my times at South Bank. I then moved into Wales, and that was again in the teaching-led sector. And that was at the time of the steelworks and the coal mines all closing down in Wales, and mature learners wanting to retrain. So part-time day release type of approach to higher education, HNCs, HND, foundation degrees, top-ups, that kind of stuff. And then I've been 10 years at Bath, and 10 years at Bath is the 18-year-olds, more traditional type of stuff. So very, very different institutions. And I suppose one of the reasons for talking about that is that although we're all labelled universities, although we're all labelled the HEI sector, very, very different. It's a very, very broad sector. All of which are doing good jobs, and all of which are meeting their educational mission, even though they differ in educational character. So, very different in educational character and mission. One of the things that I found in terms of The difference in the research-led and the teaching-led sector is that there's more time if you're in a research-led institution. Contact time, my experience in the teaching-led is quite high. Though the research type of institutions, academics have got a lot of targets to meet in terms of research grant applications and research profiles. So just as busy, it's just a different profile. And the thing that I found that was quite different in moving to Bath from the teaching-led sector is that there's a prolific volume of research PhD students. And that's a fantastic resource to delve into in terms of a learning and teaching strategy. Your research PhD students are the next generation of academics. Part of their training is to become involved in teaching. And so the teaching approach or the teaching strategy tends to be senior academic coupled with a few PhD students. And it tends to be tutorial stroke labs and lab supervision of the research students, and the content of the curriculum and its main delivery tends to be through the academics. And that's one mechanism through which academic staff can release some of their contact time for doing some of the research. But it's an interesting model. Certainly when I was in Wales and at South Bank, we didn't have the luxury of loads and loads and loads of PhD students. But it's got an interesting impact upon the learning and teaching environment. So at the institutional level, whether you're research intensive or not, I think everybody wants their students to do well. And I think that's at the heart of what everybody wants to do in this particular environment. We all want that to be reflected in our NSS, and we've all got different ways of doing it. And it all depends upon where your students come from, the type of infrastructure that you've got, and the commitment of your staff and the commitment of your students to see that through. But by and large, we all want it to be as good as we can for our students. And at Bath, we tend to quite leave the departments to get on with it unless they're in trouble, and then we kind of give them some support in order for them to try and move things on a little bit. Okay, final one from me then. So in summary, at Bath we tend to work in partnership with students at all levels. NSS is one tool to gather feedback from students, but there are other enhancement-led mechanisms to develop the student experience. And I think to some extent there is an element of, if you get the teaching right, the NSS will look after itself. Train the student voice on how to be heard, very important, because it's not only giving the students the mechanisms through which to engage, they need to be helped in order to how to have their voice listened to. So an informed student voice, how things work. And things like today, have a good debate with staff. Teaching is very important for all the students. It's far better to have a debate with staff and students than just feel as though we know what to do and students endure it. And we've had a significant change in governance. So wherever you look at our institution, of its 90 committees, there will be a student sat on it. Listen to your data. KPIs are important, and try and benchmark yourself. How well are you doing compared to your competitor set? I suppose the other thing that we've done is that we picked the low-lying trees, picked the low-lying fruit. And by that what I mean is that if you look at your 22 questions, if one of them is at 80%, it's very hard to get 80% to 85%. If one of them's at 40%, it's not as hard to get 40% up to 60%. So choose where you focus your energy, because it's very hard to do everything all at once. And I think that's me. So if anybody's got any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
We've got roving mics, so if there's any questions, that was extremely refreshing. I know I have a number of questions that are in my head, and one of them is I bet nobody in this room knows the answer. Well, maybe there was somebody. I wonder how many committees we have. I want to find out by the end of today.
I hope it's not 90.
Jack Douglas, President of the Student Association. I think that was brilliant in your slide. I think there's a lot of things that not only the UWS can learn, but the Student Association can learn as well. I'm particularly interested around top 10 issues and communicating across that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they varied from the NSS results at all, and if they did, why, or were they quite cohesive?
They do. They tend to be more specific. So, for example, we want feedback on the examination papers. Nationally, feedback is an issue, but the fact that I've taken an exam and I want you to give me feedback on that exam is a particular focus on what is a generic feedback issue. So there is a link, but it tends to be tenuous. It tends to be more specific. We think this is going wrong for us. Can you try and fix it, please? Very, very detailed.
That's great. That's
okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for a very interesting presentation, very, very insightful. Claire Duffin, School Enhancement Developer for Media, Culture and Society. I just wondered if you could tell me a bit more about your approach to the scheme for mid-career academics.
Yeah. Okay, I think there are two elements to that. I think that we anticipate that when the teaching evaluation framework comes to prominence, one aspect of it will be, I can do a little dance if you want that. One aspect of it will be number of colleagues who have got their teaching formally recognised. I also think that an English-specific issue is the advent of fees will be, my student has failed their degree because you haven't provided me with appropriately qualified teachers. And that, again, is something that's in the back of what do we need to do. So from those perspectives, we feel as though there is a need for our colleagues to move in towards a learning and teaching recognition kind of mode. Second issue is that for learning and teaching senior colleagues, there has been a little bit of a glass ceiling in terms of promotion. How do you get your chair? I don't want to be stuck at the principal lecture level. I want to go further, but I want to go further, keeping my heart in the learning and teaching arena. So how can you encourage colleagues to stay in the learning and teaching field, to take the experience that they've got and apply it to the learning and teaching and its curriculum development, and how you can do that in a way that enables them to be recognised. And one of the recognition is to get some kind of external support in terms of fellowship. So what we want to do is against the UK Professional Standards Framework, we want those senior staff with significant experience to be able to pull together effectively a portfolio, very light touch, that says over my 20 years worth of teaching, these are the kind of things that I've done. And we want to be able to say, okay, that's a very, very experienced senior person, and we think it maps into the UK Professional Standards Framework in this way, and we think we want to recognise that that senior person meets all that criteria. But we want it done in a very light touch way, in kind of recognition that it's only through the opportunities perhaps of getting their teaching formally recognised weren't presented to them at the point at which they were starting off in their career. But they've done what everybody else will have done in the sector. It's just happened to be they weren't able to, or didn't want to at the time, avail themselves of the opportunity to get their teaching recognised. So that's kind of the principles that underpin it.
Any other questions this time?
Okay.
Yeah, Alan, I would just like to ask you about your academic integrity, not your
Yeah,
academic integrity.
It's all right.
It's really not a question. But the unit you have in academic integrity, but you do for your first years, that sounds really interesting.
Yeah.
Is it credit rated?
It's not credit rated, no, but it's a progression hurdle.
Yeah.
So you can't move from year one to year two. We did the Big Bang approach. What that means is that when we first introduced it, no matter where you were on your scheme, you had to do it, and everybody went through that. And now it's as the new first years come in. It's
So
the
does
first
it
year
appear in an academic transcript?
It appears on their exam board matrix, marks matrix, and there's a tick to say yes, it's been passed and yes, it's been taken, and it will appear on their transcript as a pass-fail kind of element.
That's fascinating, okay. Well, it's very rich, content-rich, inspiring, And really, I mean, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who want to talk to you at lunchtime, etc., about a number of aspects that are in there. It was just great, and I want to thank you very, very much, because I'm sure we've all learned an awful lot from you out there. So thank you, Alan. That's super. It's also interesting, isn't it, when you think about across the border, not just what we've heard around the bath and the bath experience, but also when you've got the impact of fees and the shift that can possibly make in the focus around students' expectations. Maria, are you set to move and go? Yeah? Maria's getting wired up. We're looking forward to Maria's presentation. Dr. Maria Pollard, Assistant Dean of Education in the School of Health, Nursing and Midwifery. Okay, thank you, Maria. Thanks. Okay, thank you. Hold on, let me get my glasses on. Yeah. I'll have to hold this again. Okay.
And that advances it.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. So we're going to build on what's gone on this morning and tell you a little bit about what's been going on in health nursing and midwifery over the last year and how we've built on success together. It's been a really quick year. It doesn't seem that long ago since I was standing here last year talking about our results for NSS. And I have to say, on behalf of the school, I think at the time we were really disappointed last year with some of our results, and we thought we would have done a lot better. But we took it on the chin, and we regrouped, and we listened, and we took notice of what the students were saying. And I think that's probably our biggest achievement this year, that we have really taken notice of what the students were saying. We introduced a lot of new initiatives at programme level, and I'm not going to go into the detail of all of those today, but we're happy to share anything that we have been doing. You've heard a little bit around some of our assessment and feedback work already. But probably one of the things I think we've probably moved forward mostly with is our student partnership. Now, we've always had good student representation in the school, and I think at a previous conference during the year, I said we had something like 99 student reps, which is a lot in the school, but I don't think we'd quite got that partnership right. It was more representation rather than true partnership. And I think over the last year that all the programmes, all the lecturers have worked really hard to involve the students in all the developments and initiatives that have been carried out. And I think that has worked well for us and has given us some much better results this year. And one of those examples, and I know Margaret's sat in the audience somewhere, was, for example, we often get a lot of issues around practice placements. The majority of students are really happy with their placements, but some aren't. And we did have a bit of an organisational issue with changes to do with placements. We have so many, we have about 1,200 placements last year. So Margaret invited the students to come in and look at that with her, look at the programme flows, how the placements were organised, and let them tell her what they were looking for, but also to give that opportunity for them to realise the complexities around placements, why they were going where they were going, etc. And that seemed to work very well. So you can see here, I think we have improved. You might not be able to read the writing very much, but I don't really want you to focus on that. I want you to see all the green that's there and see where that we have improved. And I think as a school, we're really, really proud of that we have made some good steps there. We also, it doesn't show on there, but we had an increased response rate. In the NSS, we have 4 main programmes that were involved in it. We had 497 students were eligible to participate, and 399 did so, which I think was quite an achievement. And that took us over the response rate of 80%. So it was a lot of students, it was a lot of hard work that went on with our student experience lecturer and our SED, Liz, who's here. Christine has since retired, but
we thank her for all the hard work that she did at the time as well. And a lot of work went on with the staff around the importance of the surveys and how to encourage students to participate. And that seemed to work really well for us. So you can see there, obviously the overall satisfaction part doesn't look great. We have gone down very slightly in the overall satisfaction to 85.7, which is in line with the rest of the university. But it does pose some challenges for us because we're still trying to work out why that's the case, given we've improved so much elsewhere. And I think somebody else mentioned that earlier as well. So that has been a bit of a challenge for us. We have, as I said, the 4 programmes that are mainly involved in this, and we have our BA Integrated Public Service did get 100% satisfaction. Our midwifery, I'm trying to find the midwifery, was 92.7%, yeah, so really, really high scores. Our mental health, again, 88.8, and our adult 82.6. So they were really good scores, and they had but still, we do realise we can't be complacent, and that we have to improve them. So, really, in comparison to 2014, you can see we have made some major gains, and in the areas where we haven't, they are quite minor sort of setbacks. In teaching, we're really proud of that. Our teaching and learning was over 91%. And assessment and feedback has been a bit of a theme today. That has increased considerably. And we have done a lot of work over the year, and Claire Chalmers in the school has led a lot of work around assessment and feedback and worked closely with the programme leaders and their teams. So we have increased from 53% to 69.1. So I think that's a really good increase for the school. And in some areas, again, in midwifery, it was it 30% increase for assessment and feedback. So I think we want to learn from some of these good areas and areas of practice that have really improved. We do have some excellent results. And it is important that we do share, and we've talked today about sharing the good practice and good ideas. We do recognise in our school that the satisfaction rate seems to be sort of go in line with student numbers on the programmes. We do have smaller programmes and then very large programmes. So that's something we need to look at. How can we perhaps teach in smaller units? Our BA in Integrated Public Service had 100% satisfaction, and in most of the criteria had really high satisfaction also. So we thought today it would be best to ask the students what it was about the programme that was so good, because it's obviously their feedback that we want, and we want to know what it is that makes it a good programme, why are they so satisfied with it. So I'm going to show you, hopefully. Liz Richmond,
why you engaged with it and what you see as the benefits of engaging with the survey?
I think as a whole, I think we all knew it was really important to engage with the survey because our course is quite relatively new, and because the honours year was being put in place this year as well, so we needed feedback on what things were going well and what things they could change for the future.
I think for me, the support that I've received since starting the course, I think it was good to give them something back because they put in so much hard work. It gave us kind of something to give to them, to our lecturers that kind of dedicated their time to us.
So they were more recognised for the hard work they put in the course because they were really supportive with us. I think because we know them on more of a personal level, because we've got such a small year group, rather than 200, 300 people, we've only got, what is it, 120 people.
I think what's good as well is the fact that with the feedback, if there's any changes that they think's relevant, they can make changes both in the next year sort of thing, or just keep it the same. So give a lot of feedback on that.
Yeah, it's really important obviously that we get feedback on what we're doing well and also what could be improved. So I'm assuming that you felt quite at liberty to provide feedback. Obviously
with respect to the survey, but also throughout the programme? Do you think that you had the opportunity to provide feedback at all points?
Yeah, I think we had a kind of like a wee kind of evaluation at the end.
I think as well, it's a learning process for the lecturers as well, because it's the first time they've done this course, and they'll want the feedback to then go on and do honours as well.
Yeah, they pushed for it quite a bit. Just even every time we came into class, they were kind of asking us individually, how are you finding the module, how are you getting on, are you okay, is there anything you're struggling with,
what they could do differently to compensate us, which was quite good. Because of the level of support you got, was one. The fact that you sort of encouraged to engage with feedback, and also the fact that they really valued your opinion.
I think they valued us and they value the course, which kind of made us value it.
And I think as well the flexibility of the course as well. The time, we didn't have to start till 10, and most of the time we're finishing at 3, which was good for childcare. Between the staff and the students. It sounds like we had quite a good rapport. Through the areas where survey results generally tend not to be as high as in other categories as assessment and feedback and organisation and management. Your experience of that on your programme, can you give me a bit of information about that? How you found sort of the assessment and feedback side?
That was one of the things that I was more concerned about, like coming to college. I thought, like academically for university feedback, I thought it would be confusing, not clear. I would never understand what they want to make correct, what they want to make fix. But as the results started to come in through, the assessments, I think they made it clear. They made it black and white, so you couldn't go wrong. You knew exactly what they were looking for. You knew what should have been in it, what shouldn't have been in it. So it's encouraging, I suppose, for everyone that that you're going to be able to pass it. It's not, it's not impossible.
And also where they indicated if, in the assessment feedback, where you maybe gone wrong and things like that, you were encouraged to come in and speak to them about it and get help from them.
And I think as well, with having it all automaton, you can actually see where you've gone wrong and pinpointed specific areas, because you might have thought, oh no, I failed, but then it's only like minor bits that you maybe had to change. And in the organisation management, you already said that sort of flexibility is starting to be suited up with your sort of schedules and your sort of your lives. What generally, is there any other sort of feedback you've got with respect to that? I think overall the course was quite organised, especially with it being a new course, but at least knew a few weeks or maybe a couple of months in advance what was going to be happening from each module. Even the fact just having your handbook at the beginning and then what your dates of when your assessments and everything was due, so it sort of gave you something to work on. And then with meeting up with your supervisor or your lecturer throughout,
I think that's a big point, is that none of the lecturers were unapproaching. If there was a problem, you could call them, email them, speak to them, go and see them, make an appointment with them. There was never an issue, and I think that's encouraging for you to keep going as well, because whatever problems there was, you maybe be sitting in the house going, oh, this is, I'm never going to be able to work this out. But as soon as you speak to someone, it's like, I don't even know what you were worried about.
Especially if you're sitting doing work at home at 12 o'clock at night and then you can email your lecturer, okay, they'll not get back to you straight away, don't get me wrong, some occasions Helen did, but you at least get the feedback the next morning, because they were quite quick in getting back to you.
I think when you've got obviously lecturers in the position that they're in, they're running a new course, they've got a lot of students, to deal with probably. I don't know, obviously, what they've got going on outside of the course, but I imagine is probably a lot. As far as management, they've gave us a lot of their time.
They should be proud themselves of what they've achieved. To have us all doing the honours. They're proud, but I think they're more proud of you guys actually, and what you've achieved and how far you've come. So obviously we've supported you, but it's a two-way thing. So you've obviously put a lot of work into it, and
Okay, thank you so much.
So it was nice to hear from the students, really, to find out exactly what it is that was so positive and to see what lessons we can learn. So, and I think just to point out that the girl with the long blonde hair has won an award this year. What was it? Helen will tell you what it was. I can't remember which one it was she won. So I'll pass you over to Helen, who's the programme leader of this excellent programme, so she can tell you a little bit of context around that.
If you can
stick on
just
yeah.
That's fine. Just as long as it is
right. Okay. Well, just to let everybody know, I don't have a habit of replying to emails at midnight, except when you make quite a significant technological faux pas that I needed to deal with immediately. So it's not something that I do regularly, but I did have to deal with it and sort it out at that time. But putting all that into context, and I think, as the student said, this is a relatively new programme that we have within UWS, and it's one that it's been quite an exciting year for myself and the rest of the programme team as well. One, we have moved to the honours provision, so we went through revalidation earlier on this year. But also there was significant things going on within Scotland in relation to the integration of health and social care. So there was quite a lot going on that really made it quite an exciting time, and it gave us the opportunity to work with the students together in relation to making sure that we got what is probably one of the only programmes in Scotland like this, so we really wanted to make sure that we got it right for the students. The student group are quite important to kind of help you understand as well. This is a fully articulated degree within the School of Health, Nursing and Midwifery. All the students come into ourselves in at level 8, maybe having to do a transition module at level 7, but all need to join us at level 8. You'll have seen as well the diverse group that we have within this programme, from, really straight from school into FE college to then join ourselves. The other things, we have people who never, ever imagined they would get to university. We spend a considerable amount of time with this student group. One, trying to get them to value themselves and to try and value the role that they play within the health and social care sector. But we also have to spend quite a bit of time getting them to value what the programme is all about. We often have, will this lead me on to becoming a nurse or a social worker? And we're like, no, this isn't for nursing, you don't need this degree to be a nurse or a social worker. So it's really important for us that we get the right group of students with us as well. So we spend a lot of time with the students to make sure that they really understand what this programme's all about. In relation to student engagement and feedback, we worked very closely with the school enhancement developer and the senior lecturer for student experience, and we really started at the start of trimester 1, both within the year 2 student, the level 8 students, but also the level 9 students who were involved in the NSS. We didn't just think we'll just focus with the level 9. We really introduced this really very early on and worked very, very closely with other members of staff within the programme as well. But we listened to them throughout. Again, as we said, because we were going through revalidation, it gave us the opportunity to bring all the students together. And they didn't all want to be there, but those who wanted to be there came and joined us, and they gave us their feedback. One of the most significant things we had was that we changed the name, because the students said, well, what does it mean? So actually the programme has now changed to the BA Honours Integrated Health and Social Care, and also the BA Honours Integrated Health and Social Care with Administration. We work very closely with the business school. So I think, again, that kind of joint working is really quite important for the students as well. We also, one of the key aspects of integration is looking at delivering person-centred services, and that really is the whole ethos of the programme, is that we make sure that the service that we're delivering is very much student-centred and treat them all very much as individuals. Some of the experiences that some of these students that were interviewed a few days ago, one of the girls in particular had some exceptional circumstances to come over, and we treat everybody the same way, but we always realise that there may be someone that we just need to treat that a wee bit differently because of their own experiences. Assessment and feedback. We spend quite a lot of time with assessment, and we really we make sure the students know that assessment is ongoing. Assessment, it's not just a case of there's your end point. We use formative assessment. At level 8 and level 9, every one of our modules has got 2 elements of assessment. Now, some people might say, you're over-assessing. We make sure that there's a balance between the assessment, so, you know, we say, right, one, using the assessment handbook, you know, what would the word count you would expect. We'll then make sure it's commensurate with if they've got a presentation to do or debates. We use lots and lots of different types of assessments for these groups of students. Some have got great strengths in relation to their written work. Others have got great strengths in relation to their presentation. So that actually means that it kind of gives that balance throughout. Also means they engage in assessment far earlier. They don't just leave it till the last minute, because actually we've started early on. We've also started with formative work as well, and the formative work that they'll put in, we actually get them to put in through Turnitin. As you hear, they're all kind of raving about Turnitin now, you know. Didn't like it to start off with, but no, it's getting there. But that then means they get that formative feedback, and then actually we'll end up using that. They'll get individual formative feedback, but we'll also do it as groups as well. Organisation and management. Well, again, a lot of that is back down to that kind of student-centred approach. We work very much there's other, myself and my colleague Elaine Gifford are probably the 2 main people involved in the programme, but there are other people that get involved in teaching the programme as well. But we all meet regularly and frequently, and emails back and forward, not at midnight, may I say, but, you know, we do keep in touch regularly. And we also really listen to the students, and yes, we have student reps and class reps, but at the same time, it's a small programme, but it's a growing programme, and probably as the programme grows, I think we've kind of jumped from 50 students to 80 students over our level 8, 9 and 10 in this coming academic session. But it really starts early on as well, even when the students are out in FE, before they even come to ourselves. We start that engagement with our college partners and with the students at that time as well. But as everybody else has said, there's only one direction we can go. You know, we got 100% that completed the survey, we got 100% satisfaction. The challenge for us is maintaining that, particularly with growing numbers. But it is a challenge, and certainly just listening to some of the feedback from today as well, that there are some other things that we know we can do, but we will work with the students to make sure that what we do is what they really want. Again, we value the students, they value us. And the other thing is they are from such a diverse group that we can't know about every single job that these people have done, but it's actually getting them to share their experiences and value their experience with one another as well. A lot of it's shared learning, and we will be very open and honest what we actually learn from these students as well. You know, I don't have a great experience of working with the homeless, with addictions, with people with, I've got a lot of experience with people with dementia, but it's what these people who are working as support workers are able to bring that, and the shared learning that we have together. And that's probably the kind of ethos. And I don't know what we did, but these are just some of the wee bits and pieces that we think, well, maybe that helped. Maybe that helped. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. That was fascinating. Actually, it's really interesting, isn't it, that we've had Jim and Helen there both mentioning about the importance of the degree title and students' expectations. I think that's quite fascinating. Henry, without further ado, I think we'll bring you and Dorothy again. If there's any questions, email them to me, get them through, but there are some coming through which we'll pull up to question time. So look forward to getting those. Whilst Henry's getting wired up and his presentation set up, I think I'll perform an important task, and one that I've been looking forward to doing. Is Shirley in the room? Shirley. Okay, as you know, we run the Inter-Campus Barometer for the best response rates within the university as we go through the NSS survey season. It's extremely competitive. We've been running it for 2 years. Last year, in first place, was Dumfries campus. This year, in third place, joint, was Ayr campus and Paisley campus with 80%. In second place, there was Hamilton campus with 84%. And in first place, Dumfries campus, Shirley, with a lovely, big, healthy response rate. Do you know what it was?
100.
Who knows what the Dumfries campus response rate was in the room? It wasn't 100%, no.
Oh, well.
87%, Shirley. Absolutely fabulous for Dumfries. Dumfries campus are taking home the inter-campus response rate trophy. Next year, come on.
Fine, I'll be over here anyway. Just on that. Thank you, Anne. Well, there's my first disappointment. I assumed that was for me. Well, you'll be disappointed. I know that I'm not going to speak for the full 20 or 25 minutes, that I'm sharing it with my colleagues Dorothy Johnson and Simon Taylor, our student fellow. And of course, I'm also wary that 1:45 was a prescribed time for lunch. However, the doors are locked and you're in here till I finish. But we will be fairly brief because we're not going to constantly repeat the kind of stuff that has been said. I titled it "It's Personal," because I think that Helen, it was Helen from the programme leader for Integrated Public Services who spoke, talked about student-centred, and that the way that you get the 100%, the way you get the top scores, is to have that attention to the student experience. And as Mickey showed, you can, as the figures show, the analytics show, you can score highly in individual bits of it, assessment and feedback, organisation or learning and teaching, and still overall the students feel that their experience on the programme hasn't been what it could have been, or indeed, as we would see, what it should have been. Now, we're proud in the School of Education that our overall satisfaction in 2 of our 3 programmes was at 100% this year, and indeed we set Dorothy the challenge last year, as Helen has just set herself this year, of 100% and 100% for the second year. Our teacher education programme has been number 1 in Scotland, number 3 or 4 or 5 in Britain, from the 70-odd institutions in Britain for the last 4 or 5 years. And we're very, 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 very proud of that, and we think it makes, it's a way the different elements feed into each other. We think that the quality of the course, which we think is well established now around Scotland, means that we're able to attract the kind of students who add value to one of the other areas that the league tables look at, which is the student entry qualifications. And so you're able to, one element in a sense leads to the other. Our community education programme is in its first year last year, and achieved, I think, a creditable start of 80%, and that will be built on over the year. Now, this is our action plan, but let me make the very first point up there. We do not believe in quick fixes. I don't believe there is a quick fix to it, certainly not to the overall satisfaction. The overall satisfaction in the university did not rise significantly over the last year or so, although the individual elements did, as Mickey's team showed us. But we do not believe there are quick fixes. Quality teaching and learning and strong programme teams who have a feel for the students, and that the students know that they have a feel for the students, I think is the only key way forward. Now, this is not the official action plan. This is the action plan to implement the action plan. The action plan, as you know, was about 50 elements long. But we were of the belief that the 50-element action plan would not be one that we would be able to follow through. And what we did was we picked out what we thought were the key areas from the NSS analytics that we got back, and particularly the qualitative data that we got back to prepare our action plan. Now, this is very much a draft action plan. It's only as yet been seen by a small number of people in the school. It will change and it will alter over the next few weeks. Some of it is action that we have had in action plan for the last years, which we think has been highly successful, and the results suggest has been highly successful. Other parts are proposed new ones. So that, for example, organisation, which was one of the areas that we wanted to improve on. First point. Colleagues note that organisational change is an absolute minimum. No changes to organisation unless forced. I find quite ironic that for the second year in a row, I had to cancel my class this morning, which was the fourth year teacher education class, to come here. I didn't cancel it, of course. 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, when we got the dates, I altered the timing of it and took the class last Friday instead. The students clearly understand that kind of thing, but last minute changes and alterations have to be kept an absolute minimum, and the senior leadership team and the programme teams are absolutely clear about that. It's a central point. We are going to propose to the boards that we do something else about one of the key areas that we got back from the NSS results about students feeling that they were being brought in a larger number of days for a smaller number of hours, that they wanted the opposite. They wanted to be brought in, if they were in for the day, that they wanted there to be more classes. We will look at that, and we'll look at it on the basis of educational feasibility and organisational possibility. That we sometimes need to say to the students, you don't have a class between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock. That's time you can spend having social time and in the library. That we don't always have to say your classes will be 11 till 12, 12 till 1 and 1 to 2. I do think that it comes back to the kind of thing I think we were discussing earlier about responsibility from learning. In terms of assessment and feedback, we will establish stronger our Moodle assessment forum, which we think has been very positive, particularly where students feel there is an inequity across aspects of the advice they get from various tutors, and we do think, as other colleagues have stressed, that we have to be absolutely clear to students that when you are having a discussion with your tutor about assessments, about assignments, about your work in general, about learning and teaching, about what you need to do, that is feedback. That feedback does not have to be written feedback on a piece of paper. Feedback comes in lots of different forms. I said last year that I worried that we were punching above our weight. We managed to punch above our weight. But you shouldn't be saying this in the run-up to lunchtime. punching above your weight as your stomach feels a bit empty. But I do worry in the boxing analogy that we for a small school in the university, that we punch above our weight, but we're quite proud of that, and that I don't think that we've allowed complacency to build in. That was what we were worried about last year. That I think, in fact, we have managed to continue it. As I said, the strength of the programme, Dorothy, pay attention. The strength of the programme are the programme leaders and the programme teams round the programme leaders, and we are clear. I'm just padding it out till she's ready. We're clear that that's the key way forward. Dorothy Johnson, I think, is possibly the only programme leader in the university so far to have achieved 100% on a large, diverse programme across 3 campuses and a whole number of colleges in the NSS since I've been here for the last five or 6 years. It may have happened in the past, I don't know. So, as Dorothy said, the only way is down.
The only way is down for me. I was saying that last year when I was here, and I'm saying it again. I'm Dorothy Johnson. I'm the programme leader for BA Childhood Studies and Childhood Practice, and we've got just over 320 students in 5 locations, and 120 of them are part-time evening students, 74 of them who study in Ayr. In reality, my cohort is extremely similar to Helen's, and Helen and I have had lots of discussions around working with those students. Basically, I just want the best from my students. The NSS is great and we've been very successful, but that's also a pressure in itself for those in the team. I don't know if Vicky's here, but Vicky mentioned early on in her presentation about the aspects of how we feel when we don't get good feedback and the kinds of feedback we want. Every one of us wants to be doing the best for our students, and that really applies to everyone in this room here. We all want the best for our students. We're all working extremely hard for that. But in reality, there are lots of events and things that happen throughout the year that we can't control. And the things we can control, we do, but sometimes we've got some things that are maybe events. One year it was snow, one year it was wind we had. I mean, those kind of things happen, and even I can't control that, even though I'm slightly a control freakery. Anyway, one of the things we did this year, particularly with the childhood studies students, is emphasise that this is your degree. The score we get is about your degree. Be proud of your degree. Think about all the efforts that you've put in and really reflect on that. We are a team. I'm a very small team in childhood studies, but we are a big part of a bigger team in education, and we all work very closely together. Many of the things I talk about are things that happen in my programme, but also come from different programmes happen as well, and come from different members of the education team. I didn't make all these things up. Basically, I'm saying it's the same for all of us, and I'm not any different from anybody else that's in the room here as a programme leader. In the next slide, I'm just going to talk about some aspects of our learning and teaching. One of the big things is about transition, and I was interested in what Fred said about transition there. A big aspect, we did a piece of work around working with our FE staff and the students, current students and students coming in around transition and the differences and similarities between FE and HE. And one area was about critical thinking, and that is really something that we've been trying to focus on as a team in developing our students' critical thinking skills over this year. And we're using what we call the critical synopsis of a text, big name for a piece of paper that we get them to reflect on readings and things and take notes. This is a big thing for me. One of my other names is Dorothy Domestics. I'm slightly obsessed about learning environments. I think we need to make our learning environments as good as we can for students. Sometimes we need to make sure they're clean and tidy and attractive. And one of my other big things, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to say this, is why is the default position in rooms tables and chairs in rows? If we're serious about group work, activity and collaborative learning, we should have our rooms, in my view, set out systematically in groups. So you can put iPads out and papers out and have them working in groups. You shouldn't, rather than them turning around and working with those behind them and the papers not fitting. That's just one of my things. We use Moodle a lot, and we make it as attractive as possible, and we use our Pixabay pictures, which are hopefully copyright free, and we've got everything as attractive as possible, and with things up there in advance. We have our own wee logo, and we have a kind of common framework which we're using across the school in terms of how we have our materials there. We have the things that are there for the outcomes for the session. We have things there in terms of the preparatory materials. We have the in-class things and the things that are there for consolidation. And the materials we develop in the class, we take pictures with the iPads and put them up in folders as well for the students to utilise afterwards. And we are, and you'll be pleased to note, engaging in a number of ways of recording our sessions and putting materials up that way too. Surprising fact though is that our students are less comfortable with using Moodle than we think. And I'm absolutely encouraging the students. We talk about our children learn through play. And I'm saying to the students, well, you need to go away and play with Moodle. Open everything up. Think it's like you're doing your shopping. Well, in my case, it might be Marks and Spencer's or ASOS or eBay or whatever. And go in and open everything up. Look at it all. I don't think that they do that. They kind of wait for them to be told things. So that's just something to think about. And of course, Henry talked about our use of the assessment forum. Other aspects in terms of to assessment, similar to Helen, we've got the sort of formative aspects of assessment going on. We're fortunate that our programmes, or my programmes, is got the SSSC standards we operate and utilise and underpin what we do, but also in the school we have the GTCS standards. We have a number of different ways of sharing our expectations with students. We have a literacy strategy as a result of Donaldson report into teacher education, you know, your written English, your spoken English, all these kind of things are very important. And we share these things in induction in lots of different ways with the students. We have a roles and responsibilities sheet. And I have to say, in induction this year, we did an activity around that. You know, half the room were to say, you know, you're the students, what do you think are your roles and responsibilities? The other half of the room were the lecturers. Right, what do you think are the lecturers' roles and responsibilities? And my goodness, were they good at telling us what they thought that we should be doing. We also have a spiral of development, you know, what kinds of things we expect in different areas. At the beginning, my students come in at level 8, what we expect in trimester 1, trimester 2, the differences then when they go up to level 9 and level 10 in the different areas, how their journey develops and how the support changes and the expectations around reading of journal articles and accessing information themselves. Obviously, we expect lots more of that as they go through their course. The last point's about feedback and very much similar to other things that have been said. We give individual feedback, generic feedback where appropriate. We try to close the loop. We've started sort of saying to students, okay, at the beginning of your assessment, tell us an area, one thing that you would like us to give feedback on. And so we try to incorporate that in the feedback. And we also have next steps for all. So it doesn't matter if you get an A1, you still should be given indications about how you can continue with that or develop your work. We have a reflection session, which one of our colleagues offers, which, you know, uses pictures and different ways to actually get students thinking about, well, okay, I've got all this feedback from trimester 1, how am I actually going to use that? It's not just, you know, something that's great, that's there for others to use. And be clear that all of these things, be clear with the students that all of these things are feedback and are important parts. I'm going as quick as I can here. Support and organisation, though I know I'm going to learn later on about my organisation, how I'm going to improve that. But I do think having a sense of humour is really important as a programme leader, because sometimes it can be a wee bit you know, tricky and difficult. And we need to have a lot of peer support, and I'm very lucky to have very good colleagues that I work with closely in my team, but also across the School of Education who are there for you at different times. I think coming out of the roles and responsibilities and the things that Henry's talked about earlier on, about that communication, students want to know about things in advance and want you to communicate with them. And I say we're all over the different campuses, so email's the best way. I'm happy to phone people and speak to people on the phone, but email's the best way for me. And all this aspect of consistency is something that's really important. In terms of personal qualities as a programme leader, I think we do need to be pragmatic. Sometimes we have to take actions that, wait a minute, this is the right thing to do in this circumstances. We have to do that, and we have to be flexible at times too. In terms of email, maybe I'm not midnight, but sometimes, you know, in the evenings we're responding to emails, making sure that you catch up and keep that loop going. And maybe that is a rod for our own backs that we are creating. But it's important that we are responsive to students' needs, and at all times, regardless of what happens, that we remain positive. And my last slide here, I would just say I love my job here at the university, and I love working with the students, and I'm really passionate about it. And I love when we go to the graduations and they're walking across the stage, and I get the stories of they've, you know, graduated as a lawyer, they're ahead of a century, all those kind of things. I just love that aspect of it. But there are some things to think about for the future. Personal cost. It takes a lot of my time and my energies, and I'm sure Helen's at times and energies to do those things. And at times it can be a bit stressful because there's quite a lot of things to be done. Not that individually they're hard things, but just the expectations that there's lots of things. And those expectations come from, you know, within the university and from the student body if you're responding to them. So that's one aspect of it. I do not have a PhD. I have not done any world-class research this year, or indeed at any time. And I suppose that is a professional cost to me. if not, and maybe not to me because I'm maybe towards the end of my journey here, but in terms of those who are coming on and for succession planning in the future, you know, if we want that kind of devotion and dedication and putting that time and energy into it, then we need to recognise that. And I was interested in John's presentation about the route that he described in relation to that kind of approach and how progression and succession is part of that. So that's just my wee thoughts there, and I'm happy to talk to anybody at any point, okay? And I'm passing over to Simon now.
Introduce you very briefly.
Simon is our student fellow of the university, involved in negotiating and corresponding and representing students across the programme. We came yesterday from, well, some of us in the room were yesterday at the launch of the Student Teacher Society in the Ayr campus. Hundreds of students on our teacher education programme have signed up for it. There'll be Wednesday afternoon activities through it, a lot of Wednesday afternoon activities through it, and the local MP and the Director of Education for South Ayrshire attended as well yesterday, and keynote speeches and so on. It was an excellent thing. Simon was at the forefront of leading that at the university, but I think here he's going to talk more about his experiences as a student on the programme. Okay, over to you.
Okay, because it's lunchtime and it's National Poetry Day, and I started a poem to make us all excited. There once was a survey called NSS. Its results caused university staff stress. Some changes are tough, but are you tough enough? As Ed Miliband said, hell yes. Move on before anyone points out you then lost the election and most of his Scottish MPs. No, I'm just going to really quickly, just 2 minutes I promise, highlight just 3 points from the School of Education that we've all really discussed a lot over this last year. I'm really fortunate, I'm my second term as student fellow, so I've been really lucky in that I've been able to talk to a lot of the staff and a lot of the students on many programmes, not just my own. And there's some themes that come through time and time again. So the first is making it personal, which is what Henry titled our section. The staff at the School of Education really make an enormous difference to our learning experience, and that is something that comes out time and time again in the results. There's an open door policy. They're very approachable. Because I'm the resident rent-a-gob, lots of people come to me and say, this catastrophe's happened, what do I do? And you point them in the direction of the year leader or the course leader. It's always resolved, and it's never as terrifying as people seem to think it is. We all feel valued. The staff know our names, they know the names of our children. We feel like we're individuals and we're important as an individual student and not just part of a larger cohort. And actually, there's an expectation that we're all going to succeed. That's a culture that I think is really, really apparent to everybody on the programme, that we all come in, we're all told that we've been selected through interview or application or whatever method it's been, and we're all here because the staff believe that we have what it takes to get through the programme. The modules are put together with the expectation that we're going to pass, and they're there to help us through it, but the rules and the expectations that are in place are with that expectation of success. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the expertise and the passion of the staff. It is very clear that this is as vocational to the teaching staff that we have as the careers that their training is for. It's very obvious when they stand up and talk about their subjects that they know about them, that they research them, that they've put years of experience into them in some cases. And when we come away, we feel enthused and we feel motivated, and we go into things having never heard about it and come out of it really wanting to go and explore this and specialise in every subject that we could possibly specialise in all at the same time, because they're all very interesting. And we do get responses evenings and weekends, and we don't expect it. We do anticipate that people will go home at 5 o'clock and watch Coronation Street, but no, we still get emails at 11 o'clock at night, never midnight. But it's very, very obvious that the staff care a lot about the course and a lot about the students. I was only going to mention that a programme launched an academic society yesterday. was the Student Teacher Society, and yesterday the academic staff came, a whole load of them, lined the walls at the back just to show their support of that society, which meant a lot to the students and to us that were putting it together, because it meant that they really cared about our careers and our development and not just about our progression through the course. And the staff have been really supportive in that, and they've offered, pro bono to help with things that they can, and the expertise that they've got, and that meant a great deal. The third and final thing is the partnership approach, which has been talked about a lot today, and that is something that I think the School of Education is really, really good at. Student engagement is something that is clearly central to the way the School of Education works. It is something that is an outcome, or no, it's an output and not an outcome. I wrote that down so I wouldn't get it the wrong way around, and I did anyway. It is an output and not an outcome. It's a means to an end. There's never the thought that we've had our SSLG, we've got our minutes, that's us, we've done our job. It's very much how to come up with an action plan for going forward. Something that's not really been mentioned a lot today is the school enhancement developer. I think that's a central role in the school. We just couldn't do our job as student reps or student fellows without the support of the SEDs. It's an absolutely pivotal gateway between the staff and the students in terms of just sharing information and arranging things, and they really are unsung heroes, and I'm very grateful that we've got such a good one in the School of Education. And over the last year, as we've dealt with different things, one example, personal tutors, just in trimester 2 of last year, we did a bit of a focus on that, and we came out with, actually we were very satisfied, I have to say, with our personal tutor system in general, but there were a couple of action points that we just suggested that could improve it further, and I'm pleased to say that these have already been implemented and they're already in place for the start of trimester 1. So it's not just a case of taking the student feedback, but it's about actually using it and going forward. And the other big thing we looked at was timetabling on the results of last year's NSS. And again, there was a lot of time put into understanding those results, finding out exactly what it is that students wanted, not just making generic changes. And once we actually understood exactly why we were getting the results we were, as Henry says, the Short Life Working Group is getting put together and it's all getting worked out so that the feedback is actually going to inform going forward. So I'm very much looking forward to this coming year and working with the school again, because I know that it's somewhere that we are valued, and we're very important members of the programme team. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Henry, Dorothy and Simon. It's now lunchtime, and over your lunchtime and your chance for networking and asking lots of questions and meeting with the participants of this morning, can I encourage you to go and see the important and have dialogue with what the professional services can do to support the student experience. They want to be proactive, they want to be part of it, and they are here in P Block and also on the bus. So, and if you haven't been in the bus, you must go on the bus because, as Alan said, it is something to be seen. And you will see the dashboard on there as well. So, without further ado, back here at 2 o'clock prompt, and a very nice finish there from Simon, leading us into the students who will lead us off from South at 2 o'clock. So, 2 o'clock prompt, back here. For those of you in the other rooms elsewhere, we'll be starting prompt at 2.
working, is it? No, I can make a video of you, and then the guys will control the volume. Yeah, definitely, because we might interject in each other's slides and stuff like that. Quite smooth the way we do it now. Yeah? If you want, how are we for people coming back in? Is this us?
Should be, if I take you.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear you?
Hello, test. Oh, okay. That's new. My voice is coming from all over the place. Right, that's secure, right?
Yeah, all right.
Clicker there. Fantastic. Brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Yeah, that would be good. I'm just wondering how we are doing for people. That's okay. Anne, how are we for numbers? Is this us now, or
Get going.
You get going? Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be speaking to you today at the second NSS conference that I've been to. I quite liked an earlier comment that was made that is dare to be difficult as well. So we're not meaning to bring this. We're sort of a high at the moment, and to present something called NSS issues seems to be like I'm bringing you down on a bummer, but I don't mean to at all. It's not even actually really looking at the results itself, but it's actually looking at issues that we come across with the NSS in general and how we can sort of look at those challenges and see how we can overcome them by working together. So today the Student Association is covering really what is the student perspective of the National Student Survey, and that isn't free Freddos. It's a number of things as well. So we'll be going into a bit about that and how students see that. The Students Partnership and how we can use that to our advantage when it comes to the NSS. What does it mean for SOS? So I think it's question 23 that asks, are you satisfied with your student association? So that's a really important thing for us to be looking at. What existing and new methods that we can use to improve the student learning experience? I'll be mentioning them, but John will really be focusing on that and the Student Partnership Agreement. So last year we brought through that mechanism of student fellows to try and improve the student learning experience. This year we're bringing the Student Partnership Agreement to see how we can improve the student learning experience. So just to start off, the student experience is we have on campus is just another survey kind of attitude, and that sometimes can damage the process. As a result, sometimes we need to pay an absolute fortune in trying to make sure that students are engaging with that survey and that they're filling that out. Sometimes more focus on NSS than we do for things like LEAR, which is a bit complicated, and I think we need to look at this. But there is a way in beating that attitude. We need to look at how good is it for quality enhancement as well. So, for example, we have over 20 questions, but if you were really ranking how good a university was, would you just ask over 20 questions? I bet you would ask a lot more. There's some vague questions in the results as well. So, for example, only 3 questions about feedback. So if you're asking a student how you would improve your feedback, I'm sure you would ask a lot more than 3 questions, not just is your feedback prompt, or would you like feedback online? Would you like it manually? Would you like it in different ways? Should we go through the feedback together? Why don't we mark the paper together? There's nothing really to measure that. So only 3 questions for feedback. I think we need to do a lot more. We need to investigate a lot more, and this will be a recurring theme in this presentation, where NSS, it's rubbish by itself, but if you use it as a starting point to research and go further with that, it can be quite well done. And the 4th point is when students just see it as a marketing tool, if they just see it as common value, we've lost them. You've lost us completely. It needs to be more than a marketing tool to switch us on, because if we feel like we have ownership over it, we're going to engage with it more. So how do we change that? How do we pass that atmosphere of it's just another survey? Well, we need to give students ownership over their learning. We need to empower them. We need to make sure that they feel a difference. So when they get approached to do that NSS survey, they'll go head over heels because they think that those opinions will genuinely change UWS and everything about it. And that's how we make sure it's more than a marketing tool. So for example, that video that was shown up there where we're interviewing students around the NSS they did that because they felt empowered. They did that because they thought their opinions were going to change it, and that's why they were so enthused with it. That's what I took away from that anyway. And to do that, we need to have student input at every single stage. So using the NSS results now, every single step you're going away and trying to change that feedback, you need to have a student alongside you working in partnership. So that's to make sure that that partnership is no longer tokenistic. It's not just having that token student-staff liaison group. We need to go much further than that, and we need to do much more than that. And if we don't have any student input, we're simply second-guessing where we can go, second-guessing how we can improve. We need to have student input at every single level. Before I go on, just quickly, what does NSS feedback mean for SOS? Over the past couple of years, actually, in the past 4 years, we simply stayed the same. We've hit a plateau when it comes to our NSS results. So we've been doing a lot of different things. We've restructured. You're okay, go on, sit down, cheers. Really looking at restructuring ourselves to see how we can use our resources more effectively, more money for membership surveys to show students that we're not just a commercial service, we're a lot more than that. We're around societies, we're around sports, really investing around those other areas to sort of enlighten the student experience. We've also changed our branding as well to be more transparent and visible in relation to those results as well. So to really be transparent and just show students that we're a lot more than just representation or sports. We're loads of things. And we've also done a mass membership survey as well. So in a total of 1,300 students looked at that, and we're analysing those results to see how we can improve ourselves as a student association, but also the university. We only have one question on the NSS. So when we only have 3 for feedback, we only have 1 to see how we can improve. And that's where you need to do a lot more than just take the results for granted. So how do we go much further with the student learning experience with the NSS results? Is don't just look at other surveys like PTES or PRES. Make sure you have focus groups with students, talking to them every single step of the way. Don't just have SSLGs, but use course reps at every opportunity. So if you're creating a new module, why don't you get a course rep to come along with you and say, right, this is how we're going to assess people. This is how we're going to do our exams. This is how we're going to do our lectures, our seminars, our modules, and things like that. Also use our mass membership survey. Go into that, it's available on our website. So if you want to look at the results that we have, where we go we're more advanced with that survey, visit that and see how that tailors into you. Use student fellows as well, but also work with us as sabbaticals. Really today, and John talking more about the student partnership agreement, is we're sort of really doing it as an invite. Work with us if you're finding ways where, if you're trying to get an incredibly good partnership relationship with your students, but you're facing barriers around resources or time or allocations, talk to us about it, and we'll work together to try and make sure that you have those resources. We're all around, we're based on each campus, and if you come down to the student association areas, you'll often see us. So for example, an example of that is we're working with Vicky at the moment around how trimesters are spaced out throughout the year. So when we're looking at the organisation, I think if those changes go through, that's going to be a lot better for us, because it's going to bring more power to students, for students to decide and students to take ownership. So I'm just going to hand over to John, who's going to talk a little bit more about the student partnership agreement and what does that mean and how you can use that.
Okay, thanks, Jack. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the student partnership agreement and what it means to students. So first of all, what is partnership? Partnership is about sharing responsibility. Sharing the responsibility for identifying an issue, coming up with a solution, and crucially, working together to solve that issue. Sparks defines partnership as being an equal relationship between 2 or more bodies working together towards a common purpose, respecting the different skills, knowledge, experience and capability that each party brings to the table. I think that this is a key point, respecting those different skills, knowledge and experience, because although academic staff across the university will have a wealth of experience in education and its delivery, no one is more expert at being a student than the students themselves. What does this mean to UWS and its students? At UWS, there is an ethos of daring to be different, and to work towards that, it is important that students and staff work alongside each other to develop new and innovative ideas to better enhance the student learning experience for all students who come to UWS. We want to encourage the participation of students on every level, from class reps through to school boards reps, programme ambassadors and student fellows, to work with the university to improve the learning environment in cooperation with staff here at UWS. If we look a wee bit more further in detail for the Student Partnership Agreement, there's a huge section on education and an emphasis on the personalised learning experience. Now, students are experts in their education. They know what they want and what they need to develop their education whilst at university. UWS has set, and quite rightly so, in their corporate strategy to deliver a personalised learning experience to enable student success. This will mean that students should be involved in a multifaceted approach to their learning development, including working on the development of learning and teaching, feedback processes and resources. We should be working together to shape our education. Students and staff should then be able to work together with a shared responsibility to make these kinds of changes, working with a spirit of negotiation, a spirit of compromise, a spirit of change, and most importantly, a spirit of cooperation. There should be an emphasis on academic extracurricular activities. Studies have shown that students who engage in extracurricular activities are more likely to be in a higher paying job once they have graduated from university. NUS concluded in their report, Success in the Student Market, that there has been a decline in the participation of students in clubs and societies. However, there is an increasing appetite for course-related activities. And Principal Mahoney in the UWS corporate strategy states that academic learning is only part of the experience at university life, and the availability of extracurricular opportunities such as sport, volunteering and citizenship will help equip UWS graduates with the life skills to make their mark across the globe and be advocates for the UWS learning experience. We already have some great academic societies here at UWS, such as the Business Society, the Midwifery Society, the Psychology Society, and more recently, yesterday, Simon's launched a fantastic programme with the Student Teacher Society that's got over 200 members, and these kind of things are absolutely fantastic. They do some great work engaging with their fellow students and their respective courses. I would love to see this kind of work replicated across the university and all the schools to allow all students at UWS the opportunity to further engage in their course, their learning and their university. I'm also doing a wee bit of work around assessment and feedback. As you can see, it's been a recurring theme today. So do students know what feedback is? That's one of the things I've been looking at. Some of the work I've been doing has been around the research to do if students know what feedback is. Do they know when they're receiving feedback? From the academics here that I've spoken to, there's a clear disconnect between the students' perception of what feedback is and their recognition that they are receiving feedback in a multitude of ways and methods. From the students' point of view, they know that feedback is available through written comments and Turnitin, etc. But they aren't, if they aren't recognising when they are actually receiving feedback, then there is work that must be done. So what can be done then? Should we devote more class time to discussing feedback? Can we have feedback forums? What about a written explanation of exactly what feedback is and highlight when they could potentially be receiving feedback, for example, verbally through tutorial groups or personal tutor meetings? I think these are the kind of things that could be done to help improve the students' perception of what feedback is and to help them to recognise when they are getting feedback. If they are already happening in some areas of the university, then great stuff. If not, then we must ask ourselves, why not? The last thing I want to talk about is assessments and the assessment format. Gone are the days of the binary assessment format of essay followed by an exam, then an essay, followed by an exam, etc., etc. At a university with some great lecturers, with brilliant innovation, then we should show this by moving away from this type of assessment. Let us show students at UWS exactly how far we can dare to be different.
Just to complement what John said, especially around societies and academic societies, this year we quadrupled the funding that societies receive. So if you're from a school or if you're from a module, you're from a programme that doesn't have an academic society, engage with students, try and establish one, because we definitely have the funding to go in place. Also, we had over 1,000 sign-ups for sports teams and societies, and we did that in partnership with the university and stuff like the Welcome Festival and other events as well. And if we can keep that momentum up, if we can keep 1,000 sign-ups going each year, we have a rolling 4,000 students engaged in stuff like sports teams and academic societies. Think about how much that will change the results that we see here today, how much will improve, and even things like retention as well. So really good opportunities towards that. Does anyone have any questions for us? Okay, if there aren't any, we'll hand it over to Mr. Desmond Nichol. No, who called you Desmond last? Like, sorry. Des, I'm not your mum.
I always call him Des.
That's the best thing to be called. We had that over there. Okay. Whereabouts? Right there.
Just up a little bit.
Yeah, that's ideal. And is it ready to go here?
Yeah, presentation should be.
No, this thing, is that on?
Yeah, you're all on it.
Oh, no.
Okay, I'll let ICT.
Thank you. Thank you. Should be on there, shouldn't it?
Yep, that should be there.
Just press F5 and I'll bring that up. Okay, and don't record, and then it should be ready to go with that. Great. Okay, thank you. Brilliant. Okay, hello folks, good afternoon. My name is Des Nichol, for those who don't know me, and going to do what several others have done before me, and that's go through some aspects of the NSS that I am finding interesting, challenging, and that we in the school are considering as part of the whole process. The advantage, as I said last year, of going at this point is you can pick up some things that others have said. So I just want to do that, as usual. Mickey started us off by saying he'd put the tedious into ITDS. Well, I'm going to put the TAT into statistics, because the thing that I've said is the title of this is a bit of a non sequitur. In fact, it's complete nonsense. Nearly significant statistics. And I'll explain a wee bit more about that in a second. Anne had said there's no such thing as a daft question, and I do hope that you still are that view when you've heard what I have to say here. Absolutely. And Vicky said something that I think touched all of us, that there's a very emotional response to negative feedback. And when we get stuff from students that comes through and says, we didn't like what you did to us, it hurts. And that's good, because it's a good sort of hurt. It gives you something to work with and something to push on. And that, I think, is something that we all feel, regardless of what the question is or the aspect is. Dissatisfaction drives society forward. Is Fred still here? I wonder. No, he had to go. I thought that was a tremendous thing to challenge us with, and to say, maybe we need a bit of dissatisfaction. I'll come back to that in a moment when we get towards the end of this. And Sarah took a slightly different approach, perhaps, stressed some of the positive outcomes that were coming through this year's NSS data. Sandra very worryingly said she remembered what I said last year. Now, that in itself is a cause for concern. But it also illustrates, I think, quite nicely and very twistedly, the old forensic analogy: every contact leaves a trace. And that, I think, is really what we're getting out of NSS. It's those interactions, those comments, those bits that we have with students all the time that come through in the feedback we get through NSS. So try to remember all these things as we go through this, that every contact with a student leaves some sort of imprint, some sort of trace, or some sort of outcome. See all the green and ignore the numbers. That's going to be a theme as well. Maria said that about those little bars and so on and so forth, and I've got something similar that I'm not going to try to bamboozle you with numbers. And Helen was very, I think, honest in saying, I don't know what we did in response to how the programme got such a good success rate. And I think there's a good deal of that, and Alan reiterated that in terms of the cause and effect. We're not sometimes quite sure of that direct causal relationship between what we either diagnose through NSS or what we put in place as a result of that. So lots of questions there, and the variability across the sector was another thing that Alan had pointed out very strongly. And then we had some student comments. That student from HNM on the video clip, you should be proud of what you've achieved, she said. And I think that's something we should bear in mind, that these are very positive outcomes, and it should reflect in a sense of pride that we do a good job on these things. Simon mentioned the expectation of success. Jack
that NSS was no good on its own, and I think those are two very important things to put together when we're agonising over what the stats mean or don't mean. And John finished off with that partnership word. We've heard that several times today, and I think we do have a good, strong partnership with students, always have had here, but it's perhaps becoming a little bit more visible in terms of the expectations and the requirements. So, let's have a wee look at what I mean by nearly significant statistics. And if you just pardon the biologist's interpretation there, of course you can't have a nearly significant statistic, but that's part of the stuff I struggle with when looking at NSS, because there's so much information that there's a temptation to actually start to believe some of it in the sense of statistically significant. And what's good about the survey, of course, is that we do get big data sets. If you go onto the HEFCU website, they've been put on there since 2005. Goodness knows how many millions of bits of information there are in the various files there. It's an annual event. It comes around every year. Students get used to that. If they fill it in once, of course, but they will hear of it, they'll be aware of it, and so on and so forth. It's nationally applied, and it's got some level of consistency. It's relatively simple to complete, and I think that the key point to me is, and again, we tend to find that with our students, and I've never had an issue with a student in this regard over the long number of years I've been involved with students, they complete it honestly, sometimes brutally, but they're very honest. They're not going to hold hostages to fortune, they're not going to over-egg things, but they'll be very critical when it's necessary, and they'll be very supportive, and sometimes when you read the comments, that comes through very, very clearly. So actually, I believe that the data set is as good as we can get out of this sort of thing. That doesn't necessarily mean we should do lots of stats on it and begin to post-process it, because it's not that sort of statistic. What's problematic? Well, same as we had before was an advantage, the big data sets. There's a temptation to over-process things and to read stuff into some of the calculations that perhaps aren't there or are very hard to pin down causally to say if that happened, it was because of that. The other things that I think are variabilities within the completions are individual differences between students. Glass half full, glass half empty. How does that colour the way a student fills in the NSS when he or she's sitting at the PC doing that? Cohort differences. I'm always astonished at how quickly these days, in particular with social media, stuff can get round cohorts of students in a way that puts us to shame in terms of communication. If there's something that's tasty or nasty or a bit controversial, you can rest assured the student body will know about that very, very quickly. And that's an excellent thing because it shows you're really engaged with that. But it can have an impact on the cohort. It can skew the whole cohort if they're all thinking that something's really, really bad when in fact it's only really bad. So, you know, there's that cohort difference. And that feeds into their perception of what we offer, our perception of what it is we offer. And we've had a couple of comments this morning, very appositely, I think, about asking students what it is they want us to give them, rather than designing it and giving it to them as a post-designed event to see what their feedback is on it. And that partnership notion is coming through very, very strongly. So there's perception issues all over the place. The fact it's an attitudinal survey itself, of course, is testing what that is in perception terms rather than getting a measured sort of outcome. And the measures and processes, again, folk much wiser than me in terms of statistical knowledge would be able to tear it apart if they so wished. So a little bit of caution needed. However, it is what it is what we've got. It is at least consistent and semi-reliable in terms of its operation. The question I always have at this time of the year is what sort of dissection do we do with it? Do we take the fine approach here with the scalpel and pull things apart at a great level of detail, or do we take the slightly broader brush approach, the sort of club it to death approach there? I think you need a mixture of both. I think what we tend to look for are the headlines, ideally the good ones, straight away, but also is there a trend there or a headline that's saying something year on year that is something that isn't getting much better? So headlines and trends, but also very importantly, and this is where the scalpel approach comes in, are there alarm bells being rung because of a particular single comment from one student or a particular number that is very, very low in a particular category, and so on and so forth? And here's my point about, I'll get to a point eventually, I suppose, in this. The point about the nearly significant statistics, that doesn't actually matter at all. If one student is saying something that is very worrying, to me, that's a problem. and it's a problem to that student. I don't care whether it's statistically significant or not, it matters not a jot. If that student then spreads that attitude or comment, maybe maliciously, maybe not, maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, we don't know. That's why it's so important to react to these things and not worry about whether the design of the stats was correct or whatever it happens to be. It's a wee bit like customer service, isn't it, in a way? You would phone up John Lewis and they know when you last spoke to them about your fridge not being delivered because they have it all in front of them. Maybe we need to get a wee bit smarter about working with students in that partnership so that we each know what we're expecting, where we're going, where we've been, what the issue is, what the resolution was, and so on and so forth. I'll come back to that in a wee second. I'm going to throw some things at you, but what I suggest you do is sort of put your eyes out of focus slightly on these things, because I'm not trying to bamboozle you with any numbers, whatever. I'm just trying to illustrate two things. One, the possibility of further confusion. Vicky again mentioned the confusion that sometimes surrounds trying to interpret these things. And secondly, you can do lots of things with the data, and it's a question of trying to see what's sensible from that perspective. Here's the positive score distribution. That's the two top categories lumped together for all 6 schools and all 7 categories. So this is the category level, and I've done a wee sort of graphic thing there that shows you it's not unexpected. It goes from, what have we got, a range 63% to 94%. Half of those values lie within 75 to 85%. The mode is 84 and the median is 83. What does that matter, or what does it tell us? Well, it tells us this: after much thought and statistical analysis, low scores are most useful as an indication that something needs attention. Now digest that, because it's taken me a long while to get that. The NSS, now this one is Sherlock. If you need me to explain that to you, I will do later. It's not rocket science, is it? We can make it rocket science if we overprocess it, but it's not. If there's a problem, it'll show up somewhere, whether it's a comment, whether it's a low number, whatever it happens to be. And that should trigger an action, whether it's simply to diagnose it further and find out why that particular thing was happening, whether it's look at it a bit more over a trend period of 2 or 3 years, whatever it happens to be. And that's where Jim's point about the action plan proliferation comes in, because we need to react to those things and put things in place to look at them. Okay, target the undecideds. I thought, I don't know if this is nonsense or not, it probably is, but we tend to look at the scale that we've got, and I've forgotten what the things are. Definitely agree, mostly agree, neither agree nor disagree, mostly disagree, definitely disagree. Green's good, red's bad. What we tend to find is, thankfully, there are actually very, very few definitely disagrees. If you look at the numbers, they're all round about 3, 4, 2%, something like that, 1%. And that's across the piece. So thankfully, we're not getting a lot of very, very disgruntled students. We are, however, I think, victim to a little bit of central tendency here, to central stroke positive tendency for filling in these types of scales. And what we tend to find is, if you look at the neither category, to me this is perhaps just as useful as the positive category, because it gives you a chance to say who's sitting on the fence that could, with a little bit of encouragement, perhaps be swayed into the positive category. So it might be something that you want to look at. I've looked at it for our own data in science there. Not unsurprisingly, because you don't need to be a genius to work this out, it does reflect the sorts of things that come through the positives, because you tend to find it's not normally distributed. Of course, it tends to be skewed towards the upper and the middle range here, and therefore there's not a great insight coming from this, except to say of those students who were citing personal development in response, 14% of them are sitting thinking, oh, I'm not sure about that. And to me, if we could move some of those 14% into the, yeah, I get it category, the green category, that itself will be more useful than fretting about whether there's 3% or 4% that definitely disagree with what they've had through personal development. Shut your eyes on this one. I've just put together the other schools' results for the same sort of thing. And the point I'm going to make here is a very, very simple one. Regardless of whether that's sensible or not, what it shows to me is that there's a range here of something like 3.4% up to 19%. Now, 3.4% isn't a worry at all. That's actually fine. 19% is getting into that category where you're thinking, so 19, 20% of the students are thinking, I'm not convinced by this. I'm not even convinced enough to make a definite decision on whatever the category is. So maybe that's something that, for that particular school, whoever it is, we need to think a wee bit about. So that's sometimes useful to back up the other data on either side of that. It doesn't add any new insight. It can reinforce some of the things that you think might need to be done to address some of the issues. 3 more bits of data just from the school's perspective to pull out. And again, I've taken Maria's point about looking at greens and reds rather than numbers. Looking at the category trends over the past 1, 2, 3, 4 years worth of data that we've got. 15 on the left here. This is again at the category level, learning resources and so on and so forth. And we've got a range of values there. Thankfully, progress reasonably positive in terms of right direction coming through from that. But again, some highlighted issues there in 2015. A couple of cases where there was a very specific reason that I knew about because I was actually doing an investigation into some complaint that had arisen from that, and we expected that to come through in the NSS results, and it duly did. Another case for another investigation, I was fully expecting to influence some of the results, and it didn't. So, there's not necessarily cause and effect there either. The point here is, again, that we've moved, for example, on assessment and feedback and organisation and management, a little bit of rubberiness in organisation and management, again, for a couple of specific issues in 2015. But assessment and feedback, we're beginning to get a little bit better at that, but not quickly enough, and that's the point. Don't get complacent just because the trend is going in a right direction. It's the gradient of that trend that is the important thing. If we look at the 22 questions for the 5 categories that were reported, these are 5 different programs, again doing simply a colour coding analysis of the numbers, it's very pleasing to me to see that there's relatively few dark red bits here. But again, just because there's relatively few of them doesn't mean we shouldn't be saying, why is this particular figure reflecting what students think? What is it that's making that figure lower than it should be? The pleasing thing on the other direction is there's quite a lot of green, and in fact, if you do the mode here, it turns out to be 94%, I think it is, or something like that for the modal figure. But again, we shouldn't be complacent about that. Taking this on board with some of the other information, and as Jack mentioned, this is only one of the bits that we should be considering, along with all the other diagnostics that we use for evaluating how well we're doing. Put this into the mix and try to tease out what it is that's causing this particular effect or this particular trend to happen. And I don't think we should be doing much more statistical analysis than that sort of level. A, because I don't have the brain to do it, and B, I'm not so sure that the veracity of the figures is tough enough to stand up to that sort of analysis. The other thing that we're all very good at, both within the institution and outside the institution, is comparative data, looking at figures from elsewhere. And I pulled this set out just to have a wee look at it. A programme leader in biomedical science had pulled off the raw data on these. 5 institutions, UWS being one of them, that offer biomedical science in Scotland. And what I'm pointing out here is that the overall satisfaction score places us very nicely. Second in that list, 71 to 100%. And there's a couple of wee things I just want to try to tease out. Firstly, these guys, number 1, have a range of 90 to 100 and 100% satisfaction. There's something funny going on there, is there? Maybe. Or else they really are very, very, very happy students that have got very little criticism to come through. If you're getting a lower range number in all those 22 questions, this is taken from, of 90, then something's working really, really well, or something's a bit strange. Similarly, you'll note I've numbered the institutions rather than named them, of course, so I'm not prosecuted at the end of the day. This is a bit concerning as well. The lower number here is 33% response rate for that, whatever question it happened to be, and the upper one's 98. That's quite a wide range. So again, what's going on in this institution? 71% overall satisfaction, and yet a very, very wide range of values coming through. And I'm not sure what the meaning of that tells us, or what the data tells us. It's a question of, do you like everything bunched together and be sort of fairly beige-ish, or do you want some areas of excellence balanced out by some areas which are getting really critiqued? I don't know what the answer is, and it's different for various schools and various subjects. So, comparative, category trends, programmes, but very much, I think, stand back, put your eyes out of focus and look at the trends from that sort of level, rather than worrying about data processing that begins to have that sort of law of unintended consequences when you begin to translate the data into something that they're not actually telling you. Nearly there. I'm okay, spot on. So what is the question? Celebrate the positives. We've had that come through today a number of times, and I think the temptation always is to look at the red and think, where are we failing? Where are we not getting the students coming through and telling us we're doing a good job? But let's celebrate the positives. The response rates, a measure of engagement with the survey, very, very good for the institution. I came across a Scottish institution's website the other day in which there was a prize of £5,000 to the students' choice of charity if they reached 72% response rate in the NSS. 72% we would laugh at the minute. I hope that's not prophetic. I hope that doesn't come back to bite me next year, and so on and so forth. Directions of travel. You'll notice I've put an S on. I think a number of strands, themes, positives have come through today that tell us that actually we're all sort of at least facing the same way, and most of us are actually walking in the same direction with the students, not against the students or the students over on the other side of the pavement. We're on the right direction as far as that's concerned. We're exceeding sector averages in some areas, sometimes quite significantly. And to me, the greatest benefit of this sort of event and the sorts of things we've been doing over the last year, we're learning from each other. We're learning from each other in various different ways. Our data collection and presentation folk are talking to academics. Our academics are talking to the students, heaven forfend that should happen. And we're beginning to build that network that is a non-judgmental, non-hierarchical mess of people all trying to do the same thing, which is make the student experience better. And I think that's something that we should pat ourselves in the back on, because I think that's very important. There's also a general acceptance that all of this sort of stuff is very positive and very helpful, and there's an emphasis on teamwork and the focus on fixing things that are not right. But we need to do some further stuff. The generic stuff around maintaining our good outcomes. We've had some very positive results in the 90s of our overall satisfaction. We need to keep that level there and not be paranoid or panic too much if we drop a couple of % from 94. That's not a problem. We've got some very specific actions within the school, within the institution, based on that alarm bell. That figure is not what it should be, so we're taking specific action to say, find out what the reason was. We've lost the students who told us that, of course, as was mentioned earlier, but we've got the information. Share practice, change practice. Again, we're beginning to get better at sort of working out with each other what works for one particular area might work in a slight modification for another, and so on. And that learning from others we need to continue. Clarity through communication. Most of the issues, whatever they are, that come through in the NSS can be traced back at some point to some breakdown in communication, whether it's about assessment, what's expected, or so on and so forth. And finally, Francis of Assisi, from some of you may be familiar with that quote about give me the strength to change what I can change, the grace to accept that which I can't change, and the wisdom to know the difference. And the wisdom bit, although it's not great wisdom, comes through the NSS. That's what's telling us what we should be doing, where we should be going, and how we should be tackling things. Last slide. Are there any messages and questions in that? Probably more questions than answers that I've gone through today. If you look at the stuff over the past 10 years, from 2005 to 2015, the overall satisfaction score has gone up across the sector from 80% to 85%. Is that a tremendous success, or is that incidental? I don't know. Think about all the effort that's gone into doing that, and claiming that figure over a 10-year period has increased by 5 percentage points. That doesn't matter. That's that nearly significant statistic that is just complete nonsense. The whole point of this is it's the stuff that's been done to generate those figures that has moved the sector on and got that partnership and dialogue and feedback. And 15 years ago or 10 years ago, it wasn't the same sort of thing. It was less visible. We are on the right track as an institution. Most, this is about as inferential as I get with this, most of our students are mostly satisfied most of the time. Is that about what we can say? Yeah. There's still a lot to do, because for those students that aren't satisfied, we've got a job to do with them. Two little questions that are pricking the bubble a wee bit, perhaps. Is 85% as good as it gets? Has Fred got a point that maybe we need a little bit of dissatisfaction, a bit of churn to keep us pushing in the right direction? I don't know the answer to that, and I know what Craig's answer to that would be. He'd be smacked around the head and no, it's not good enough, so we need to get it up. But the question to that is, should 85% be as good as it gets for that very reason of trying to keep edginess in the system and so on and so forth? What it demonstrates to me from some of the data we've looked at is that 100% is attainable. There's no reason we shouldn't get to, Alan, very positive results that you were getting across the piece in Bath. So it's something that we shouldn't be scared of. It is aspirational, but it's not unattainable. And I think that's my quote probably to finish on. It's aspirational, but not unattainable. Thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions for Des, but not Desmond? Des. Can we just get a mic?
Hello, Des. I'm
Hi.
Lorraine Dewars from the School of HNM.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in you saying about the neither category, and that's the category we should maybe think about. Because since I came into the field of higher education, I'm fascinated that people sit on the fence and they don't have an opinion one way or another. Because coming into higher education, I imagined everybody would be able to say either they agreed with something or disagreed with it. So that's been fascinating to me ever since I entered
I'm
this
so
field.
glad to hear you say that, because I was very worried that that was just complete nonsense and it wasn't making any sense.
I've always been fascinated
But
with it. I
puzzled
can't
me,
understand it.
as to why you can't get a reaction out of somebody. Is it that they don't have an opinion? I'm sure they do. Or what does it actually
why do
mean?
they know?
Aye, and how can we push them into make a decision in the right direction, of course. Thanks for that,
It's a bit of a hypothetical question, but I'm just wondering, you say we've improved 5% in 10 years in terms of overall satisfaction. I wonder how much the expectation of students has raised in those 10 years, whereby, although maybe you're still at a similar mark in satisfaction, actually the expectations are phenomenally greater than they were 10 years ago, and actually the experience is actually much greater as well.
As you would do, Simon, you've put it much more clearly than I was trying to do, because I think that's exactly it. That statistic is to me meaningless. It doesn't actually matter what that increase has been. As you say, the expectations and hopefully the delivery on those expectations has increased over the past 10 years quite significantly. And I don't think you can put a number on it. So that's why that is a very odd thing to try to claim that there's been an improvement of 5%. What does that mean? Absolutely.
Okay, we're just going to have one last question, and then Neil's going to come up.
Hi, Margaret Hughes, Media, Culture and Society. I found your presentation really interesting, Des, and entertaining, so thank you.
Thank you.
Edutainment.
But
what I find really interesting about NSS, and everybody, almost everybody today has talked and looked at the real hard data, so that very quantitative element of it. But what I find when I look at it is that the qualitative, the comments, the things that students are saying can actually have a more meaningful impact on how we act upon it. So do you think we're slightly, we actually aren't given enough cognizance or paying enough attention sometimes to what that qualitative, really meaningful data can also provide us with?
I think my answer to that is, yeah, you're probably right that we don't pay enough attention. My slight caveat is almost whatever the linguistic equivalent of statistics is, in that when you read, for example, the comments for our school, there are relatively few in each of the programme areas, maybe half a dozen positives, half a dozen negatives. They tend to be balanced out a wee bit. But looking for trends within that is sometimes quite difficult when you don't have many discursive bits that are all saying the same thing, where a number can give you at least a hint that there might be an issue or a problem. The other thing I think we need to be quite careful of is that very often it's one student says one thing, and there's a danger that you overreact to something that is perhaps put clumsily or very forcibly, and you suddenly think, oh gosh, there's an issue there. And maybe for the other 113 students who filled in the thing, it's not an issue at all. And trying to tease that out from a discursive sort of comment, I think is quite tricky. I think you're right. If we had more commentary that could be classified, I know Ian Maitland, if Ian's still here, did a very good job last year of trying to codify the comments that were coming through from NSS so that you could get some sort of feel for, was there a trend in the commentary? I think that sort of approach supplements the numbers, and both are needed. Just this year, because of the change in numbers and so on, we didn't have as many comments that would give me complete confidence to say, well, I can produce a narrative from this that I'm confident is a reflection of the whole student body. But absolutely right. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Jack.
Also, just probably remind NSS, UWS, UWS NSS, so get to
That's great, thanks so much.
You off me?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Suggesting that we be circumspect in our understanding of analytics and what we actually draw, what conclusions we draw, thinking about the difference between correlation and causation. I'd just like to thank my colleague Margaret Hughes for knocking the feet away from me before I've even started my presentation on quantitative analytics. However, I think last year I stood here and gave this presentation and I spoke about two key things. One was learning in partnership and the other one was around about the use of analytics and our understanding of analytics. So I'm going to actually do the same thing this year again, although what I will say is we've come a long way. I think we've come a long way in terms of where we are. So what I want to do is I want to probably just process, and probably in the processing some of my thoughts around about this just now, but I want to give you just a kind of positive history of where we are in the school at the moment and what we've done. And it starts off with the NSS, but we don't finish there because I think it's more widely about how we use the analytics that we have round about. It's how do we use those analytics that we have access to increase engagement in learning and partnership activity and also to increase learner agency. And it's around about this evidence-based aspect of it, I think that's really central. We need to know. So Des says we need to be careful what conclusions we draw from data, but we also need to be more careful that we don't draw conclusions from no data at all, which has been my feeling in the past that we haven't had access to the type of data that we really need. So this is an overview of the school and our performance in the NSS this year. Now, the first thing that I thought as soon as I saw the school's performance, I was very concerned about a number of issues, but I was also very pleased to see the way in which improvement could be identified in particular areas. I was also very interested to read the qualitative comments and get a deeper understanding of what students were actually feeling when they were filling in the sort of quantitative areas of the survey. Now, when I looked at the overall performance, what I saw is that our satisfaction is kind of plateauing, our overall satisfaction. In fact, across all the categories, we're sort of plateauing around about the 80% mark, 84% mark. And that's slightly concerning because I wonder what we are actually doing in terms of improvement. But when we look at the definitely agree section, we do see an upward trend across most of these areas. So that for me was very, very positive. The response rate, I could beat myself up and say we were the only school not to get 80% response rate. Would it have made any difference if we had got the other two? I don't know. But what I do know is exactly where the response rate fell down and where it was very high. Those are issues that we can address. So we know how we can address this in the next year. We know that we've got the evidence to do that. And the same when we look at the programmes. I'm not going to highlight any particular programmes here, but these are the overall satisfactions and the change in scores for these particular programmes. Now, I'm able to do this now because we actually have got our data at the programme level. We didn't have our data at the programme level before. Also, I would point out that I would be very, very careful to draw too many conclusions from this set of data. We were in a fallow year. We had a very, very small sample, the cohort. So what we can actually say about our results in the NSS this year is limited. However, we can see some trends, and what we can certainly see is that there are areas that we need to address, but there are also areas of really effective practice, undoubtedly, because we have got some really positive scores. So it's not about over-congratulating or criticising, it's about learning from this. We have the data to do that now. So we as a school can start to look at this data and look down at what it means at the programme level. Now, it's taken us a long time to get there. We have moved to sampling at level 10. That means we understand where our students are. We know exactly where our students are. We had real problems before when we were sampling at level 9 because the sample was actually taken at level 8, particularly within the area of social sciences where students hadn't made their choice. So we can drill this down to the programme level. What have we done in a school to support programme teams? Well, firstly, I worked with the assistant deans and with Anne and with Ian Maitland to come together and actually decide how we could action plan coming out of the NSS. So we have identified and we've created an action planning template that we're using across the university now. So we can compare like with like in many ways between schools. But more than that, we can cascade this down to the programme teams. And for the first time, we have got programme teams reporting back on their data. And that's extremely important going forward, because we're not going to have the small sample size next year. We'll have a real coherent sample, and we'll be able to tell much more from our results next year. But it also allows the teams to reflect and take ownership, and we empower the programme teams to do that, and the programme leaders to lead those teams in making those decisions based on the actual data they have. And of course we need to treat it with circumspect, but at the same time we have data now that's meaningful. Beyond this, I've been working with Richard Miller to identify ways in which we can deepen our understanding of analytics at the modular level, because module coordinators quite often have very clear understandings of what they think is happening in their module, but they can't support that because they don't have the data, or they need to drill down so far in the data that it makes that task very difficult. What we have now done is we have supplied every module coordinator in the school with a data profile for their modules. They can actually base their response, their coordinator response, the moderator response, and their action plan on the data that surrounds the module. Not just this year's data, but there's a 2-year comparison. So we have 3 sets of data that module coordinators can access. So what we have there then is we've got the ability for module coordinators to get a much deeper understanding by looking at the quantitative analytics. Of course, we have to triangulate that with the qualitative data that we have as well, but at least we have got some power in the hands of the module coordinators now. We're the next stage of this process, and this, we should, since Paul's here, we should point out that this was the product of one of the rapid cycle projects that he's heading up, and the next stage in this will be to actually take this online so that the whole form is completely online. So when we think about the institution now, 2 years ago we didn't have the access, or 3 years ago we didn't have the access to the types of the data tools that we have now. We've got Banner, Discoverer, Avasys, Dashboard, Gizmo, which has brought all the data to the top level. It's given us all access to that data. We can make educated claims against that data now. We can look there to the data for the evidence. We know what's happening in terms of student performance across the 4 years, across the modules, across the programmes. We know that we can pull that data from Avasys round about the students' evaluation of their experience. We also have a really, really rich dashboard with a set of apps and tools now that we can drill down in that data and get a clear understanding. Now, do we have time as individuals to do all that? Probably not, but what we can do is we can surface the data that's relevant to people at relevant times. And that makes us then at least able to make some much more stronger claims around about our learning experience and what we are trying to do as educators. So what is the next step then? The next step for this, if I'm saying that we have got access to really good data as educators, then what is the next step? Well, we went down last week and had a look at, I went down with Jim O'Donnell and Amy Gilvery, down to Nottingham-Trent and had a look at their student dashboard, which maps engagement across the piece. Now, what's really interesting about this tool, and I have to say I was very, very impressed by it. What is really important about this tool is that it's what they refer to as a self-healing tool, which looks at the levels of engagement across a number of criteria down the left-hand side there, and then identifies where students are at risk. It raises alerts to those students and copies in the personal tutor. Now, I think that's the really central thing there, the personal tutor. Personal tutor becomes central to everything the University of Nottingham-Trent are doing around about the student engagement. But what does it actually tell the student? Well, it doesn't actually tell the student much until the point where the alert is raised, or at the point where they can actually map their journey against the journey of that cohort. What we need to do, in my opinion, is actually take those data tools, that access to data that we have as educators, as staff, as programme leaders, as module coordinators, and hand that to the students. We need students to be engaged with their own data. We need students to understand their own data. And most importantly, we need to work in partnership to make sure that we are interrogating that data together and not as staff and students, but together. We can harness learner analytics to support agency in the learning experience. If we give students the access to their own data, and we support students in learning how to read that data and how to engage that data, how to challenge us with that data, then we can make a big difference in our whole learning environment. We can also get students to reflect on their performance against the performance of others. They can actually measure themselves and start to take part in that type of reflection and self-understanding that we don't actually have access to at the moment. It also allows us to capture the shift in learner identities. So what are we trying to do? Well, at the moment, we are working on a strategic excellence initiative that has been sponsored by Craig to look at ways in which we can actually develop a student dashboard, building on some of the ideas from Nottingham Trent, but taking that a step further and actually looking at performance analytics. What can we tell about students' performance? What can students tell about their performance? How can we capture that in a meaningful way that students can easily access to be able to give them some sense of their position within the learning landscape? It will go a long way to supporting learner agency. Through that access to data, students will be able to make evidence-based calls on modules that they take, on the performance in modules, how they can reflect back on those modules and look at how they have performed the modules which they were perhaps more difficult. They can compare themselves with other students. We can also use the data to engage inclusive and participatory pedagogies, where students are engaged in the collective understanding of the data as a whole, not just NSS data, but data across their whole learning experience. And it will support an active participation in the development of the learning experience and the wider learning environment. We're not there yet, but we're certainly well on the road. And when I stood here last year, I had a vision in front of me, but I think we are much closer to actually achieving that vision now. We've got access to that data. We have those tools in place. We need to be able to put those tools and that data in the hands of students, and we need to work in partnership to engage that data and to draw the conclusions from that data together so that we fully understand both our role as educator and student and actually a singular role as learners. Okay, thank you.
I'm really excited to see how that will play out, how students can get that data. I'm really excited for that. Does anyone have any questions for Neil? None at all? Okay, just to remind you, you can also send in your questions to Anne. We'll hand it over to Craig Mahoney, your Vice Chancellor and Principal. Thank you very much.
That was a rather rapid segue into me then, Jack. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. I was
I was hoping somebody would questions.
wasn't even paying attention. So I was going to wear a tie today, a paisley tie, of course, but it's too hot out there with summer having come back. So I've decided to be tieless. I've just updated my presentation a little bit. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here all day. That was because I had an executive meeting this morning and other things challenging me this afternoon. So, did you find it? You will do. But I saw some of the presentations this morning, which gave me an insight into some of the things that you've been hearing and listening to this morning and this afternoon. So I'm going to jump through some of these more quickly than I might have done, because you have had them to death, and I don't really want you to be having more of them to death. But I did want to give you my clear thoughts and feelings on certain things. Great, thank you. So why have I called this a gap to excellence? I noticed that Fred Dinnings was in the audience earlier, but Fred, are you still here? You had to leave at lunchtime. Okay, Fred's one of our court members, and we're always delighted to have court members around. Are there other court members who are not members of staff in the audience at the moment? Yeah, okay, good. That's a good point. Students, of course, are not members of staff. Excellent. It's always nice when members of court come along and involve themselves in university activities, and bear in mind these are busy people, so they can't always do that. But the reason I've chosen this title is because it's a phrase quite often used by one of our court members, not Fred, but John McDougall. And John McDougall, for those of you that know, has an engineering and technology background, worked for Honeywell for a number of years, and is a great supporter of this university through our court process. But he constantly phrases to me, there's a gap to excellence. And I think it's a very fair comment to recognise that wherever we're trying to be and whatever we do, we assume that that's excellence or near excellence. And so I thought that was a useful title. So that's why I've called it Gap to Excellence. And I just want to reiterate and perhaps also reinforce that we're not excellent yet, that there is a gap to excellence, but we're making progress, and I want that message to come through clearly as well. So summarising the end point at the beginning, we're not excellent, we're making progress, but there's still more work to do. So if you now want to tweet, read your emails, do something else, then you've got the message. That's the message. You'll all remember the referendum that we had last year here in Scotland. One of the largest turnouts of any political activity, official political activity in the UK, in the history of UK politics. Now, why did that happen? It happened because people got energised and excited about that referendum debate, and because it was publicised again and again and again and again and again. And so what you're seeing here are a variety of different adverts, some of our own, some from other universities, including that which the Student Union, the Student Association put together here for us, that you saw all across the campus, I hope. They were on the ground, they were on the walls, they were in classrooms, they were everywhere. And that's important. We publicised the NSS survey. And I've been very clear since I've been here that this survey, more than any other survey, is important to me, but it's also important to this university. And I'll explain through this journey I'm going to take you on why it's important and the sort of things that it's trying to do. I'll also admit, as I've said on many occasions, don't tweet this bit, I don't like the survey. I think the survey has got some very poorly constructed questions, and there are some really serious questions we have to ask ourselves as a university about whether the students really understand what the question's being asked, because you can interpret questions in many ways. And I'll throw a phrase out to you that I've used before. I saw the man on the hill with the telescope. I saw the man on the hill with the telescope. Right, you think about that phrase, there are 5 ways of interpreting that sentence. And in this room here, between all of you, you'll have picked up those 5 different ways. So you can put a question in a survey, and I'm a psychologist, so my career is about constructing surveys and questionnaires. If you don't fully appreciate how people can interpret them, you may end up with findings that you didn't expect because they haven't been clearly understood. So one of our tasks as a university, and I heard this in a presentation just after midday, is that having discussions with students and helping them understand what the survey does, what its purpose is, what the questions mean, is also part of that training process that we have to do if we want to get the right responses from those surveys. That's not about training the students, I'm not saying that. It's abhorrent to me that our education system at primary and secondary level in the UK often trains people towards surveys and assessments that are done because schools want to perform better and go up a league table. That's not what I'm advising, that's not what I'm saying, and do not do that. That is wrong. But it is important to help them understand what the questions mean. So, publicising things is important. I've been trying to get us to dream, believe and achieve, and I think there's been great evidence of that in the now two gone years. I'm into my 3rd year here now, time that I've been at the university. I think we can dream much better than when I first got here. I think, like children, if you've got young children are absolutely fantastic at dreaming. They have a natural built-in mechanism for going into daydreams and for imagining things that none of us can do when we become adults. And why is that the case? It's mainly because we've had it kicked out of us through schooling. Right, schooling is a very, very successful tool in taking away children's imagination. And so as adults, you'll find it much more difficult to imagine things than young children will. And that shouldn't be a purpose of education, but it's partly what happens. So little Johnny's sitting in the classroom and the teacher says, "Johnny, pay attention, stop daydreaming." And over the course of the years, Johnny eventually stops daydreaming. He stops imagining things, he stops dreaming. And what I'm encouraging you to do is to open up your minds and dream. Dream the impossible. And just walking in on the end of Neil's presentation, I heard Neil say something about me, he mentioned my name, and he said, "Craig's encouraging us." I'm encouraging all of you to do all sorts of things. Wild, wonderful things that you never thought were possible. Think about the refurbishment of this lecture theatre. This lecture theatre, which doesn't look much different, but now has got new technology in it, it's got new screens, it's got hanging microphones. If I compare what this was like just 3 months ago to now, at least you can consistently hear me, because this microphone's working. All right? The number of times I've done presentations in the past 2+ years and the system has faltered, I probably couldn't count because it's that many times. So you may not see all that's happened here, but this room has been refurbished with technology which is pretty much state of the art. That's important. So we're beginning to dream things and say, why can't it be that way? I've sent people on field trips. Some of you are in this room here. I sent you on field trips to other parts of Scotland, the rest of the UK, into Europe, across to America or Australia, to see things that I want you to see and come back here. And I don't want the question which is, Craig, can we do that here? The answer is yes, we can do that here. That's why I sent you there. So my job, and I've said it before, is to remove barriers, to find ways of doing things that you think you want to do to make the learning experience for our students and the research activity of our staff and students better than it was before. That's the task. So, dream, then believe in it, and I'll help you achieve it. So that's the task here. We set out a very impressive overall satisfaction rating of 95%. By the way, I'm still one of the people who believes that most of the targets, in fact all of the targets in our corporate strategy are achievable. I do believe it is possible to double income by 2020 up to £200 million. We may not get there, and we've readjusted that to 167, but I still believe it's possible. We'll see what happens. Got a few years left yet. I keep buying the lottery tickets. Trevor's been very kind to give me a couple of £1,000 per week to invest in the lottery. That's not true, by the way. So 95%. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I was at a conference last week in Melbourne on rankings, run by the Times Higher. They run this conference every year. They take it around the world. This year it was in Melbourne. I went to that event. I'd had an email last Monday morning, which had come from the Times Higher saying, Dear Principal, just wanted to inform you that this year you will not be included in the Times international league tables because you didn't make the threshold. The threshold was 1,000. Okay, there are 18,000 universities in the world. 18,000 universities in the world. About 150 of them in the UK. 41 in Australia. 4,000 in America. I can go on, but I won't. Okay, so we're not in the top 1,000. We're not in the top 1,000. Now, I happened on that particular day, Monday last week, to be going into an executive meeting at the University of Tasmania, which is my alma mater, one of them. And my colleague there, the deputy, said to me, Craig, he said, we got an email from the Times Higher this morning. He said, we're now inside the top 200. He said, that's embargoed till Wednesday, which I knew it was. We're inside the top 200. We're ranked in the top 10 in Australia now, and that puts us inside the top 2% of universities in the world. I said, David, that's fantastic. I said, we're not even on the table. Now, is it important? I've told you before, I'm not bothered about league tables, but if you're not in league tables, there are some consequences from that, which I'll discuss as I go through this presentation. So getting things like this, 95% satisfaction from our student body, is quite important because it has implications elsewhere, which includes within league tables. Now, the main reason why we're not inside that 1,000 at the moment is because our research activity and research income is lower than necessary. And the other one, which we can do nothing about, is we're not old enough. Okay? When you do a regression of rankings, and Phil Beatty, who constructs them, said this openly in the meeting, he said, the older you are as a university, typically the higher up the league table you go. Okay? So we can't do anything about that one yet. That's maturity. So when we become mature, but in between that, get research activity right and get student experience right and satisfaction right, we will go up these league tables. You've seen this data. The one thing which is important here to note is the red bit. It's disappointing for me that I think in every subject area bar, I think maybe one, organisation and management scores this year went down compared to last year. Now that worries me a lot. That worries me a lot because what's that saying to us? I don't know what it's saying to us, but I can speculate what it's saying to us. Again, just before lunch, there was a student from the School of Education stood up here and he referred to something which I think is very important. He referred to his personal experience as a student in that school. And I want you just to think about this for a little minute. So the sort of things I picked up from him were that he said, when I go into my class, the staff know my name. So they can look at me and they can refer to me. They know something about my personal life, so they know my children, my children's names. I'm made to feel like an individual. I'm made to feel like I'm valued and I count. Now, I don't ask any of you to identify this, but I wonder whether all of our academic staff are in a position where we can do that. Now, I accept the fact if the room's filled like this, or this isn't filled, but if it were filled with 250 people that this room takes, I might struggle to learn all the names of the students, at least in the short period of time. But I'd like to think over time, over the time that they're here for their degree or their award, that I would begin to learn their names and be in a position where I can speak to them personally, mention their name, and make them feel like they matter. Because if we don't feel like we matter, then is it purposeful? Does it really have importance to us? Well, perhaps not. And I've no doubt that you can all relate to this, that when you go somewhere, if somebody refers to you by name, it makes you feel a bit more special. And I have to admit, and many of you will know this, I'm not the best with names. I recognise faces. Just come from back downtown, and I've walked past several members of staff. I honestly don't know their names. There are 1,600 staff in the university. I don't know everybody's name, but I know that they're staff. I recognise them. I can say hello to them. If I could say their name, I'd do so. And it works for me. I'm sure it works for you, that when you go somewhere, if someone says, "Hi, Jack," "Hi, Sue," then there's something a bit more important about that, a bit more useful. So each one of our students is an individual, and they deserve to be treated like an individual. They deserve to be feeling like they matter to us, that their personal learning journey is something that we're concerned about, that if they've got problems, we want to try and help resolve them. So organisation and management for me is about the respect that we have to give in rescheduling a class, in changing the assessment practices, in seeking their opinion on how things are going. It's not difficult to do. So I really think this is something that we should, as a university, right across the board in every one of our academic schools, but beyond as well, because it's not just about academic staff standing up in a situation like this that matters. It's also what it's like when you come into the reception, or when you need support with the accommodation, or when finance are on your back about something which isn't going quite right. It's that contact with every member of this university community that matters, that relates to what organisation and management responses they're likely to give. If you look at the questions, you'll see that that's the sort of thing that it's getting into. So I was astonished and incredibly disappointed to see that particular score. Great that we got some improvements, that's really good, but to be honest, I expect that. I expect us to be on a continuous improvement journey. So every year we should be able to get better results than previously. Otherwise, it's an aberration. None of us want that. You know, I don't want us to be having a great result one year, which we then can't sustain. Now, this is a Scottish comparison. You've probably seen this data already today. It gives our data across each of the different factors that are covered, and the overall satisfaction, which is 22. That's question 22. So question 22, you know it's 85.8, rounded up to 86%, and that's great. Fantastic. It's on a UK average. So we're on a UK average, slightly below a Scottish average, but you can see who's below us. You can see who's below us here. Now, I don't like league tables, but league tables are about, and we therefore need to be sensitive to them. So, you know, Dundee is the top of the pile here in Scotland, 90%. You saw on a couple of slides back I was saying we're aspiring to 95. So we've got to become better than Dundee on 90% at the moment to reach that target that we've set for 2020. So it's a long way to go, but it is achievable. What we don't want, though, is that that is achieved 1 year off and then not again. So it's about this sustained improvement, making sure we take notice of every one of the things that are in these questions here. So looking at the questions in some detail and seeing what's going on with the way in which students are responding, and in particular looking at it at subject level, which I'll come back to in a moment. We have a comparator set across the UK, and this is our comparator set. If you can read it, it's Robert Gordon, Teesside, Sunderland, UWS, that's us, Lincoln, UCLan, Edge Hill, Glasgow Caledonian, Gloucestershire, Bedfordshire and Kingston. Now that comparator set's been chosen for a number of reasons: size, multi-campus provision, similar sort of recruiting policy and so on. And these are the scores that each of those institutions got in terms of question 22. So we're sitting fourth on that pile. Now look at the graduation here, it's pretty low. That's 81.9 up to 86.4. So we're not going across a very long distance. And in fact, if you look at all the universities in the UK, the distance between the top and the bottom score is actually pretty narrow. What league table compilers do is then turn it on its end like that, and they scale it over 100 points. All right, so you can be the worst in the country, and you can be the best in the country. You're 100 points apart, but the percentage difference is probably only 5 or 6%. So I'm not going to place too much emphasis on that, but it's always nice to see yourself in a comparator set toward the top rather than toward the bottom. That's just the same table put sideways, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Here's our questions averaged out. And so the bottom of that pile is this one here, question 15. The course is well organised and is running smoothly. So 67% of our student body were of that opinion. So 33% basically weren't of that opinion. Now when you see the subject data, you'll see there's a couple of subjects which really rip that down. We've got to be asking ourselves some really serious questions. What is it we're doing in the subjects that we're doing really well at and getting good scores for? And what is it we're not doing in those other subjects, and how do we bring those two things together? So where's the learning here? We're in a learning community, so we learn off one another. We share good practice. We identify what we can do to improve. And that's what this is about. It's identifying, and I heard this said by several people this morning, it's about identifying what we can from this. Now, when I got here a couple of years ago, in my opinion, the NSS data wasn't being taken very seriously. And I don't mean that in terms of not being taken account of, it was, but it wasn't being taken seriously in terms of burrowing down into it. And what I've seen over the past 2 years is that we are seriously now getting into the data, looking at what we can interpret from this, spending more time on the qualitative responses as well, and saying, hey, this is important for us and it's important for our students. We can work out some stuff here and we can make changes that are going to improve the experience for them, make our teaching experience better as well, and everybody ends up happy. So again, not going to spend a lot of time on that, but it's interesting how that table graduates in this particular way. So top one here is staff are good at explaining things. That's fabulous. I'd want that to be the case. Staff are good at explaining things, particularly given, and I've said this number before, there's 181,000 academics in the UK. Only just over 50,000 of those have got a teaching qualification. So there's more than 130,000 staff with no teaching qualification, which means anybody in off the street can come in and stand in front of a university class. That basically is the truth, that they're actually good at explaining things. Why is that the case? In most cases, because you love your subject. You love your subject and you want to explain it, you want other people to feel passionate about it. And I've said this before, I'm sure, but the question which I hate more than any other when going into a class that I'm teaching and I'm responsible for the module for is when a student comes up to me in the first session and says, how are we being assessed? I'm sorry, I don't want you to know how you're being assessed, obviously I do, but what I want you to do is be here in this class now because you love the fact that this is a subject that you wanted to study and learn more about. And I want to embed the passion I've got for my subject in the students that are with me. And that doesn't happen by doing what I'm doing today, which is giving you a didactic, boring delivery. I hope you're keeping up on emails, and that's good. Off you go, get those emails sorted. And steel water as well. That's good. That's good, good. It's okay, I'm teasing you, so I'm going to go through these next few slides quite quickly because I'm more keen, I think I'm involved in a panel discussion after this, aren't I, Anne? So people are going to be posing questions, is that right? Yeah, good. So I'd like to get into that situation more quickly if I can. So these are data over the past few years, and so you can see some shifts here in an average score and overall satisfaction in question 22. So we've gone from 85.3 back in 2012, dipped a bit, or went up a bit, and then we've gone up to here again. And then the average scores here are going up as well. So we're seeing improvement, that's great. That's exactly what I'd want to see. It's got to be continuous, so those trajectories now are going to go well beyond that and just keep going up there and through the roof. I told you we needed a bigger stream, David, wherever you are, didn't I? So it was going to go up through the roof. And then if we break it down to different parts, teaching on the course, organisation management, assessment and feedback, so on and so on and so on, you get to see, not so clearly because they're quite compressed here, but you get to see there are similar things going on with most of them, that we're going up, except there, we're going up, and of course this one I've already spoken about, we've actually gone down a little bit. So that's just looking at that. So there's room for improvement. The next few just take us through each section in a bit of detail, making a comparison mainly between our UWS target and the difference from the sector average. So that's what you're seeing here on the questions, and these are available to you later anyway. So again, I'm not going to go through this, but you're seeing comparisons of difference between what we were after and what the sector average was. And so very quickly you can see whether or not we've been able to achieve what we thought we would, or whether there's a difference between what's going on elsewhere. So here we are on academic support. Personal development. Probably a bit worrying here. Learning resources. Assessment and feedback, which I'm describing as the bad. Assessment and feedback, by the way, has consistently in the 11 years of the National Student Survey been a factor which you could argue is on a different scale. Its scaling appears very different than all other parts of the survey sections. It always scores consistently lower, but it's the same for everybody. And then we get to the downright awful, which is organisation and management. And yeah, I don't want to overemphasise this, but it is pretty surprising. When you break it down by almost every subject area in the university, as I said before, we went down, which I find that surprising. You might find that some areas have gone down, but we were going down in all areas. Now, whether this is because Jack and John over there were encouraging their students to have a go at us and say, look, this is just unacceptable, respond in the survey in that way. It's a joke, by the way, and I'm sure you didn't do that. But we've got to ask ourselves some really in-depth questions here. Why would the students have felt that way about the timetable works efficiently, and as far as my activities are concerned, any changes in the course or teaching have been communicated effectively, and the course is well organised and running smoothly. And look at the results here. We don't often change the timetable. We clearly do this quite a lot. We don't communicate effectively, and it's not well organised and not running smoothly. Quite a big difference. So there's some clues there, aren't there? Now, this is back to my question before. What does a student understand by those questions? Because what we understand by those questions may not be the same thing as what the student does. So the timetable works efficiently as far as my activities are concerned. As far as we're concerned, John, who I saw here somewhere before, sitting up there, he's probably thinking, that's it, bang, I've pressed the button, the timetable's in place, every campus is okay. He thinks it's perfect. But that poor student who lives in Dumfries, who doesn't have a car, relies on public transport, lives in Stranraer and is being taught at Dumfries, and can't get public transport between Stranraer and Dumfries to get them there by 9 o'clock because there is no public transport that offers that timetable. So as far as that student's concerned, this timetable is nonsense. Now, that's just one example. It's a real example, by the way. It's just one example, but it's how we're interpreting things may not be the same as how a student's interpreting things. And their perception is their reality, and that's what they're going to put down when they answer a survey question of this sort. The course is well organised and running smoothly. Well, if I consistently turn up late and I'm fumbling about with my technology before I get going, to me that might be that it's not running smoothly, and I'm going to say so. So understanding the student body and understanding what they're responding to becomes a very, very important feature of what the surveys are about. If we do it into subject groupings, and again, I'm not trying to embarrass anybody here, just picking out some of the better subjects and so on, but we're seeing a change here, 75 to 93% in law. I know that was talked about this morning. Social studies went modestly down. Computer sciences went down a more significant amount, particularly when you compare against sector averages in this column here. Now, we can look across the university and we see all sorts of changes which present worrying commentaries for us. And I was really interested to hear Alan say before that at Bath University, Paul, I'm not sure whether you were in this presentation, but Alan was saying that at Bath University, if there is a subject area which performs poorly, then there's a little bit of a conversation. Now, I won't spend too long on this table, but this table for me tells the picture. This tells the story. The colours are slightly awry from what it is on the original, but that's green, yellow and pink, or reddish. And I know you've talked about some of this morning. Jim was honest enough to identify that one, weren't you, Jim? Where are you, Jim? Saw you a minute ago, didn't I? No, he's not here. He was outside a moment ago. Jim identified this morning, 18% satisfaction. I was asked over lunch, could that be accurate? Yes, it's accurate. It's accurate, okay? So 18% of the students in that subject area answered question 22 in a positive form. You know, I don't know. I've said before, well, let's look at anything down this column here, okay? I had to go to my GP on Monday morning. And what I want to know when I go to my GP is that they've got a success rate which is as high as possible. It's not going to be 100%, but if I go to my GP and their success rate or satisfaction rate's 18%, I probably won't keep going back to them. Same with the pilot who's going to fly the plane that I'm going to get into. So, you know, look at it from that point of view and think, how acceptable is this? And I know Jim identified this, so you know, it's not a big issue. I don't want to go into the detail. But we also, and this is a great program, musical theatre is a fantastic program for us. Huge external recognition, but something on this program has had students answer 27% satisfaction. Right? It's a great program, but there's something in the response to those students which we do not understand, and we need to understand it. So the reason why any of these are in red is because they're below what we set for ourselves. Okay, the target that we set for ourselves, it's below that. Or, sorry, it might be the average, below the average. So that's why it's in pink. Some great results here. There's several hundreds around the place. And those of you who are in the subdecks who got 100%, I wrote to the program leader personally, thanking that individual and the course team for the great result. Of course, it is a great result from the academic staff's point of view and the staff supporting that program, but it's also that the students are feeling they get what they want, so it's a two-sided process. But great that we had a number of 100% here and some best in the UK, who weren't always 100%, by the way. So this is a pretty insightful table here. Now, I'm not, please do not say this, interpret this as me saying what we're going to do here, but I worked in a university once where, as a result of NSS data that consistently showed low results on question 22, and the investment required by us to make this improve was too significant, together with a few other things like students' failure rates, inability to get first and 2-1s and so on, we ended up culling the program. That's not what I'm saying. You did not hear me say that. I didn't say we're culling any programs, but I'm saying when results come out badly from different metrics that you can use on a consistent basis, we've got to ask ourselves some very serious questions. And those questions might be, have we really got the capability of delivering that program? Because if the students aren't satisfied, there's something not right here. I'm not saying that, but I'm just drawing awareness to the fact that if we find that NSS data, perhaps research income or research activity, student completion and so on, and a lot of different things come together and they're all pretty negative, it becomes questionable why you do that. These are some real qualitative comments from this year. I'll just leave you a moment to read some of those. They're real ones. They're verbatim. If you can't read them, then I'll read them out for you. But and bear in mind, a qualitative comment is a student's perception. It's a student's perception. It doesn't mean it's real, but it's a perception. And if somebody has a perception about something, then for them, that's their reality. And so we need to take the qualitative comments very, very seriously and try and unpack what it means and what we can do about it. So look at this one here. Unorganised and lots of favouritism from lecturers. I can understand why students might see that. Doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's true. But if that's what students are feeling, then as a member of staff in that program, in that course, we need to make sure that we don't present that as a possible interpretation by students. There's some good ones and bad ones, and not all negative here, there's some really good ones here. And that's the point from the qualitative comments. When you do a theme analysis of them, you come out with some very rich, useful data that helps you improve what's going on in that academic program. So, this is the stairway that we're trying to go up. We must improve, we can improve. I was debating what word to put in here. In the end, with the advice of colleagues, I've used end users. The original word I had there was consumers, but there are people who don't like that term. Consumer means many things. It doesn't necessarily mean paying customer, it means many, many things. We are consumers. In my opinion, students are also consumers. That's my opinion. But the students come to us. They go to any university because they see it as an opportunity of creating something which enables a difference to happen in their lives. Just going back to the conference I was at last week where we didn't make the league tables, it was curious. It was over 2.5 days, and on the first full day of this event, I did get rather frustrated with all the presentations which were just focused on research, which is what a lot of league tables are mainly interested in. And the consensus, if you scanned through the entire day, was that the purpose of a university that finds itself ranked highly in the university league tables in the world is to create Nobel Prize winners. Okay, that's me summarising what was the theme across the day. And it wasn't said just once, it was said many times by many of the people there. We are here to create the next group of Nobel Prize winners. Now, as you all know, this week is Nobel Prize announcement week, so I don't know whether any of you have been announced yet. But you know, it would be lovely, and it can happen, that at some stage in the future, UWS produces a Nobel Prize winner. It's not about how highly you're ranked in a league table. It's what you're doing that has an impact on the lives of others. And that can come from any source. That can come from any place whatsoever. Now, I don't sit here at the moment and say that's our task as a university. I'm not saying that I'm now challenging you that over the next X number of years we are trying to focus on producing the next round or next group of Nobel Prize winners. But just keep that concept in your mind for a minute. Just imagine that we were Caltech, which is ranked number 1, or Oxford, or the University of Melbourne, or another university that's ranked in the top 10. Just imagine we were in that group of internationally world-ranked universities, UWS. I wonder how you would present yourself then. Okay, because at the moment, when someone says, what do? You probably say, well, I work at UWS. Quite often when I say that, people say, where is that? What does that stand for? Which is always annoying. But I quickly then explain it to them. I pull out the corporate strategy, which I have with me at all times, and take them through what we're trying to do. But if you're in one of those universities, it almost explains itself. And that's not a reason why ranking tables are important, but it's one of the outcomes from league table rankings. So Alan's sitting over there very smug at the moment, because what did Bath come out at?
Overall this year?
Yeah, in the Times Higher international ones. Didn't bring it with me, and I didn't look you up. I should have looked you up. Sorry. It's claimed, and I don't necessarily share this opinion, but it's claimed that students often choose universities on ranking tables. Certainly international students do. I don't think many of our students choose universities, us in particular, based on league tables. I'm pretty certain that quite a lot of students that go to Alan's University at Bath will be choosing it because of its ranking. I want to go back to something that Alan made comment of this morning as well, and I've commented about Bath before. When Bath was first set up, it was a technical college. It's 50 years ago, almost 50 years ago, not quite 50 years. One of the targets I've set for this university is that we want to be ranked in the top 100 universities under 50 before we become 50. Now, we've got 2 points at which we can say we become 50. One is 50 years after 1992, or the other is 50 years after 2007. So I don't want to cheat on this. As far as I'm concerned, it's 50 years after 1992. So in 2042, we should be ranked inside the top 100 universities under 50 years. They're well and truly inside that. But if you look at the history of Bath, when it was first set up, it was a nothing, a nobody, and we have a longer history than them. Okay, so my point is, don't ever believe that you can't achieve high rankings, because you can. It's about a focused approach to the delivery of education, which includes research, teaching, and external engagement. Those 3 things are what determines success in a university. We can do that, but we've got some ground to cover yet before we get there. Engagement matters. I'm not going to spend much time on that. I put this slide up last year. It was really just to reinforce the comments that I put there. There are some urgent and important things that we need to do. If we don't use the data, which in my opinion we weren't using it much when I first got here, then these things happen. We miss opportunities. We don't have the right reasons for some of the stuff that we do. There's reputational damage. But if we do use it properly, then all these things here become wonderful opportunities for us in terms of how the university develops. And that's what we're seeing happening. And again, back to Neil's presentation, we referred to the dashboard. I asked for a dashboard to be built here. The dashboard exposes data in a very effective way. You can all have a look at that now. You can interrogate that. And that's about enabling you to say, well, in my area or in this related area, this is what I see happening. I wonder if we did this, whether that would produce a change. And you can begin to play around with that. Then just let's touch on a few related areas. So let me go back to the question I posed at the start, and that is, why are rankings important? And I'm not chasing league table rankings, but if we don't ensure that we optimise things so that our league table positions can improve, then there will be consequences which we don't like. And I was talking with my executive colleagues this morning about this. Because if our ranking stays low, that becomes a real challenge for us to recruit international students. If our ranking stays low, we will not be a favoured institution for research funding. If our ranking stays low, we will not attract world-class staff who want to come and work in a world-class university. If our ranking stays low, our students will continue to drop out in the rate they do at the moment. The number of students getting 2-1s will stay low. Their employability will be compromised. And I can go on. There are lots and lots of things that will happen if our ranking stays low. It's cause and effect partly, but some of it also is a direct consequence of us not challenging that. So employability. Our employability data at the moment, if we look at it in terms of graduate employability, data which I've seen just recently shows 60% of our students go into graduate employment within 6 months of leaving us. On the one hand, I can say 60% is really good. but I'm sorry, it's nowhere near what you would expect of a university. We know that during a recession, graduate employment goes down by about 10%, so let's be generous and say it's at 70%. But universities that are very effective in this area have got graduates going out into graduate level employment above 90%, and we're not there. Our total employment is above that, but that means over 30% of our students are going out getting a job that they didn't need to come to university to get in the first place. Okay, so there's a related aspect here. Give them that positive learning journey, help them get the best qualification they can get from their degree or their award when they leave, have good connectivity into the graduate workforce. And again, you heard Alan talk this morning, a number that I wrote down, 60% or something, didn't you say, of your students do a sandwich year? Is that what I heard you say? Yeah, 60%? 60%. Okay. Now, we used to have that sort of engagement. We don't at the moment. And I know that Robert Crawford was here this morning, who's looking after that. Robert, not here at the moment, but we're trying to build new routes into employers where our students can spend time. Whether it's a week, a fortnight, a month, half a year or a year, doesn't matter. You build that relationship with an employer, they're more likely to be picked up by that employer when they finish. The data is compelling in that regard. So again, this is all related stuff. Gives them that positive learning journey. And just back to Bath, almost the same size as us, 15,000 students. 15 and a bit thousand. In fact, we're bigger. We've got more than that. So we're bigger. So he can do it, we can do it. So there's a gap. There's a gap to excellence. 95% is where we're trying to get to. We're at 86%. So we're on the way. But let's try and get there. Again, I used that one last year. It's not really a straight path. If it were, then it would be simple. The journey is probably a bit more like this. But that journey is about looking at the data in all the subject areas and identifying how we can make improvements. Sharing that good practice. So how did the subjects that got 100% get 100% satisfaction on question 22? Bear in mind, if we go back to that table, by the way, getting 100% satisfaction on question 22 doesn't mean that the student thinks everything is right, because when you go across the other columns, you see that there are areas where they have some concerns. And here are some of the others that have done that. Bath is here. I put that in, by the way, before you were coming. Bucks New, Worcester, and City University. You know, these are things that we can do. It's back to believing. There is nothing that we can't do if we really want to do it. It's a choice, right? It's a choice. So all of you have a choice. We can all make this better. And as I look around this room at the moment and I see the faces that are in here, they're faces I've seen before in this event. And that's nice. It's great to see return users. But there's an awful lot of staff not here who are in the other conference over there on research and enterprise and staying away from learning and teaching. And they're the ones that we also need to impact on. That's as much your responsibility as mine. You know, marketing in a university is not the responsibility of the marketing department. It's the responsibility of everybody. National Student Survey is not just the responsibility of staff teaching and working in an area that is going to be assessed through that survey. It's everybody's responsibility. Okay? So whether that's Finley up the back there, making videos for us and putting them out on YouTube. How many people are watching me, Finley? 25. 25. There you go. Well, hello to that 25. How high was it during the day?
Oh, it's 26 now.
Oh, good. You see? So they're coming in their droves now. Anyway, I know you'll all go home and watch it on YouTube later and you'll save it as a favourite. So, the picture's slightly different, but it's the same sort of concept. We can dream, believe and achieve whatever we want to. And in my opinion, it's just about the belief that we have to have in this system to make the changes that we can make, that we will invest in to make, that gives our students that best learning journey we possibly can give them to enable what they came here for in the first place. Thanks very much.
Principal, I know that there is some questions. I'm just going to make sure that we've got the mics available. Yeah, okay. And before I ask for hands up for questions, we thank the Principal. That was excellent. I'm sure there are a number of questions. I have some thoughts too. But first of all, Simon, you have a question for the principal. Do you want to go ahead and ask it? Get the mic to you first, and we'll see then where the mic's to go next.
I was interested in your comment about schooling knocking the ability to daydream out of children, because we had a lecture last week that was actually along a very similar theme. And one of the things that was mentioned was that the reason for this can be that schools teach children that it's wrong to make a mistake, and they're supposed to veer towards the correct answer in terms of assessment and things like that. So my question to you is, in your dreaming and your believing, how prepared are you for the university to take risks that might produce big mistakes in order to pursue excellence?
I've no problem with the university taking risks. In fact, I've encouraged colleagues to take risks. They need to be done within a framework, within a measured consideration. But it depends on what the risk is. And any individual, and I encourage you all to feel empowered in this respect, as individuals working in this university, you have a responsibility to do a job, and I expect you to do that job. But I also expect you to constantly be looking at yourself and saying, how can I improve the job I do? And if that means taking a risk, then I would want people to think that through, to test that with colleagues or others that they trust. And then if everybody says, yeah, great idea, have a go for it, then get out and try it. But if the risk were, for example, Trevor's not here, but going back to my joke earlier about money, if Trevor, sitting as our Director of Finance, thought there's a rollover tonight in the lottery, if I buy all 14 million tickets, I'm going to win the First Division prize. That's £28 million to spend on that, but the First Division prize is 14 million plus all the other prizes. I'll return on my investment. Makes an assumption he's the only winner, and if there are two winners, then all of a sudden we're in deep poo. So yes, I would encourage you all to take risks, but it's about the profession of the role that you're in. You look at that role and say, okay, what do I do? And back to your earlier point, and my first degree is in chemistry and maths, but I became a teacher. And maths is one of those subjects where you might assume that there is only one right answer. There isn't. In maths, there are huge numbers of answers. Some things there is only one answer, but in many things there are many answers, because if you want to use number theory and change the base, then 3 plus 3 isn't necessarily 6. It can be a whole variety of different things. So there are always different ways of interpreting the outcome, and I want us to encourage people to be creative, because that's how inventions are made, that's how life changes, that's how we can make a huge difference to this world.
Okay. Other questions? Now, they don't necessarily need to be for the principal, they can be for the other participants or just questions that you have. We had one, Kieran, you had a question around students and if they withdrew, about seeking feedback.
Yeah, I think my question was just surrounding, clearly NSS is a very powerful tool and it can be used in a whole lot of ways, but it was around, I guess, to any of the speakers in terms of work that's currently done, was whether we do, or if not should, seek feedback from some of that cohort of students that don't complete the degree, and how we might go about doing that, because there's potentially some powerful learning in the community of people that choose to come here and for various reasons leave, and I wonder if in some of those, be it individual case studies rather than a survey, whether there could be some really powerful learning about fundamental things that aren't delivering what's needed to support some specific types of individual that we have come to this institution.
Okay. I think probably Assistant Dean's Education may be the best to focus in on answering the sort of the, do we understand why students leave? Neil's looking like he'll give an answer. Thank you, Neil.
I think it's a good point. And we don't know in the past, and it's certainly one of the things we were looking to do within the school. Now we're just dealing with the PAB returns and identifying students who are eligible to enrol, who are eligible for an award. We do want to find out why they are leaving, and that will be a fundamental part of our work within the school.
Kieran, sitting next to you is a lady who you won't probably know. Her name's Julie. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Julie. Okay, Julie's one of those students. Julie came here and Julie left, okay, because she didn't like what was happening to her and the learning process that she was going through. And Julie came back to the university and has now completed 3 degrees with us, all right? But yeah, the point's a very good one that you make, and that is, do we understand why students leave? And I don't know, Julie, I never asked you the question. When you left the first time, did you tell staff why you left, or did you just say, I've had enough, I'm going?
Thank you. My being was my being however because I had a complex disability, and I think it how many years would that be? That would probably maybe more than I mean, if I know you have my PhD, but probably 4 years ago when I left for my honours degree, probably because of the lack of engagement for staff that made it very difficult at the time. I think it was just having that partnership. I just needed to have that partnership with my staff.
Yeah.
And I got it eventually in the end with my supervisor, who's been very supportive, and I kind of nominated him to become my PhD supervisor. But I think crucially in the last 4 years, I think it's been about key engagement throughout the university. You've got to make sure that students are engaged in the learning process. Because students have the same expectation as everybody else. They want to go on and achieve, and they all have the same aspirations. And I think part of my story will speak for itself in the next 12 months, just how much I've achieved in that 4 years time frame.
Absolutely.
Of completion of PhD.
Thanks, Julie. And if you've heard what she said, she's saying more or less what Simon was saying this morning, and that is that by being made feel an individual in the system, you're more likely to stay in the system. And I'd like to think that since Julie's earlier relatively negative experiences, which she partly resolved herself, and that's a number of years back, that we've done things better. So I'd like to think that we're in a much better place now than perhaps we were then. But the point resonates. You make students feel like individuals, you treat them as individuals, you help them through that journey, and they will stay with you and they'll be successful. But back to Kieran's point, let's make sure, and Neil's admitting that perhaps in his school they've not done it terribly well, let's find out why students do leave and what we can do.
Hi there. Health nursing and midwifery, we've taken this very seriously, and for as long as I can remember, really, we've been doing exit interviews for students who choose to leave to find out some of the reasons, and trying to put actions in place, really, if trends come up. Often, though, we're not seeing very clear trends. Sometimes it is very personal issues within our school as to why they do leave. But also on completion of programme, we do exit interviews as well. So when they're successful, it's not just when they leave out with the remit of the course. So.
And Sandra?
Hang on, Sandra, just wait till the microphone comes and we'll be able to record you then.
Smashing. One of the areas that we're starting to look at is the number of students who leave, not necessarily through choice, just disappear off the system. And where are these students going to, and can we engage with them at an earlier stage? But the other thing that we're starting to see are students who have got no option because of new regulations, and that even though it's a student's responsibility to know what these regulations are, the students don't necessarily engage with that, and it comes as a bit of a shock to them to find out that perhaps they can't progress because they haven't fully engaged with the process, and we haven't necessarily made it very clear to them. So I think that, going back to the discussion this morning about partnership with the student, it also includes about our responsibilities for informing students, but also students' responsibility to find out what their role is to play in that. So I think it's a really complex issue that we have to deal with around students not progressing. And regardless of whether they choose to leave, they just filter, they just go out the system, or whether because they're not able to progress, it's still not a good experience in any way for the student to have that.
Mm.
Yep. Michelle? The left-hand side microphone's very busy. Need some more questions from the right-hand side.
Apologies, because I haven't been able to be here all day, so you might have covered this. But it just strikes me that we have the NSS opening again, and this is what we're talking about today, in January of next year. So I'm really keen to kind of get feedback about what things we could be doing that are quick wins that maybe we're not doing at the moment. And I don't mean review the personal tutor system, because I just don't think we've got time to do that in 3 months. But I'd be really keen to know any quick wins, and you know, because you really, really mix with students all the time. Students are here today as well. And I'm kind of collecting some quick wins that we might just be able to get hold of and turn around before we open the NSS next time. So that's just a plea from me, really.
Any answers or thoughts thoughts that you have on that, please will you tell us, because it's a short window of opportunity in dealing with the population, as Mickey, I thought say sample, the population of students that are within the census for the NSS. Mostly they're at level 10, except for those that are level 9 in business and in health, nursing and midwifery. So we need to think carefully about what we can do and what we can do quickly in terms of that communication. Yeah, Simon.
I went through a lot of the comments that came through last year on the NSS, and I think one of the key things that actually would make a big difference is to help students understand before they fill out the survey exactly what it's for, and specifically that it's not a tool for module-specific feedback. Obviously there's the SSLGs and the EVA systems that will concentrate on specific niggly aspects of specific programs, but the NSS is a lot more general about the program, and if that's made clear, then hopefully some of the more administrative minor issues that could be resolved through other channels wouldn't colour a much bigger and potentially much more positive result for the programme.
I'm sure that's something the Student Association can help us with as well, and the Student Fellows too. I would be really interested to ask a question actually, based on Des's presentation on that kind of murky middle, if you like, those that are sitting on the shelf. And Principal, what Des showed us is that in each of the schools there's quite a number of students who are undecided. They're sitting in that undecided category, sitting on the fence, not making a decision that they mostly agree or mostly disagree, but quite a sizable population that could make an impact on us reaching on our views. Is that something you've ever looked at before in terms of any of the other analysis that you have done elsewhere with NSS? And is there something we can do about that?
Well, the one thing you do with any survey is you encourage people not to use the midpoint on a Likert scale, because it's very unhelpful. And perhaps we need to be discussing with students that we'd prefer them to polarise their thoughts rather than put it in the middle. So if they're grumpy and angry, then give us the bad score. If they're happy and pleased, then give us the good score, because being in the middle is very unhelpful. We can't train the students, and we shouldn't encourage the students to respond in a particular way, but I do recall a university I worked at previously where we brought in the car sales industry to talk with us about how they encourage responses to surveys, because if you buy a new car, as many of you will know, you're most likely going to be followed up by a survey in that new car buying experience. And the salespeople will always encourage you to think about the way in which you respond to that survey. So a little bit like Simon's saying here, why is it we're asking them to do this survey? Now, I think we are on a journey which is trying to help the students understand the purpose of NSS, which starts before their final year. I think the modular evaluation process through EVASys is also a useful tool in supporting that journey, but we've probably still got some space and time to go yet before we're in a place where they're responding to the survey in a polarising way, because they understand what the survey is for, what it's trying to get from them, and in most cases I'm hoping they will have had a positive journey.
A question here.
Hi, Barbara Donnell from the School of Health. I suppose for me it's about if you have any of these kind of summative evaluations, then you do risk that it's very difficult to isolate the causal mechanisms. So we're going on about what's causing these results. And so for me, I'm wondering, what is the process here for rapid psychoevaluation? What is it that we can do that will continuously evaluate as we go along? So by the time the survey results come out, we know what's going to be there. We know how we've got there. Because if you don't, you end up with that black box phenomena where we have no idea how we got here. We have no idea how these results are what they are. So what is our mechanism for rapid psychoevaluation?
What would you propose?
Systems thinking, aye. Systems thinking. No, I do think there needs to be an ongoing dialogue, and there has to be a very clear, transparent process where we can raise what's going on at the time, so we can be proactive in how we approach it. So.
And that's what program leaders are designed to do, is to interpret what's happening interactively and make changes. And we should not feel that because a teaching program has started, that a module outline has been prescribed, that changes can't be made midstream if things aren't working properly. And that's about the sensitivity of the team that are working in that subject area, having their eyes and ears open to see, for example, if this is lecture 2 in a series that I'm running, and last week this was filled, and this second week I've got this number of people turning up, there's a problem. You know, don't just accept the fact that people aren't here. What have I done wrong? I've clearly annoyed them, or I'm not giving them any value, or they don't find this engaging. So we do need to continually look at ourselves in this learning journey and say, what is it that we're doing that makes sure that students are having that journey that we want them to have, and they're engaging with the academic content. So the empowerment's already there. That's why I threw it back to you. I think the empowerment's already there, but Paul's going to tell you the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to reaffirm, and colleagues will have heard this message before, we've asked the programme leaders to come forward with the rapid cycle change projects by the middle to the end of October through their deans. And that's exactly what you've described, which is how do we take something that we need to change, we know needs to change, and we're actually stopping it from changing. There's no rationale for it stopping changing. We stop it from changing. So let's just break some of those barriers down. Let's just get on with it. And the point about, you know, do we celebrate failure? Of course we celebrate failure. That's where you learn as well. If we did the same thing the same way all of the time, we'd just be in the same place, and we can't be. So if we can create a culture within the organisation where we reflect on what we're doing continuously, which is your point, we're learning from that all of the time, and we act when something isn't right. We don't wait for permission. We act when something isn't quite right. And we deal with it immediately. And then if that doesn't work well, we'll learn from that. And from that, we'll probably grow something an awful lot better as well. And it's that hesitancy that we need to get over in the organisation.
Just picking up on that point, that there is a British phenomenon, which I've seen for many years now, in fact 3 decades, where there's a belief in the UK that we can eventually plan things to be perfect. And I don't share that opinion. I don't think anything can be planned to be perfect. But where I come from is we make rapid change, and we make it wrong, but we then rapid change again. And Paul is pointing out to you that if we do that, if we keep looking at what we observe and we change and we change and we change, then we are moving toward excellence each time we do that, provided we're being astute in what it is we're doing. I'm just going to comment on something else here, slightly trivial, but the Twitter feed, which I'm sure many of you are following, Hamish, who's just down the road here, chose to retweet something which Stuart Milligan sent earlier. And then his subsequent one to that was Principal UWS, 96% dinner satisfaction in Aarhus with buy one, get one free deal on all main meals.
I think, Principal, that's probably bringing us to a very nice close. Thank you. I just think there's been a lot of participation in today by not just those who've been presenting, but by you as participants, by those who've made it possible. The IT support has been great. Everything, the food, the catering, the event management, and all the coordination of pulling it together. But most of all, for us going forward and making a difference to the students, and the inspiration about hearing not just what we're doing across our schools and across our professional services, about the support that we have to do things and do things differently and be able to make mistakes. I like that one very much. And learn from them. And of course, Alan, with your rich insight coming from Bath and taking us across the border, not just to Bath actually, but across the border, and providing us with that rich information as well. Can I thank everybody, and in a usual round of applause for us all, can bring this to a close. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. That's very good.
Is that a present for Alan?
Yes.